Look at the further freaking folks. So good, that works.
housing affordability. Fucking girls, dudes, aliens, all of it. The general public's life. It's all just that's who gives a fuck, really. It doesn't affect you, Eric. It doesn't affect you, Chris. We know they're bad people. Lower the fucking lower inflation. Nobody cares. I completely agree with what Brendan's saying right now. I understand that. But if the person that's supposed to be in charge of doing these things that you're saying, I think that is in the public interest to make sure this person's not whatever this is. No, a president who hasn't had, because they're politicians, they're all corrupt, they're all bad people. You don't go with Biden, terrible person. Obama, we have some issues there. JFK's horrible issues. You fucking kidding me? You can go through, they're not good people. We're looking at them like they're not leaders. They're all scumbags. I know it's going to affect your life. So, what you're saying. So, what you're saying is, we want the known scumbag to do right by the people. That's what I'm saying. We think we're going to do right because we vote them in. You're making the lesser of two evils, and it'll never help you out. I know, but Brendan, that's what I'm trying to say. So you're saying, hey, all that stuff's a distraction. Fine, right? Just do all these things. And I'm saying I find it ridiculous that I'm not saying you, I'm just saying that most of this is how we think. Hey, why aren't you helping us? I mean, it's because you're not a good person. That's why they're not helping us. The housing market is the way it is because the government doesn't care. So, and this is why these kinds of things come up. We find out about corruption, we find out about character issues. This is what we're talking about. The housing market has been fixed, and inflation is not fixed. The gas prices, all the promises, and Epstein Island or Biden, let's say, whatever the fuck it is, like killing people with drones, all that stuff. I can forget all that. I can enjoy that. If you just get inflation out, that's what would help everybody in America. We know you're going to do more shit. We know you're going to take money and do fraud. That just comes with the territory. You're all pieces of shit. We're just doing so solid, and they don't need to do that. This is $9 billion in fraud does affect other bodies. Of course, that's where inflation, that's where all that comes from. And here we are. Well, super smart. I feel like Nick would have a lot of this. Yeah, we have. No, Nick just did the right thing. Said it was Christmas. It would have been better if inflation was my kids, not even. Quick trip. Oh, yeah, that's cool. My kid, nothing. For real? Yeah, for real. Oh, that's cool. Fuck all you. He doesn't remember. My cousin said again. It was like, it's great. We were decorated. We had a party. You know what I'm saying? It was great. Why did you get show up? We had a thing. So what I'm saying is we did our thing, but I'm saying it wasn't Brian a bunch of shit. He's just gonna break. Plus he had 64 footballs. Yeah. Set him back. I got a pair of, all I got for Christmas was a pair of green sweats. I found them. Man, those were comfortable. And I started laughing. I went, wow. We're getting more, man. Certificate. I told them don't get me anything, but they got me to get certificate to one of my favorite restaurants in Santa Clarita. Fridays? No, it was $1,000. It was great. The party was great. Christmas party and a Jewish guy shows up. That is broke. Yeah, I get credit. It's a holiday, dude. Just doing that fucking, Jewish guy came. Yeah, two Jewish guys. Don't do that. got you. Yeah. I slept greatly. Said, no. It keeps track of my stuff. So fuck y'all. It was the one. I read the Garmin. The Garmin's like this for bitches. Yesterday, I woke up at 2:30 a.m. I went to the gym. Didn't matter to do the work. But no, that's I understand. There's a level where I just the trees kept inside of the house. Sleep. I just went. Fuck it. Then what did you do? Then I make some coffee. No, that's all. So I wake up 3 nicotine pouches, 6 milligrams each. 2 cups of coffee, work out, and then you fucking hit the gym. Okay. I get that. So I have a few questions. You went to bed what time? 10:30. I got like 30. So then after the workout, what did you do? I come home, I mess with the kiddos, and I went back to the gym with Tiger. He's a gym rat now. I went back to the gym with him. Okay. This week they have off, right? Yeah, and it's mostly Tiger working on that. Okay. I had to flex with him because we kind of looked at the game because they saw him doing 225. I'm like, oh, you think that's good? That's really, you think I can do it, Buskers? I don't think so. Interesting. I'm going to put that on every time you guys think I can do it, Buskers twice. I understand 5. No, prove your man. Okay. And then I'm very interested in this one. And then I come back. I come back and then I do a Tiger and Boston wrestling practice. Okay. And then wrestling practice. And then we went to dinner with that afterwards. Wow. Guaranteed. Yeah. All the other kids this is where we're going to get because these people just it's a break. They're not going to show you. Yes, even though they're supposed to. I said, so usually there's 20 people around it. There's a variety of things. That's how you can get that. That's going to be about mindset and wherever exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. You're going to excel at it. This is great. It's not even, this is their Dress up as a sometimes it's like frustrating when they're doing something. It's like such a stage where it's like, it's really like that. You know, so you can even be there.
Look at this. I'm really going to try to summarize this for you. This is motherfuckers. Kinetic and like fuck. Oh, so look at this. Look at this. Oh,
What do you
yeah.
It's like options. Not so much positive. It's like painting them. This guy. Different when you was counting, or you gave yourself something. That ain't the same. No. Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, I follow that guy too. Oh, yeah. Density, bro. Love that guy. I found that like to you or something. Recipe. It was bananas. He'll like repost Lizzo or some shit. His reposts are hilarious. I thought this episode was going on. Saying that Jake Paul. Car accident. I didn't know that's great. What lead to Tommy Fury stop boxing and fucking scary. My kids. The money, just a guy. Stuff and something Mike gave this one up. We're going to get to the point where that documentary made an adjustment for the you can elevate AI now. There will be the time. And then just make it on in the near future, we're going to get documentaries that are real. And that's stuff like there's a woman later. A different video and it's entirely like anything else. You know that documentary even these days is fine job opportunities. That's what you tell me. It's weird, man. Money on me. It's just smart to share with our audience. Join the house. Looking like this. It's like my football game. And he's easy. Her husband. Man, what? Christmas project. Right. Yeah, shit. You're in Texas tomorrow. First things first, why the bomber 620? He looks like a air traffic controller in a lab. I can't see Marcus. Stayed there for Tuesday night. We didn't shoot. But it's also so it's New Year's Day. Last year. You're like, how? He's basically spoilers and whatever. That's what the spoils.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. I've done my best to follow as many people I can in this space. I'd appreciate it if you would do the same. Also, you need to ensure that you are a member of the Big Steppers Discord, discord.gg/Big Steppers. Be there, be square. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral when I do. I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life at 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in the link in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, if you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Be like Rabbi Rothschild, show up daily. Every single time.
Dog, I wasn't expecting to do the show right now. All right, so this is about boot camp day 11. Oh man, shit. Dog, I'm really disappointed. We talked for an hour. Rabbi, Shimon, Ben, uh, Yochai, or Shimon Bar Yochai. And that was all tight and everything. Like he is the how did we describe it? He's like communistic age, but what else? He was like the guy who learned from Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the five like of Rabbi Akiva's. He, after the 24,000 guys, I remember that they didn't die from Roman persecution. They died from plague. You remember that, right? And then we have like that was like second century CE, so that's like now it's like five it's like 57 Hebrew calendar, century calendar, 2026. So that was like 1900 years ago. All right, so it's like a long time ago. Then 1,000 years after Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, we have Moses Rabbi Moses, who is the first guy to publish the Zohar. And I figured when I talked about this motherfucker, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, like for an hour yesterday, there's got to be a lot of information on this motherfucker. On Moshe and and he's more recent, like 1,000 years more recent. And there's not. So Moshe Leon, I've even known he was Moses Leon, born around 1240, lived 1305. All these guys, sometimes I guess if you die younger, they're not going to have that much about you. Known in Hebrew as Moshe Leon. So that's was a Spanish rabbi and Kabbalist, the first publicized Zohar. Modern scholars believe the Zohar is his own work, despite his claim to have copied it out of an ancient manuscript of Shimon Bar Yochai. His other works include the Sefer HaMamon, written in Hebrew, and hundreds of pseudo-epigraphic responses, commentaries from Kabbalistic texts, which he falsely attributed to early authority. I kind of think this. No offense, if he would be right now, I'd be like, dog, we got a lot of questions about some of these works. And when he was born around 1240, died 1305, or wow, he's known for Kabbalah. Life. Moshe Leon was born in Leon, King of Leon, modern-day Spain, and then united with the crown of Castile. He might have been born in Guadalajara, and his surname that comes from his father, Shem David. He spent 30 years in Guadalajara and before moving to where he spent the rest of his life. Moses de Leon died at Arvalo in 1305. That's it. I mean, it's a little longer, but Moses de Leon was the first to advance the ballistic theory of biblical as a Jewish adaptation of the fourfold method of biblical exegesis for medieval Christianity. The term, sometimes rendered as curious, is tortured when taken literally, but is used in context as a computer acronym formed from the initial of following purposes. Pesha structure straight in the literal direct meaning. Remez, hints with a deep outward or symbolic meaning behind, just the literal sense of the Zohar, right? After the book of the Zohar was printed in Tuna and Pergamum in June 53, 1853, 1558, many more manuscripts were found that include paragraphs pertaining to Zohar, which had not been included pertain also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to Zohar Torah, some were similar to the inner parts of the Zohar, citrate, and some pertain to the life of Zohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of Zohar was printed, the manuscript was gathered and arranged according to Horatio of the Torah and the Apparently, the arrangement was done by Halevi and were printed first in the Salonika in 1557, around 1557, and in Krakow 5363, and afterward. Doug, I so there's Darash from Hebrew Darash and Piracy. It's a creative Midrash that's given through similar occurrences. So, secret mystery or the Egyptian must be given through revelation. That's it. That's everything. And maybe I've been up all night basically and it's been wild, but um, I'm not. I mean, it must also be. And you know, that's not maybe it's so much about time. Who knows? But I think that there's some issues with the consistency of his portrayal of Kabbalah. All right, so we're going to go now into the review. So the Zohar makes one of the foundational work of Kabbalistic literature. It's a group of books including commentary on the aspects of the Torah, scriptural interpretation, as well as material on mysticism, mystical cosmology, and mystical psychology, discussions of the nature of God, the origin and structure of the universe, the nature and relationship of ego, of darkness and true self, and true self to the light of God. So the Zohar was first published by Moshe de Leon around 1248-1205 Common Era. It was linked as a Tanaic text recording the teachings of Simeon Bar Ben Yochai, Simon Bar around the hundreds. This claim is universally accepted by modern scholars. Most of them believe that was also an infamous forger of genetic material. He wrote the book himself between 1280 and 1286. Some scholars argue that the Zohar is the work of multiple medieval authors and contains a small amount of generally antique novel material. Later additions to the Zohar, including Ibn HaZohar and Mahayim, composed by a 14th century imitator. So it's like Kabbalah is, for lack of sounding offensive, like built on a throne of lies. And maybe I'm wrong, but Zohar said, according to Gershom's Skull and other modern scholars, Zohar makes artificial dialect mostly based on linguistic fusion of Babylonian template and archaeology, but continues by alien simple and perfect grammar. His limited vocabulary and reliance on models, including contemporary language. The author further confused the text with original stream of Aramaic and Hebrew in order to give the impression of knowledge. Like Zohar Hebrew, the original text of the Zohar is cited by various beginning around the 14th century. Isaac Ben Samuel Walker, David B. Judah, Israel, um, Alfonso de Zabor, was partially in Hebrew and partially in Aramaic. By the time of the first edition, the text was entirely in Aramaic, with the exception of the Midrash where Hebrew words and phrases are often included as part of the Babylonian Hebrew of Midrash Hanilam is similar in its overall form to the language of Midrash, but its specific vocabulary, idioms, and stylistic characteristics are different than the Hebrew Midrash of daily that uh, By the way, when you were learning about Moshe Leon earlier, a few days ago or whatever, it's like within the last 11 days, uh, he said like his girl, his wife or whatever, after he died, his widow, called it, whatever you want to call it. And we should refer to women, but I'm just being funny. And if you don't think it's funny, okay, then we have differences of opinion on it. But some of you that think this shit is hilarious. Anyway, when I say bitch, I don't that means beat, like you don't feel sick on the coach. Anyway. So she said my man was strapped for cash and had to do accomplice and shit. They don't talk about that in biography. I understand why. And initial view. Authorship of the Zohar was purchased from the outset due to the claim that it was discovered by one person and referred to historical events of the post-Talmudic period, while purporting to be from an earlier date. Abraham goes to me. So, read it slowly, swallow it. Read it through. Or Abraham was 1504 words. Was Isaac Ben Author's 13th century laws, which claims that the widow is the daughter of Jacob, that he had written himself a English prophet to Simeon Ben Yochai, personal prophet. And this was the thing to investigate how it happened. That the book of Noah was found, which Simeon Ben Yochai and his son Eleazar had made in the cave. And some say that it is fortunate among his children. But Isaac later said that the Aramaic, such as were generally written by Simeon Shimon and Yochai. And Isaac wrote, because I had faith that these words were wonders and that they ran from a well high above which is beyond, those uninitiated in his secret of the divine. I chased after it, and I asked the scholars, and some said he had fallen into the hand of sage Moses and beyond, whom they call most of Baruchai, and some said so. Shimon and Yochai had not written the book, but that Moses had written wondrous words and falsely ascribed them to Shimon ben Yochai and his son Eleazar, in order to sell them for sums of money. And I went to Spain, the capital city of and presented myself to Moses, and was received favorably. And he swore to me by Hashem, the ancient book of Shimon ben Yochai was that day in his house with me, and that he would show it to me when I visited him. And Moshe parted from me to return home, but he sickened in Aravala on the way, and he died there. And when I heard of this, I was long pained. I took to the road and came to a village where I found a great old sage named called Corvo. And he received me favorably, and I demanded he explain to me the secret of the book of the Torah, about which men were into the hands of this Moses that there's no book of Zohar except that of which Moses himself wrote everywhere. Know that this Moses was a great spendthrift. One day his house was filled with treasures that the wealthy Muslims had given him in exchange for protection. And the next, his wife and children were starving, making no exchange. So when we heard that he invited our fellow, I went to the palace of the richest man in the city, Joseph de Avila, and said to him, now time has come for you to earn the priceless Zohar if you will do what I advise. And he followed my advice, and he set his wife to help the Moses' widow. And she said to her, know that my wish is to marry your daughter, my son. I have nothing from you except the book of Zohar, which your person excerpt, excerpted for many people. And Moses' widows were to Joseph replied, Jeff, my husband never had such a book except in his mouth, and everything he wrote came from his own intellect. When I saw him, I asked him why he claimed to be accepting from it. I knew he did not have, and he told me that it was well, for his own words, they would not give a penny. For the divinely inspired work of Shimon and Yochai, they will pay him. And Moses' daughter said exactly, can you ask for better? I don't know why we don't just consider the Zohar garbage. I really don't. Like, my Kabbalistic study should end here. This is done. I mean, you can say it, but this is the end of the story. And I just don't understand the mixed evidence of Zohar authenticity from other Spanish Kabbalists, but the fragment answer properly mid-sentence without any. So Isaac is willing to quote it in his Rothschild Ephraim, in his Mayat, Murat, and Yayam. He does so rare. Isaac's testimony was censored from the second edition, 1580, remained absent from all editions thereafter until its restoration made 300 years later in 1857 edition. By the way, Moshe De Leon's wife, she is amazing for like telling the truth. But on her, I don't know what that bitch's name is, but I knew her very positive. In 1243, a different Jew had reportedly found a different ancient mystical book in a cave in Toledo, which was near the mosque you heard about, which may have been De Leon's free. Within 50 years of its appearance in Spain, it was quoted by some, including the Italian mystical writer Visconti and Todos Abolati. However, Joseph and Walker harshly attacked the which he considered inauthentic. In some church communities, such as George Iron, and Joe, and the Party for Spanish and Portuguese Jews, and some Italian communities, never accepted it as authentic. Only early Kabbalists accepted David B. Judah, the pious Abraham B. Isaac of Granada, the pious guys around 1500, the 1500 Abraham Ben Isaac of David B. Ben Aiden around 1350. Like, why are we abbreviating that with D? I mean, it's like not that, not like one word. Anyway, whatever. So readily imitate it pseudepigraphy and describing contemporary statements to the art saving so that it is obviously understood its nature. The manuscript from the 14th to 16th century. This is a kick in the butt. I figured this would be all shit. Like, it's like by the 15th century, it's so hard to authority in the Iberian Jewish community was such that Joseph drew arguments from his attacks against Rambam. With Joseph Ibn drew arguments from it in his attacks against Rambam. He represented some non-mystical Jewish thought began to assert its sacredness and invoke its authority in of ritual questions. In Jacob's and Freud's, they were attracted to its glorification of man, its doctrine of immortality, and its ethical principles, which they saw as more keeping the strict Talmudic Judaism than are those taught by the philosophers, and which was held in contrast to the view of Maimonides and his followers, who regarded man as a fragment of the universe's immortality is dependent on the degree of development of his active intellect. The Zohar instead declared man to be um, like like the creator of creation. His immortality is solely dependent upon his morality. Conversely, Eladay from 1458 around 1493 in his Behinat HaDat endeavored to show that the Zohar could not be attributed to Shimon ben Yochai by a number of arguments. He claims that if it were his work, the Zohar would have been mentioned by the Talmud, as has been the case with other works of the Talmud. He claims that had Ben Yochai known of divine, had Ben Yochai known by divine revelation his meaning of the precepts, his decision on Jewish law from the Talmudic period would have been adopted by the Talmud, and it would not contain the names and reference to them in a later period than that of Ben Yochai. And he claims that the Kabbalah were a pure doctrine. There would have been no divergence of opinion concerning the mystification of the creed. Believers in the authenticity of the Zohar countered that the lack of references to the Muslim Jewish literature was because Ben Yochai teaching were transmitted orally to his disciples over generations until finally the doctrines were embodied in the Zohar. They found it unsurprising that Ben Yochai would have foretold future happenings or made references to historical events of the post-Talmudic period. By the late 16th century, the Zohar was present in one-tenth of all private Jewish libraries in Yeshiva. The authenticity of the Zohar was accepted by such 16th century Jewish luminaries as Joseph Karl, who died 1535, Solomon Luria, who died 1574, wrote, nonetheless, Jewish law does not follow the Zohar when it is contradicted by the Babylonian. I mean, that's just their. I'm not impressed with Zohar. Luria writes that the Zohar cannot even override a minhag. Moses uh, is Rabbi, died in 1572. Writes that he heard that the author of the Zohar is Ben Yochai. Elijah of the died in 1559, did not believe in its antiquity, nor did Joseph Scalander 1609 or Capel 16th or Johann David Ibn Zimra, who died in 1573, held that one can follow the Zohar only when it doesn't conflict with any other source. That you asked me about scribes modifying Torah scrolls to agree with the Zohar, and I was shocked. For how can they consider the Zohar better than the Talmud when which has come down to us? So I went myself to the house of the scribe, three screens which had been edited, fixed up and restored towards his proper glory. So they were actually they continued over many generations. Well, Medina arguments were echoed by Leon of Medina, who died in 1648. In his Ari Noham by John Moore in 1659, so they 1648. By Jacob. Emden, who may have been familiar with Luna through more arguments, devoted a whole to the criticism of his art called Mipaka's and an effort against the rebellion of the Sabbatean movement, in which subtype raised Jewish apostate cited Messianic prophecy as himself on the sacred. And then argues in the book on which he based his doctrines of support his argument of the Zohar. Its close passages of scripture misunderstand the Talmud contains ritual observances that were ordained by later rabbinical authorities. Mentions are saying Muslims in the second century. Dog, are you fucking serious? Uses the expression as Noga, a Portuguese term for synagogue, gives a mystical explanation of the Hebrew vowel points, which were not introduced until long into the Talmudic period. Saul Berlin died 1794, argued that the purpose of the and if you hear me 1794, you know this is the I'll do my best to differentiate, but we're not all the information. Argue that the presence of the introduction of Zohar in the Zohar, unknown to some like the itself in the state. The Ashkenazi community of Eastern Europe religious authorities, including Elijah of Vilna and Schneur Zalman of Ladi, died in 1812, believed in the authenticity of the Zohar, while Ezekiel Landau died in his Sefer Yerushalayim Hatzvah, argued that the Zohar was to be considered unreliable as it was made public many hundreds of years after the Zohar's death, lacks an unbroken tradition of authenticity among other ones. Isaac Satanow accepted Emden's arguments and referred to Zohar as a forgery. Also offered by using Samuel David Lozano concluded that these books, the Zohar and the Zohar, are utter forgeries, in part because they repeatedly discuss the Hebrew translation, which were not invented until the 9th century. In 1850, Lozano published these arguments and treaties, giving many reasons why the Zohar could not be made. However, he did not publish this until 1852, when he felt it justified by the rights of the city. Moses Moses died 1852. Ezekiel grandson published the same conclusion in 1892. Isaac Haber admits the vast majority of content comes from the but argues that there was a genuine core. Solomon Judah Lowe report spoke of 1967, spoke against the Zohar's antiquity. Neil in 1854 accepted and the influence of the Zohar in Yemen contributed to the formation of the Dora movement, led by in the later part of the 19th century. Among its objects was the opposition of the influence of the Zohar, as presented in Confucius Mill and Dot. Shlomo Zalman Geiger died in 1878 in the Kahilo of Frankfurt am Main, which was the United States in Frankfurt, which was the source to the Zohar, and the sages of Frankfurt refused to accept the say it. Okay, modern religion. In 1892, Adolf Neubauer called on the Orthodox rabbinate to reject the Zohar as a forgery and to remove the Zohar prayers from the liturgy. Two trials on Adolf Neubauer. However, Yamil Meko died in 1908, and Yisrael Meyer died in 1930. Both believed in authenticity of the Zohar. You should. Both believe in the authenticity of the Zohar, as did Meshach Kosher, died in 1983. Aryeh Kaplan died in dated very 1855. Time Nevsky died in 1822. Yeah. The foremost galactic authority of the 20th century, Rothschild stated unequivocally that the Zohar and Tikkun are words of the Tanakh, are words of the dog. Moshe Feinstein, come on, dog. R.A. Carmel died in 2069. Eliyahu was desperate in 1953, accepted the possibility that it was composed in the 15th century. Wait, what is what I mean? It was like that hard. Moshe Feinstein died in 1983. Then this is like finding like all your favorite baseball heroes or something. Like they're like bullshit. Ira Conrad did not make death letters, except for the possibility that it was composed in the 13th century. The Bible died in 2004. The church of Zohar was shared, but was sure that if it is acceptable to believe that but was sure that it is acceptable to was sure that it is acceptable. Obadiah Yosef died in 2015. Held that Orthodox Jews would accept the Zohar's antiquity and practice based on medieval precedent, but agreed that rejecting it is rational and religiously right. Joseph Hertz died in 1946. Public claim of Ben Gilpin's authorship and tenable that Gershom Schollem's evidence. Samuel Falcon died in 1970. Argued that the mystical midrash specifically predated De Leon. Joseph B. Sullivan, died in 1993, apparently dismissed the Zohar against him. Good on you. Good on you. 1939 wrote that the claim of Ben Clark's authorship was untenable, but that Moses didn't have compiled earlier. Meyer Moses accepts engine wrote that the claim of Ben Clark's authorship was untenable, but that Moses did not have compiled. Meyer Moses accepts engine. Who the fuck is what? That doesn't make any sense. Meyer Moses accepts. Who's at that? Uh, Shah Yaakov leads the Israel 1990 Moses De Leon composes Zohar in 270 certainly as Theodore Herzl composed their Judenstadt in the 18th. Zohar was influential because in every generation, the technology influence outpowered the Jewish faith. Shout out to Yeshiava Igor. What's up? My modern critical views. Early attempts included M.H. Landauer's Orlov, Peter, Barrick, Cooper, Maine, and Deckham in Ansaham in Sohar, 1945, which fingered Abraham Abwalafia as the author, and Samuel Rosado's some 1852. The Zohar thing was important. But the first systematic and critical academic authorship of Moses Paleo was given by Adolf Schiller in 1851 monograph Moses Ben Shem De Leon und sein Verhältnis Zohar. Jelinek, which combined previous analysis of Isaac of Acker's testimony and comparison of the Zohar to daily and Hebrew works, were accepted by every other major scholar in the field, including History of the Jews, Volume 7, Moritz Steinschneider, Burkhard Beer, Leopold Jones, and Christian David. Uh, Ginsburg summarized Graves and other scholars for the English Read World, including several novel prints, including that the Zohar includes a poem by Solomon ibn Gabriel, and includes a mystical explanation of a Methuselah style only introduced in the 13th century. Adolf Neubauer and Samuel Driver were convinced of these arguments, but Edward was held to a By 1913, the critical view had apparently lost its support. Israel Abraham's cause resumed like had little patience with the Zohar. At this stage, we are much more inclined to Kabbalah with Gershom Scholem, who was to found modern academic Kabbalah, began his career at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in 1925 with a lecture in promising review grades and Hellenic. However, after years of research, he came to the conclusion similar to theirs. By 1938, good job, Gershom Scholem. The greatest thing, one of the greatest things you can do is admit you were wrong. Okay, so, however, after years of research, he came to a conclusion similar to theirs. By 1938, when he argued again that Leon was the most likely author. Scholem noted that Zohar's frequent errors in Aramaic grammar and suspicious traits of Arabic and Spanish words and scientific patterns, his lack of knowledge of the land of Israel, among other. Scholem's views are widely held as accurate among historians of Kabbalah, but they are not uncritically accepted. Scholars who continue to research the background of Zohar include Yehuda Leibowitz, who wrote the doctoral thesis for Scholem on the subject. And Daniel C. Mott, a student of Zohar, has published a critical edition of Zohar. Academic studies of Zohar show that many of its ideas are based in the context of various works of Midrash and Judeo-Jewish Scholem derived expert knowledge of the early material and often used it as a foundation for this position, putting into its variation of zone. His main sources are Talmud, the complete Midrash Rabbah, the Midrash Tanhuma, and two Pesachim, de Rav Hana on Sikta Rabbi, and the Midrash Psalms, Perkin, de Rabbi, Eliezer, and Targum Onkelos. Generally speaking, they are not quoted exactly, but translated into the peculiar style of it. Less use is made in the Midrash, the Jerusalem Talmud, and the Torah. More of the Midrash and Shririm, the Midrash on Proverbs, and the Alphabet de Rabbi. It is not clear what the author used the Yom ceremony, or whether he knew the sources of it does not separately. Of the smaller medallions used, the helicopter, the Haikal provided the alphabet de Bensira, and Sefer Baba, the Baraka de Masa'a Parish, and many others. At the same time, Sholem is often rejected a number of fictitious works that the Zohar supposedly quotes. For instance, the Sefer de Adam, the Sefer de Hanok, the Sefer de Shlomo, the Sefer de Rav, Rina, Sava, the Sefer de Rav, Sava, the Sefer de Agada, the Razid, and many others. The Zohar also draws from Bible commentaries written by medieval rabbis, including Rashi, Abraham, Israel, David Cameron, even authorities late as Maimonides and Maimonides, and earlier mystical texts such as Sefer and Bahar, and the medieval writing of Saint-Pierre Pascal. Almost another influence that Shulchan and scholars like Yehuda Leibowitz and Ryan Mazot have identified with the circle of Spanish Kabbalistic Castile, who dealt with the appearance of an evil side emanating from within the world of Scholem saw this dualism of good and evil within the Godhead as a kind of Gnostic incarnation of Kabbalah, and as the predecessor of Sikha other evil types in God. The main text of the Castile Circle, the Treaty of Left Emanation, was written by Jacob Cohen around 1265. All right. Printing editions of English. Antonio Hazohar was first printed in Manjula in 1557. The main body of the Zohar was printed in Cremona in 1558 of volume in Mantua in 1558, 1560, volume edition, and in Salonika in 1597, volume edition. Each of these editions included somewhat different texts. When they were printed, there were many partial manuscripts in circulation. They were not available to the first printers. These were later printed as Zohar Kodesh, literally new greatness. Zohar Kodesh actually contains parts that pertain to the Zohar, as well as Chumanim, the full Chukan repairs. See also Chukan, that are akin to Chukanat HaZohar as described below. The term Zohar in usage may refer to just the Zohar collection with or without the applicable section of Zohar Kodesh, or to the entire Zohar in particular. Citations referring to the Zohar habitually follow the volume and page numbers of Mantua edition, while citations referring to Tiffany Zohar follow the edition of Article Constantinople, 1719, whose text and pagination became the basis for most subsequent editions. Volume 2 and 3 begin their numbering anew, so citations can be made by Karata and page number reference in Zohar. Also, one question may open volume and page number reference in Zohar 3. So, after the book of Zohar was printed in Mantua and in Mona in the 1553, 1853, 20, and 1558 to 1560, many more manuscripts were found that include paragraphs pertaining to the Zohar, which had not been included in printed editions. The manuscripts pertaining also to all parts of the Zohar. Some were similar to the Zohar on the Torah, some were somewhat the inner parts of the Zohar, Midrash HaNilam, Titrei, Otio, and many Edvar, and some pertain to Tiffany HaZohar. Some 30 years after the first edition of the Zohar was printed, the manuscripts were gathered and arranged according to the parashiyot of the Torah and the Megillah. Apparently, the arrangement was done by the Kabbalist Abraham Alek Rothschild, and were printed first in Salonika and Jewish year 5357, 1887, Khmer, and then in Prague, 1953, and academic printing stations. Structured According to Schwell's, Zohar can be divided into 21 types of content, of which the first 8 are the work of the original author, P. Daniel, and the final three, T and V, are the work of the author. So, A. Entitled Torah Commentary. A bulky part is wholly comprised of discursive commentaries on various passages. B. Also consuming a short part of only 6 pages containing a commentary on the first 6 chapters of Genesis. It is highly oracular and obscure, citing authorities and explaining the things. C. Greater assembly. This part contains an explanation of oracular hints in the previous section. The Yochai's friends gather together and discuss secrets of flow. After the opening of the discussion by Ben Yochai, the sages rise one after another and lecture on the secret of divinity, while Ben Yochai adds to and responds to the word. The sages become steadily more ecstatic until the other die. Fulton calls this part architecturally perfect. Lesser assembly. Ben Yochai dies, and the speech is quoted in which he explains the previous section. E. Assembly of the Tabernacle. This part has the same structure as Eva discusses that the mystics of the prayer. F. Houses. 7 houses of light are described, which are perceived by the devout of heaven. The description appears again in the passage heavily enforced. G. Secret. An anonymous discourse in physiognomy and a discourse on chiromancy by physiognomy and face reading. The practice of discussing a person's character and personality and how to the term physiognomy can also refer to general principles of portraying that reference to a body characteristics as in the physiognomy of individual. Chiromancy scientific practice also known as modern chiromancy, chirology, the practice is spun all over the cultural relations. Those who practice palmistry are generally called palmists, and are chirologists. Old man, narratives about a speech by an old Kabbalist on chapter story of mythology and his Kabbalistic K. Letter K, head of the Academy, a partist narrative in head of the selection of the about the destiny of the soul, allegorical and mystical interpretation of Torah passages and imitation of mistakes without design, introduce commentaries in the style of and Zohar to the Song of Songs, Kabbalistic commentary to the Song of Songs. O. Standard of measure, profound interpretation of Deuteronomy 6:1. P. Secret of letters, unlocked by Ben Yochai on the letters in the name of God used in creation. Q. Commentary to the Merkabah. R. Mystical Midrash, a Kabbalistic commentary on Torah, citing a wide variety of Talmudic sages according to the Lamaz. In its fifth of Midrash HaElam, because its topic is mostly of Shama, an upper level of the soul, upper level of soul, the source of which is the prince of Gan Eden, and is written in Pardes, that Josh is in Uriah, and revealed Midrash is the secret of externality, and Midrash HaElam is the secret of intentionality, which is the the secret of which is the Neshama. And this marriage is founded on the Neshama. Its name befits the language of Midrash is sometimes made, sometimes both ways. Unlike the body of the Zohar, Midrash are short and not long. Also, the topics it discusses, the work of combination of worlds. Mystic Midrash, a commentary on the book of himself. That was he is faithful. By far the largest book included in the Zohar. This is a Kabbalistic commentary on Moses and Moshe Rabbeinu's teaching, revealed to Ben Yochai and his friends Moshe Cordovero. Said, know that this book, which is called Anna, which Ben Yochai made with the Tzadikim, that who are in God, was a repair of the Shekinah. And aid and support for in the exile, where there is no aid or support for the Shekinah besides the secret of it. And everything that it says here is all with the intention of unifying and it. And of the Hebrew word of the divine presence of God and extensively discuss the concept of God. The Rajic thought and unlike other terms of divinity that gets at the word, the of God should be uniquely created the relational aspect of the experience, particularly in liturgical and revelatory perception, and its accompaniment of the Israelites during Babylon captivity, and its drawing among individual communities. According to the Bible Batra 25a 9-10, Rabbi Ishmael and Shechet, two rabbis living in the era of the Moraine, taught that the Shekinah was literally everywhere. The Shekinah is found in the Hebrew Bible only as Shekinah, the triliteral appears in numerous congregations 120 times. Theme and this Sabbath life right Shekinah Sabbath right recurs in writings and songs of 16th the Azamir Shabbat in Aramaic by Lyria sung each make Shabbat an example of this in particular in many siddur in the section on Shabbat following. Let us invite the Shekinah with the newly laid table at a low lit menorah that casts light on all heads on the preceding day to the right and the succeeding day to the left, and amid them with adornment sheet on his vessel. May the Shekinah come out through the 6 loaves on each side, through the double 6 may our table be bound with the profound. The paragraph of the Zohar starts, one must prepare a comfortable seat with several cushions and embroidered covers from all that is found in the house, like one who prepares a canopy for a bride. For the Shabbat is a queen and a bride. This is why the master used to go out on the Shabbat to receive her from the road and used to say, "Come, O bride, come, O bride." And one can be choose at the table with many lighted candles, many beautiful clothes, and a house embellished with many divine tradition of the Shekinah and the Shabbat bride and the Shabbat Holiday continues to this day. Aspect Kabbalah associates the Shekinah with the female. According to Shalom, the introduction of this idea was one of the most important and lasting innovations of Kabbalah. No other element of Kabbalism won such a degree of popular approval. Feminine Jewish divine distinguishes cognitive literature from familiar Jewish literature. And the imagery of Shekinah is mostly over the female Sakura, the goddess of the
Lucifer, referred to imaginatively as the daughter of God. The harmonious relationship between Shekinah and the sixth sphere, which precede her, causes the world itself to be sustained by the flow of divine energy. She is like the moon, reflecting the divine light into the world's activity and light. The Zohar, the foundation presents Shekinah like in the central role of the conception of the birth of Moses. Later during the Exodus on the third moon in the desert, Shekinah revealed herself and rested upon him before the eyes of all the tenth sphere. In Kabbalah, the Shekinah is identified with the tenth sphere and the source of light below the second realm. The Shekinah is seen as feminine. The Shekinah is seen as the feminine aspect of God, descended to transform what uses is considered representative to the separatic and transcended the world as the bright of the All right. Rectification of Zohar. Keeping on the Zohar, this is you, which was printed as a separate book, includes 70 commentaries, including literally repaired and additional levels. In some editions, typically printed, some editions printed that were already printed in the Zohar, which in their intent and style most of the have Zohar. Each of the 70 Siddhuni of Zohar begins by explaining the word British and continues by explaining the verses, mainly in Parashat and Bereshit, and also on the rest of Tanakh, and also is in the way of Sod, commentaries that reveal the hidden mystical aspects of the Torah. I can't believe I've been doing this. I was literally after like a 10, like 5 minutes drop. Zohar and Rahman are similar in style, language, and concepts, and are different perspectives of the Zohar. For example, the idea of four worlds found in Zohar and Raya and Renown, but not elsewhere, is true of the very use of the term Kabbalah. In terminology, that is called Kabbalah, and Kukanai, Zohar, and Raya is simply called Rain. In Kukanai Zohar, there are many references to Shipra, the Ma'a, refers to the main body of Zohar. Further, strategically, and other. Uh, for example, the four worlds, sometimes counted as the primordial world, Kadmon, or and called five worlds, are comprehensive categories of spiritual realms, Kabbalah, and describe the descending chain of existence. The concept of worlds are not concept of worlds are not created life to the progressive and numerous or Kabbalah covers identified the world as Isaiah, from Isaiah 40:7, who are whom I formed for my glory. He is the Israel, it's 40, and to constitute. Yeah, ruler of the set, the name of God, Azul, domination, Raya, creation, Zero, formation, Asa, action, and Asaya. Lord, all the lowest spiritual worlds, Asaya, Asaya, Sia, Rashi, physical, or the physical universe, which encodes the lesson and not collectively, collectively the four worlds, collectively the four worlds are referred to as amida after the initial life. In addition to the functional role of each as the present dimension, it also provides dimensions of consciousness and influence. Judaism. On the one hand, the Zohar was lauded by many rabbis because it approached religious framework, stimulated music, imagination, and emotion, and for many people have reinvigorated the experience of prayer. Many places prayer between a leader and student religion for some, while prayer was supposed to be a means of transcending of humans and placing oneself in union with God. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, on the other hand, the Zohar was censored by many rabbis because it propagated many superstitions and produced a host of mystical dreamers. These overexcited imagination people the group with spirits, demons, and all kinds of good and bad people. Many rabbis, especially Muslims, viewed all such beliefs as a violation of Jewish religious faith. This mystic mode of explaining some commandments was approved by commentators to all religions and produced a strong tendency to substitute mystic Judaism in the place of traditional Rabbinic Judaism. For example, Shabbat, the Jewish holiday, began to look began to be looked upon as the embodiment of God in temporal life, and every ceremony performed on the day was considered to have an influence upon the superior life. The moments of the Zohar had entered the liturgy in the 16th century and 17th century, and the religious thought not only used the Judaism and symbolism of the Zohar in their compositions, but even adapted its style. For instance, the use of derived terminology to question the relations between man and us. In the language of some Jewish poets, the beloved one's calls indicate the mysterious sexual pleasure and especially intensive typify the highest degree of divine love as ecstatic contemplation of the wide room that becomes merely the state through which human qualities work or are exalted to know God. The Zohar is credited with popularizing Gabriel Party clarification of Bible biblical message. Uh, all right. So, another mysticism for like other religions. According to Jewish encyclopedia, enthusiasm, both of the Zohar was shared by many other scholars, non-Jews, such as Barney, Pico, Della, Johann Rabbi, Al-Hadir, Jeffrey, etc. Often believed that the conclusion of the truth of himself. They were led to this belief by analogous instinct within some of the teachings of the Supreme of the doctrine, such as the fall of man and the Dalva, which seems to be expressed in Zohar. Each of these was three heads, and the result in three archetypes, all three forms of the and symbolizing the three of that adoration. He is thus symbolized they were given him by the first secret hidden wisdom above that the whole nature of him, and the unknowable knows what he contains, whose above conception he is there for the not existing. According to the Jewish encyclopedia, this and three similar doctrines are now known to be much older than other doctrines, but the other doctrines scholars by doctrine these teachings and the commentaries. The first commentary of the Zohar, Hidden Gods, by Simeon Lodge. 1486. Another important influential commentary on Zohar 22 was written by Moshe Cordero of Spot Kabbalistic School in the 15th century. Going on the commentary on the Zohar, Hirsch of Crow commentary on the Zohar entitled Continuous Speed. The major commentary on the Zohar is the Summa written by Rothschild. The translation of the Zohar into Hebrew was made by the late Daniel Hirsch under the title Mazok Bosch. Boy, no, this is like getting kicked in the nuts spiritually. Because I thought this was to be tight. Like this could be the end of our Kabbalistic study. I just made this shit up in the 13th century. That's it. I wish I could tell you like there's some kind of secret. I was looking for some kind of secret. I don't know. Maybe I really have something for us, but it's like I don't know why. But let's look at what the modern Yoda, can you give me a list of the most prominent rabbis of the last 50 years and tell me yes or no, or maybe if they thought the Zohar was fraudulent, including the Lubavitcher Rebbe to Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and everybody else. Here's a focus list of rabbis on the Sunday, approximately 1875 to 2025, and something indicating whether they were known to. Okay, so yes, they publicly accept Zohar antiquity, authenticity as traditional authors, considered Rashbi. No, openly rejected the Zohar antiquity and maybe not. Okay, so Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, yes. He stated unequivocally that Zohar antiquity are words of the Tanai. Rabbi Chaim Kanevsky, yes. Listed among those who believe in Zohar's authenticity, Rabbi Yeshua Meir time. Yes, believe in the authenticity of the Zohar. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, maybe nuanced. Yes. Held that Orthodox Jews should accept Zohar's antiquity and practice, but agreed with rationally rejecting it. But agreed that rationally rejecting it is valid. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, maybe nuanced, leaning no, apparently dismissed Zohar's antiquity, which suggests skepticism about traditional authorship. Good job. Rabbi Gedalia, Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, Chaim Kenem, 1920, 2022, Rabbi 8 to 19. Rabbi Gedalia, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure if Zohar is genuine. I think it's acceptable to think it is. Rabbi Aryeh Carmel, maybe nuance, did not accept the traditional ancient authorship of the Zohar. Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, 1892, maybe not accepted the possibility that 13th century, i.e., Rabbi Mazuz, yes, no offense, dog, but like there's a lot of evidence that happened. Listed as the argument against traditional authorship, suggesting means choice traditional. Come on, get your shit. Rabbi Yehia Coffee, the 15th century Yemenite chief rabbi. No, specifically, Zohar is not authentic and its attributes to be besmirched. Good on shit to explain. All right, so historical figures we have like Yaakov Emden, no historic but influential on the debate, argue much of Zohar and Rashbi's writing, like Sofer, other guy, 1697 to 1776. That time, Sofer, 1762 to 1839, no, denied Zohar's authenticity, defended imposition, academic scholars, no, call the rejection of Zohar as forgery, not Rabbi Tzlaki, but no. Arab takes such dog. What about the Lubavitch? The Lubavitch Rebbe, clear unequivocal, yes. Bottom line, Lubavitch we fully sorry that it can originate from reflection Ben Yochai. That is medieval. Zero ambiguity. Calm down, dog. Rebbe is always part of the Torah of the mystical dimension, frequently quoted it so hard in the Arizona. So, my mind as authoritative sources, not as late as because it simply explicitly rejected academic claims that the Zohar was more than they would know. In such a Chabad fashion, the government may have been redacted later, but its content should trace back to the view follows earlier Chabad after Rabbi, middle Rabbi, upper Rabbi, middle Rabbi, Zimmer, who treated Zohar as foundational knowledge. All right, so ones that some people to reflect how the Zohar is been, and then Rabbi or Yochai revealed later, but not in the medieval period, and categorically rejected claims that it was. I mean, okay, so Soloveitchik have disagreed then with the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Yes, very much the end subject, even though they would not have framed it as a column. Short answer, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik and the Lubavitcher Rebbe certainly disagreed on the historical authorship of the Zohar, while agreeing on its religious significance in Judaism. How the disagreement actually looks, being precise. Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Zohar originated in Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rothschild model, revelation consumed figure redemption. Right? Attitude toward academic activities of medieval authorship are mistaken and based on flawed assumptions set in Zohar. The authority of Kabbalah rooted in Tanai obtained to native Rabbi Soloveitchik position skeptical or dismissing the Zohar's antiquity as a Russian text model. Historical critical honesty is legitimate. Not everything attributed to Tanai must live in attitude toward academia. Comfortable accepting that the Zohar may be medieval. As a Zohar, spiritual, meaningful, but not binding. So, what would you do? I totally, you know, I hate to say it, but yo, can you tell me where the Zohar talks about like what it says? Quote it from. So, what would you say? Yeah, they're ready. Like, dog, I know that you're just following a line, but I got AI here, baby. Like this is smarter than well, your boy. I hate to say it, but it is. It's smarter than all. Except Winston, but like this would be a big error. If it talks about the Crusades, it'd be like, check me. Good question. Yes, the Zohar does speak about events that later Jews understood as the Crusades, but it does not say Crusades explicitly. It uses coded Kabbalistic language. And Rome, George Blood, and War the Holy Land, near the Jews living through the Crusades were living through the Crusades very clearly read these passages as describing what they were seeing. All are the main Zohar passages actual in translation, and then a short explanation of how they were understood. The Zohar 119a to 119b, Parashat Left, the most famous Christian text. When the children of Israel, that's that's I mean that's like I can tell you right there, that's like what the Muslims call it. So, awaken to wage mighty wars in the world, the sons of Edom, that's a Christian, will gather against them, and they will wage war upon one another. And the Holy Land will be shaken, and many nations will run. Great wars will arise in the world, and Israel will be caught between suffering great. That sounds like the Crusades, dog. Why this is a Crusade? Europe, standard rabbinic code. Ishmael is Holy Land is a battlefield. Exactly what happened during the Crusades. Christians multiplied over Jerusalem. His massacre between both sides. The passage was already cited by 13th and 14th century as describing what they were doing. Zohar 2:12, the Persia allows explicit violence and religious war against Edom, so that Christianity of Rome will rise in great strength and will spill much blood, and they will say that they acted the same in the name of faith. They will slaughter and destroy, and the world will be filled with pride. Key phrase, they will say that they will act like faith. This is why the evil Jews immediately connected this to Crusaders who literally marched under God's God bless them. Zohar 116b, 117a, this defines society as text. Uh, they will say that so that Zohar 1:16, 1:7 religious violence as Ellen is text. Where did the world when Edom received power, but they destroyed and killed under the cloak of righteousness? This language is very unusual. It's not generic war. Religious violence justified as holy, which Crusader idea, which fits the Crusader ideology exactly. Zohar 3, a mass Jewish suffering during those wars. Translation: in those days, Israel will cry out from suffering, and their voice will rise before the Holy King, and they will be trampled among the nations. This is all in Roman Church 1096, for conversion, pogroms accompanying Crusader movements. Important clarification: the Zohar does not give the date, not in Christianity, does not in Islam. It speaks in symbolic prophetic language, but medieval Jews immediately identify these passages with crusade. Later Kabbalists, including the Rothschild circle, explicitly say so. This is one of the reasons why academic scholars argue that Zohar. Okay, so how different camps read this? Chabad, the Zohar foresaw these events centuries earlier in the spiritual code. Academic scholars, these passages reflect lived experience of Crusader violence, middle position, some literary thinkers. Ancient symbols were expanded or recontextualized later. One summary the Zohar describes violent wars between Edom, Christian Europe, and Ishmael, Islam, in the Holy Land, justified as holy warfare with Jews suffering in between passages that medieval Jews overwhelmingly understood, referring to the Crusades. I mean, look, why don't I just fucking use AI? Okay. Let's pretend I had the Lubavitcher Rebbe in front of me, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. Anyone else who believes in the veracity of the Zohar. 10 points, very simply, to be able to counter their beliefs in its veracity. that prove that it was written in the 13th century. Aside from the Jews' own wife, well, include in there that the Jews' own wife, Moshe de Leon, said that it was a forgery. Like, that's the biggest thing. And be like, Doc, did you guys know them? Okay, so here we go. This is not mockery. It's the strongest 13th century case. All right, so language. Aramaic is artificial. Like, guys, don't you know that the Aramaic's artificial? And then you're like, oh, Aramaic's artificial. The Zohar's Aramaic is not matched to the Theonatic Aramaic, Gemara Midrash. It makes it bad quality Aramaic plus Talmudic form Hebrew grammar. Linguists agree that reads like someone imitating ancient Aramaic, not speaking it naturally. Bottom line, Rashi Aramaic is not Zohar's Aramaic. Hebrew grammar unknown in the Talmudic era. The Zohar uses grammatical constructions that only appear in medieval Hebrew. Some phrases cannot exist in the 2nd century this area. Bottom line, the grammar fits Spain, not Rome and Judea. 3. Concepts that do not exist before the Middle Hebrews. Examples: tense zero system in its Zoharic form. Cartesian, Arik, Anton, Zer, Anton, Nukva, and full persona. Erotic cosmic symbolism developed far beyond early mysticism. These do not appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early Halakhot. You shit that. It sucks. What the fuck? This is the worst. All right, early erotic cosmic symbolism goes beyond early mysticism. These ideas don't appear in Mishnah, Tosefta, Midrash, early Halakha region literature. Literature. Theology is historically based. Geographic mistakes by Earth Israel. The Zohar confuses locations in the Galilee, describes travel routes incorrectly. Rothschild lived there, a medieval Spaniard did not. Bottom line, the resident doesn't make these mistakes. References to customary custom, mentions mythology that only developed centuries later, alludes to logical debates that did not yet exist. Bottom line, you can't reference a future practice. The complete absence before 1280. No one, no Gam, no Rishon quotes the Zohar before the 17th century. Not Rab Hai Gaon, not Rashi, not Rambam, not Ramban, until very late and indirectly. Bottom line, a massive foundational text doesn't disappear for 1100 years. I think that's a great point. And I think these guys would be right. What the fuck is that? Done. Super weird. 7. Explosion, fully formed. The Zohar appears all at once, fully systematized, not fragmentary, not partially before it. Bottom line, ancient work emerged slowly. Medieval compositions appeared. 8. Internal anachronism. Zohar attributes statements to pages who lived centuries apart in different libraries. Sometimes reverses teacher relations. Online. This happens with writing historical fiction, not reporting lived reality. 9. Moshe de Leon's behavior. He sold Zohar manuscripts for money, clipped different sources at different times, never produced an ancient original. Every copy traces back to him or his circle. Bottom line, the transmission chain collapses to one man. 10. Testimony of Moshe de Leon's wife. You asked to include it, so here it is. But note, this is the weakest argument, not the strongest. Good. After this, he reportedly said, "My husband wrote it himself. Had he claimed it was his own, no one would have moved it. Even the defendants of the Zohar admit this testimony exists. It cannot be fully dismissed, but it's not the bottom line, it's corroborative, not important. What this does not claim, even if all 10 are accepted, this is not proof the Zohar is heretical. The Zohar is spiritually worthless. All its faults. It argues only the Zohar was comprised in the 13th century, likely by Moshe de Leon. Why defenders still disagree? Chris, when we bother Rabbi, will answer, redaction does not mean authorship. Mystical language doesn't follow linguistic rules. Oral esoteric tradition coinciding publicly. Prophetic texts can describe their realities. So the disagreement is epistemological, not intent. One sentence summary you consider based on language theology, historical references, geographic errors, and transmission history. Zohar fits the intellectual world of the 15th century Spain far better than the second century Roman Judea, even without relying on polemical testimony. Uh, and like just asking you AI, give me percentage wise, what percent? What are the odds that it was written in ancient times versus the 13th century? Is it like 99 to 1, or is it like 50-50? Sure answer, AI to kill no hedging. If we're talking historical probability, 13th century authorship, 95 to 99%. Ancient second century Rashi, 1 to 5. There's no controversial, that's not controversial at universities or among historians of religion. It's about as strong consensus as you get outside of hard science. That's actually true. And I'd say to these guys, I'd say Moshe Feinstein and Bobby already, Doug, this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight. They can tell you it's 50-50, so it's 50-50. If we're talking internal traditional belief, Orthodox theology, ancient Rashi origin, 90 to 100% by belief, and 13th century, 0 to 10%, usually rejected. Right? But this is faith-based confidence, not historical probability. If we're being maximally fair and pure man to both sides, a reasonable blended breakdown might look like 13th century composition, most of the on the historical, 85 to 95%, ancient corpus, medieval redaction, 5 to 10%, fully ancient Rashi, authorship, less than 5%. Yeah. Why it's not 50-50? 50 would mean mixed linguistic evidence, partial manuscript trail, some early citations. But instead, we have overwhelming lists of English match. 0 pre-13th century manuscripts, 0 citations for 11 years. Perfect fit to medieval Spanish witnesses. A single point of transmission. This pushes probability way past the point. Key distinction, this matters. Historical odds do not mean really defeat. Something can be historically medieval, theologically meaningful, spiritually authoritative to believers. Those are separate questions. One line, bottom line, historically, it's closer to 99 to 1 than 50-50. Religiously, believers treat it as 100%. Israel's I'm as innocent in this as anybody. I want to fucking think that the Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Klein seem like these motherfuckers are never wrong, but I'm like, this one, 99 to 1, dog. Okay, give me an argument why Zohar is of ancient origin. So there are early Midrash and Talmudic parallels to Israel Zohar in Midrash Rabbah, Talmudic Haggadah, Halachot, High literature. Defenders argue the Zohar is not inventing ideas, it is unfolding esoteric layers of present causal. Two, oral esoteric tradition is causal explicitly so. One does not teach Maase Merkava publicly Akida 38 and Kabbalah, which transmitted formally not written or cited, explaining the assignment of the country. Three, redacted does not equal authors are traditional. Physician Rashbi, author of the core teaching, later sages redacted arranged on the reveal the text parallel Mishnah and Gemara, oral Torah, reading later, for internal self-identification of Tanakh. The Zohar consistently places itself in the Rashbi circle, reflects Tanaic modes of discourse, not geonic, vocal, claim. Forgers usually slip. The Zohar sustains the persona with remarkable consistency, but it like fucked up. Pride, depth, and coherence beyond one author. The Zohar contains symbolic, multiple theology, interlocking notions, and defenders argument. This is too eternally rigid to be the invention of white medieval mystics. It's early accepted by major authorities. Soon after emerging from Ramban, one of these treats topics of traditional ancient. Rashba, Rizva, Me'erim, selectively reference Semitic traditions. These were not naive people. They sensed and authentic ancient transmission. 7. Accurate knowledge of native personality of the Zohar. The psychological depth of Rashbi consistent with denying argument of medieval standard would not convince him to pick the world. Medieval standard would not convince me to recreate this inner world. 8. Descriptions of later history. Passages describing Edom versus Ishmael wars in the Holy Land, religious violence justified as holy claim. These read more like prophecy than reported. Spiritual power and transformational impact. Traditional claim the Zohar treats people to this Jerusalem, the Shiva, and the argument for Johnson and centuries of sustained spiritual authority. Then came the lowest the transmission of hard self-thought, Zohar each Rashi, consistent with ancient roots, claimed the entirely Aramaic framework assumes Zoharic antiquity. Its coherence suggests it didn't progress in the state. How defenders came to the strongest objectives. In medieval Aramaic, mystical language breaks normal grammar, new manuscripts, esoteric forbidden, anachronism, symbolic time, historiography, and much they reality revealed not author. Honest bottom line, these arguments do not propose right, but they are internally coherent within a traditional framework. Alright, so give me 10 points right now to just show that Zohar is BS. Just if it was be aggressive. Alright, no hitting at diplomacy. There are 10 non-aggressive reasons why his Zohar is BS as an ancient text. Come on, you shit. Alright, the Aramaic is thick. Zohar is Aramaic and linguistic, not Talmudic, not from that area, not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax wearing an Aramaic costume. No native second century speaker. This shit is such bullshit. Okay. Okay, no native century, no native second. Okay, so not Babylonian, full of medieval Hebrew syntax with an Aramaic costume. No native second century speakers conflict this alone kills Rashbi authorship. Zero evidence for 1100 years, not one. Violent Rothschild Midrash responsive manuscript into the Zohar before 12. A text supposedly written by one of the most famous Iranians somehow vanished completely over 3. Appears fully formed out of nowhere. Each text fall fragment get quoted partially. The Zohar dropped suddenly. Mass is complete and theologically mature. That's how medieval composition appeared, not ancient tradition. 4. It knows medieval stuff and shows. The Zohar casually uses post-Talmudic customs and later adopting concepts of medieval mystical frameworks. This is like finding a Roman scroll referencing the printing press. Geographic errors local would never make. The Zohar uses a Galilean location, stream routes. Rashbi lived there. De Leon. Characters characters are treated like fan fictions, 9 from different generations, talk like contemporaries, hang out together, get misassigned teachers. That's not oral tradition, that's historical cosplay. So the theology is way too late. The Zohar system, full Sephardic, sexualized divine drama, Parthian as personality. None of these, none of this exists in Mishnah, Tosefta, early Midrash, Low text. This is peak medieval Spanish mysticism in Roman Judea. 8, 7, 8. Every manuscript traces back to one Jew. All roads lead to Moshe de Leon. No parallel transmission, no independent ancient copies, no alternative chains. That's not how ancient texts survive. That's how authors operate. 9. Moshe de Leon acted like an author, not a discoverer. He sold copies for cash, changed the story about its origins, never produced an ancient original, and guarded the text while alive. This is author behavior, not guarding of antiquity. His wife said he wrote it. Yeah, people have tried to match it, but it matters. She said he wrote it himself and attributed it to Rothschild, so people would buy it. Is it courtroom proof? No, because it's perfect like all the other evidence. A brutal summary. If this were a court case, linguistics, guilty, manuscript, guilty, history, guilty, definition, guilty, context, guilty. Restricted and so hard the ancient is not dead on the matter. One line nuclear version. The Zohar is after like a brilliant 13th century mystical masterpiece pretending to be ancient because that's what it is. What was his wife's name? Because this lady seemed like a true. Answer. We do not know. What is it? Sources from Rabbi Isaac of late 13th century, 14th century. He explicitly the wife of Moshe de the wife of Moshe de Leon. No first name, no character, no nothing. Why that's normal? Jewish sources never preserve books. Okay. But I did not. Why isn't Moshe de Leon seen as a forger? I mean, there's less evidence against people who are publicly known, named as forgers, and name a few examples like of people who forged documents. And Moshe de Leon is held to a different standard, it seems. But it seems like this is all propped up on falsities. And in reality, because of this, doesn't it seem like at least the Zohar and perhaps much of the Kabbalistic teaching is on a throne of lies? And a lot of emphasis is made on it, but its key discoverer may have forged it. This is actually a very good, serious question. And you're right to notice that Moshe de Leon is treated differently than many election workers. Let's unpack this cleanly and honestly without collecting. Why Moshe De Leon is singled out? Moshe De Leon is labeled a forger because people need a villain. He's singled out because of rare convergence of evidence that almost never exists in medieval cases. Here's what makes him different. A single point transmission. Every early manuscript of the villain traces back to him or his immediate. There is no parallel in the chain. That's already unusual for alleged text. Most forged texts don't have such a tight order. Contemporary investigators, a Rabbi Isaac Acker, a believing confidence, John Skeptic actively investigated the Zohar right after De Leon died. He interviewed people who knew De Leon personally. This almost never happens with medieval texts. So this isn't an academic speculation, it's contemporary inquiry. Behavior consistent with De Leon sold manuscripts for money, claimed different merchants to different buyers, never produced an ancient source copy, started access for a life. That pattern matches authorial control, not custodianship of the tradition. The widow's testimony puts the rest. On its own, the statement would be like combined with linguistics, manuscript history, geography, here, such appearance, it locks in rather than stands alone. That's why historians take it seriously. When other forgers get left beat. You're right, many forgers have less evidence against them. The difference is we know they're forged because of external contradictions, eight scripts material. We often don't know who did it, or the forger lived centuries earlier, but no witnesses. Roger De Leon was unlikely in one sense. Roger De Leon is unlucky in one sense. He lived right at the moment when scrutiny and record keeping made exposure possible. Is Roger De Leon held to a different standard? Yes, not unfairly. He's held to a higher standard because his claim is stronger. This is a secret book written in the second century to now and hidden for over 1,000 years. Extraordinary claims invite extraordinary scrutiny. If someone today said, I found Plato's secret metaphysical diary, you'd apply the same pressure. Exactly. Or Rambam's posting. Does this mean the Zohar and Kabbalah are a throne of lies? Here's where we need to be careful and honest. Historically, yes. The claim of Rashbi authorship is almost certainly false. That part does not hold up. Philosophically, religiously, not automatically why many religious traditions function with pseudo pseudo pseudepigraphy, framing sacred attributions. Ceremonies for Daniel, most certainly later than parts of the Sibylline oracles, even in Russian. If this is something will be tight. Uh, this creates tension. Different groups resolve it differently. Kabbalists roll down on economic issues. Academic historians reclassify it as medieval mysticism. Some Orthodox thinkers treat it as inspired by ancient. What anymore is pretending evidence is a core. While this and the Lubavitcher Rabbi and Rabbi Morton Feinstein, I don't want to believe you, but this all comes from God. This is Rambam's twisted notes. What I'm saying, this thing doesn't have a dog in the fight. 99 to 1. Why it still hurts? Because if you can see Moshe De Leon authored or heavily tainted and attributed falsely, then you're forcing it to confess attribution to true theology. The spiritual power required historical honesty. How much authority is myth making? Those are dangerous questions for systems built on certainty. Bottom line, no rhetoric. Moshe De Leon isn't treated as a forger because of bias. He's treated that way because he's one of the rare medieval figures where linguistic, historical behavioral, and testimonial all converge on the same conclusion. That doesn't automatically validate all Kabbalah, but it does permanently destabilize the traditional story about where it comes from. So again, give me odds, just really simply. Is it 99-1 that Kabbalah is based on the Zohar is false or like forged? Or is it closer to 50-50? All right. Keeping it super simple and brutally honest, historically, based on the manuscript language, geography, money. Zohar Kabbalah has literally authored by Ron speaking for 1 to 5%. Zohar Kabbalah has mostly authored by Moshe Dayan or his medieval circle, 95 to 99%. This is not 50-50. It's basically 99-1 in favor of medieval language. Important nuance, this about historical authorship, not whether it's spiritual or mystical value. From a religious perspective, believers still treat it as truthful, inspired, and authoritative, even if it's not ancient. So yes, if you're jumping like a historian, well, we all are, of course. The odds of the Tsar's 2nd century Rashbi document are pretty high. Okay, just in comparison, what are the odds in comparing like aliens existing in extraterrestrial life having visited Earth? Is it 99-1 or is it like 50-50? With all the evidence that's out there of like people who have stuff on video camera and people who are abductees, like what odds do you put on that? All right, same framework, same logic, but I'll keep it graded. I'll separate two very different things. How does alien life exist? Alien life exists somewhere microbial or something 90 to 99%. Complex or intelligent alien life exists somewhere 50 to 80%. Technological civilizations exist elsewhere. Why hundreds of billions of galaxies, trillions of planets, organic everywhere, exoplanets in habitable zones, and I mean, this is all how it's programmed too. But I mean, it says, okay, so aliens are visiting Earth in the past, 1 to 5% aliens are visiting Earth now, 1 to 2% aliens regularly affect, and that's less than 0.1%. Well, if you, I mean, if the rabbis are going to be on me, they're going to be like, look, dog, you think this shit has happened? It's happened for like lots of years. You're at 1% here. I have to say, yeah, but I think this thing is flawed. They'd be like, well, we think it's flawed. So believe what you want to believe. So, all right, so clean comparison table. So far, recommended by Rabbi, 1 to 5%. So far, evil daily on 95 to 99%. Alien life exists somewhere 90 to 99%. That's pretty good. I mean, that's actually really good. The only difference, the only I think is that more effect on Earth. Intelligent life exists 50 to 80%. Those are really high numbers. It's way more than alien so far. Alien visitor, 1 to 5%. Um, all right, but that's so. What's another one? Oh, I gotta end this one. I've been doing this for 2 fucking hours. Okay, I previously said over the course of the last when I was a kid that like people didn't say that I said the giant squid didn't exist, and then I called them water pigs, and I meant water bears. Okay, here's what I meant. They were never on camera. Water pigs water, not water bears may have been a thing going back to the 18th century, but they were never on camera. They had to be under like electron microscopes. And the giant squid, I meant to say colossus. Um, they weren't ever on camera until the 2000s. And I'm telling you, like, if you would go out and talk about the colossus squid being a thing, like, people would say that you're talking about the Kraken and all of these stories of like ancient or of mariners like of antiquity, and it'd be like we've got this thing on camera. Oh, another thing, we had seen bodies wash up on shore. The first time it was on camera, like a living one, they tracked the baby in 2007. The Japanese. And why is that important? Because when I was a kid, people would say, "Well, you don't have it on camera, so like, how can we believe it?" And even before that, I'm sure people were like, well, you don't have a picture. And even before then, you'd have like you have a sketch or whatever. And I asked a question yesterday to AI. Okay, so I made like an inversion called the giant squid, the colossus squid, or method called the colossus squid. Okay, can a giant squid and a colossal squid mate? It's a good question. And I don't think we know. And maybe in the future people will be like, oh, of course they can mate. But or maybe they absolutely can't mate. We don't have any evidence that it's happening. But that doesn't mean that it can't be true. Take such a shit. Allegedly. I don't know. All right. Are you done? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to talk for 10 God, hurry the fuck up. Bitch. What up, baby? Glad that you're here. You can come and talk to me. I'm just really experimenting, so. Uh, was. I was a big guy. Amazing. Yeah, what's new with you? What's new with you, big dog? Do you have a project or anything? No, check this out. Check this out. Wait. I don't know if you have oh, no way. Doug, do you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone? Do you see I'm on multiple cameras in a space? Have you ever seen anything like this? Have you ever seen anything like this? Me either. Wow. I did not know this was possible. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Would you say, Big Man? Wow. This is interesting. I did not know this was a thing where you could be on multiple cameras in a Twitter space. So, Joshua, tell me about yourself. What are you into? What projects do you have on? Excellent. Johnson, if you want, I'll help you. Okay, so first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to send you a message, and it's going to help you. You're going to try. We're going to make you into more than a reply guy. We're going to make you into a full-on social media marketer, which is what you're going to want to be. Because then that's going to give you an opportunity to be successful in the future. So just for a moment, the fact that you have an iPhone is really cool. All right, Chelsea. First thing I'm going to do is send you an invite. Okay. Oh, my pleasure, man. Okay, so what I want you to do is look at the messages that I'm sending you in the chat. On that, and share to yo, what up, Alicia? Hey, looking girl. I'm following you. Alicia, if you have an iPhone, you probably have never seen this before. Somebody on so many different cameras and a Twitter. This is wild. Yo, what up, crypto? Crypto, do you have an iPhone? Okay, okay. So if you're wondering, what are you so excited about? I'm on camera in this Twitter space, and you can actually see in the Twitter space many people aren't on camera in the Twitter space, and I'm actually on two different cameras at once. So, crypto, are you a social media marketer? Spear, my man. Spear, can you hear me? Spear, come on up. Spear, my man, I'm gonna talk to you. And I know you guys are getting some feedback. Apologies. Okay. Crypto, Ken, are you a social media marketer? Of course. Yeah, but you're gonna make more money, right? Absolutely. So I'm gonna send you the same message that I sent to my man, Jesse. Spears got this. He knows what's up. Jesse, can you check your messages? Jesse, check your messages and look at the messages that I sent you. Read them and let me know if they make sense to you. Can you do that for me, Jesse? Okay, excellent. Well, you do that. My man, yeah, Spear here. So Spear, I'm gonna send you. I mean, Crypto King. I want you to be segment, and I will explain how this is. So basically, you guys right now, many of you are just reply guys, which is cool. But I want you to be more than that. I want you to be full on social media marketers, and I'm going to help you do it. And everything I tell you is free. And I've helped 50 people recently to become social media marketers. And so what this is going to do is, if I may ask, Crypto, do you have a resume? Okay, that's okay. You make one. Okay, so what you want to do, Crypto, in your your X messages, and read what I sent you, and make sure it makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, then I'm good about it. But it should be like the best few messages anybody's ever sent. Right? Well, you do that. We've got some other people here. What up, Peter? Peter, come up. You want to talk to the Spear? Are you there, my man? How you going to make up the Spear? You have an iOS device or an Android device?
I have both.
No, wait, Spear. Go into this space on an iOS device. Can you see it on camera?
I can see you on the camera.
And you can see me on two different cameras, right?
I can see
Oh, just one. Oh, that's okay. That's better than one. Um, so Spear. If you guys don't know who Spear is, he's the co-founder of Network HQ. Oh, my device just restarted. Pardon me, my device just restarted. I think I overwhelmed. See if I can get that device back in. If not, this and that's okay. No worries. You're just trying something new. But for anyone here, my man here, he's a co-founder of GT Network HQ. He's a space marketer. He's a quant. He's a space president. And if I may ask, Spirit, you got the message that I sent you to how to make your link tree and all that, right?
the message. I did get the message.
Excellent. Very well. Okay. And so you know how it is. Yeah. And to my other friends, Josh and Ken, you do the same. And if you can do it, it's great. You know, I understand that you should make you more successful than you were. I try to reconnect with this space. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, no big deal. Okay. It just worked. Okay. Let's see if we can change All right. So cool. All right. So Josh and Crypto Kid, you guys are probably still reading the messages that I sent you. All right. So what is this going to do? So basically, what I'm sending everybody, and I'll send it to you as well. Alicia. I don't want you to feel left out. Oh, Alicia, you gotta follow me. Follow the account that's in my hand. It's with the circle around it, and it's 2xTHO. So what does this strategy do for you? It's going to allow you. Well, what do I say? First, you have to create a link. You don't have a link to yourself. Then what you do is you connect all the social media that is in the message. Why is that good for you? Thank you, Michelle. What is that going to do for you? It is going to allow you to just hold on. So what does this do for you? It's going to give you, I give you a list of different social media platforms. And what you do is you create a social media. What this does for you is give you 30 different places to promote yourself, to promote your client, to be able to get new business from new clients. It's going to allow you to dominate social media and dominate things like AI and search engines. It's going to make it very difficult for people to impersonate, and that's what we want. And then what you do, once you create social media, you come to me, I look it over, I make sure it's good. Once it's good, we say it's great. Then we're going to put some AI videos on your social media so that it's not just plain and it's not just a skeleton. That's what we're going to do. Is we're going to teach you how to join communities, join Discord communities, join other Facebook communities, because I'm sure as your broker, your net work is your network. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that you know how to show yourself in different spaces, so that you don't come to a space without sounding confident in what you do. You will be able to come in and say, instead of GM to the host, GM to the host, GM speaker, GM to the audience, I'm new, I don't really know what to say. You're going to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, my name is XLC, and I am a full stack social media manager. I would love to be able to promote your content on my 30 different social media platforms. I want you to rank higher on searches. I want you to rank higher social media. I want you to have a constant view of your project. What I'm also going to be able to do for you is give you more DMs about people interested in your project, more people who are interested in buying your NFT or buying your cryptocurrency or whatever it may be. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then what I do is I give people basically a menu that you can send to your future clients that says, for $5, I will promote your project on 5 different social media accounts. For $10, I'll do it on 2. And for $20, I'll do it on all of them. And this is a really great way for you to be able to make money. And it's a really great way for projects to be able to get themselves promoted on your social media and you start to grow it. And once you get a big account, maybe on one of these other social media platforms, you can charge more money for it. But this is just a basic version of what I advise people. And with that, Alicia, I sent you the information I sent everybody else. Joshua or Crypto Ken, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Jocelyn or Crypto Ken, did you have a chance to read what I sent you? Okay, take your time. Absolutely. And Sphere, I do have an updated version. I'm going to send you. I want you to read this as well. Um, so, here is a type of the box anchor. If you guys don't know, Spirit follower is a very interesting person. I love the way that he thinks. He is very, very creative individual. He can really connect with experience. Right. So I'm sending you the same messages to these other people, and I sent you a version of it, but I updated it since I last sent it to you. Additionally, what I've done is I've done another edition that will teach you how to get a job. Basically, you need a resume, and then it has a list of all of the different recruiting companies that will help you to get a job. And like Spirit, you're already on Spaces quite often, but there's nothing that says that you couldn't be multitasking and working for a company and getting paid a weekly salary at the same time. You can work and do that. The Spirit feel it, you know, read what I sent you, and then let me know if it makes sense and if you have questions. If anybody else has questions, let me know. So you guys should know I stream my life 24 hours a day. And I've been doing Twitter Spaces, video Twitter Spaces, now for almost an entire year, 24 hours a day. So I basically have an entire year just on Twitter Spaces and data, and then I have 4 years of my life on YouTube. Go ahead, Spirit. Absolutely. 100%. Keep in mind, this space is recorded, so you can always go back to it. So what one of you could do is say, "Gee, everybody, my name is Spear. I am a Web3 marketer, and I would love to help you to promote your project. I have 30 different social media platforms on which to promote your content. What I want to help you do is to rank higher in search engines. I want you to rank higher on social media, and I want AI to have a positive view of your project. What I'm going to help you to be able to do is to get more DMs, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people who buy your NFT, and more visibility to your project. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I would love to work. That's basically what you wanted to see, right? Spirit? Excellent. And Spirit, you should know as well. Since you're a little more advanced than perhaps some people, I'm going to send you the menu that I talked about for people. um, So that they uh, main message. All right. I'm going to try to. All right. So look at the that I just sent you, and I'll send it to you. Actually, I need to make it here. All right. So yeah, look at the. I'm going to send it to you too. So if you guys look at what I sent you, if it makes sense, let me know. So, read the sphere. Let me make sure it makes sense to you.
Something I used to miss up.
Yeah. All right. So, Spirit, I give you what you need present, what you need to populate it. When you're done, you can and might help you with whatever you want. And also, Spirit, do you have a resume? Okay. So long update. You have like a ZipRecruiter account and an Indeed account. Do you have those kinds of accounts?
Those kinds of accounts.
Okay.
That's the accounts. Next one up.
Excellent. 100%. Sure. And then what you do is at least your resume is there, you're searchable. People know that you're interested in the job. And then what I want you to do is also create the data as you create the other ones that I list. And then you want to search for jobs, for remote jobs. And what you're going to be able to do, you just got to get into a rhythm. Just like every day, you're going to go to each one of those websites and apply for 10 jobs. Say to yourself, this is what I'm going to do. And you'll have a job if you want one. They have friends that advertise on that. They have people who are looking for spaces hosts or community managers or whatever you want to do. And those are things that they know you're very good at. And so I want to make sure that you have the tools to be able to compete. And then what you do is you ensure that you send out a message to people when they're interested in what you do. And you'll be very successful. I eventually so excellent. So if you guys are like, so what is this space? I have literally been doing these speakers 24/7 for since last February 14th. There's a whole year of my life, essentially, on and just recently I started joining the Twitter space with one of my buddies, with the bigger one that you guys know. And what I'm going to advise you all to do, because I want you to be successful. Baby billionaires, if you think about this project, they have a project. I think it's but if you got there, um, baby project for a million. They just started. I'm going to go to that space. I want you guys to go to that space as well. If you keep my space going, see it right now. But and I'm going to head over to the I want you guys to be successful. I'm not able to make this space as big as I want to. Not yet. I will. I've just started to do this. So head over to the baby space. I'm going to be over there. And if you guys ever okay. And I'm still here. But
Okay. So I feel like this isn't. This year, thing out of just kidding. We should totally. And I get my anti-arena. Okay, like that. How many drinks? One tequila? No. Two drinks. Something like that. And then I got now it's too sweet, like a little dry. So I had one drink. We just went home and we watched. It's like, but it's they're either like goes out. It's like to go out and see everybody else. So it's like another. You stayed up. You stayed up to what? Yeah. But you're a different guy. I know. This six. You. And she had branded towel. She we went to Disney. All the episodes. That's what. Sure. Really well. So that sounds really interesting. And just all week, such a great like stick here. So you came in to this town and you and with the first What's a jalapeno? Tuesdays. And tell us about the so he was able to swap. Level 8. Just the you were finals, I had a huge lead, and then he and Brock Purdy and Christian beat up my so fast. Huge. So far ahead. So first and second. So they decided to this was a rematch in the 2014 fantasy championship. I'm pretty sure I said it last time. Yeah. This time he didn't get back. He was like, if here's free to kick off on it, just I get all he suggested 10 minutes in, he's like, we're gonna kick off. He was like, I think we should do 12 on Thursday, 15 or something. And he's like, no, so we were more nothing. Even if you have so one of the past it's really like it feels like the accomplishment. I don't know, but it's I don't there's something that's so much to it. And one of them it's like with the worst person he was like starting stuff the Toronto situation. It's like bad. The league. That's awesome. We're trying to get jam up here. Bro, that's why the truck comes out, bro. This whole, this people thing, and I'm wondering what it's going to do to the market. Like, I'm wondering, maybe try to what the implications of that are going to be. But, yeah, like what's the blowback of the companies? Like, they got to put in a around you. For now, we got that, little different present to do. As far as the welding too, I agree. On the market, we have some right now as far as we're looking at NASDAQ. Definitely most people's looking good. I got some position about 3 days ago, and so that's looking good as well. But I think the oil is going to look good. If you have any, especially the oil that we were getting from them was used also made for diesel, which that runs everything. It runs our gear, our boats and vessels. That's a huge thing. Just because of the trade ready to do this stuff, what's happening, so I'm really close to that guys excited. So like I said, did a really good trade this morning. Trying to get the team in on it. And you guys come to the very end of it. So make another big break today. And but a lot of people look at now, look at the bigger picture, like what they're creating. Look at the bigger picture and make this back in. That's it. It's doing a little bit better than just zooming in on 1 minute chart with the time. It's great for executing like a 4-hour golden daily. What we're getting, our key levels, there's going to be some milestones, there's going to be balances, like not just no matter what you're trading for that. But it is a little different. It's a little different too. You get used to the buttons. I think it's important for me to understand project. Right by these like 4,800 and then 4,100. So we see how it's going to be very similar as far as trading. With some catalog because it's going to set it up differently when I'm doing the trade for Bitcoin or solar aids. We're just going to trade as every fund. So now it's very similar. I noticed something that I like that because we can set it up where I see the position of those hands and we can execute properly. So that's how I'm doing it. I'm excited to keep working with you guys. We're getting closer to the box of premium. I don't know if they talk about it, but it's guys, so we just want to make sure that you guys are good. Stay active and the moment you're getting let's go. Yeah, you guys are the man. We've got going on right now. Also running this never again. schools, you gotta call them big millionaires, like, just, get you out there for money. That's just, gotta get with everybody. That's done. That is our trend, bro. That's not the most coolest thing you could ever imagine. That I don't know what it is. Super knowledgeable, it's super nice, and the healthy is just really the best thing that you can get from. I think if you think of the same octane, bro, because we got a very number two in we haven't seen probably. Just real quick, see. Okay, my bad. Just gotta call him.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate if you could do the same. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "is king," and I am making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view these YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, the link's available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic and vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world peace. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
100%. I'm a macro investor. I invest long term. I don't look at things in terms of daily, weekly, monthly, or even yearly. I look at crypto as an investment for the next decade, even into the next century. If you want to give your family generational wealth, pick one of the popular cryptocurrencies and invest in it long term. I can almost guarantee you in a decade or two, it will be the central nest egg for your family. I am also someone who believes that NFTs will be popular once again as we see. There are ebbs and flows to any kind of investment, and NFTs are certainly guilty of this as well. I think that, interestingly enough, the NFTs that may have rubbed you of projects that you think that are worthless, I would hold on to those because perhaps not now or in the next 5 years, but maybe in the next 50 years, those types of NFT projects will find new life. Just like we have art that when it's initially created does not have too much value to some people, give it time. Time plus everything makes essentially more value, just like we see with antiques and we see with art collections of antiquity, everything gains value if it has enough time behind it. Even just like you take like a pot from 100 years ago, or even 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago, it all has value. And sometimes time is the thing that gives it value. But I also think the fact that you have introductory early NFT art will make it valuable someday. And it doesn't hurt to have it in your wallet. So anybody out there who thinks that they got rugged on an NFT or spent far too much on NFTs, maybe you did now, but hold on to it if you can. You really enjoy the art so much that you are able to invest in it. Hold on to it. It has some meaning to you. And especially with some of the inventions that were things like essentially frames that allow you to display your NFTs and that rotate art. This is going to change the game in terms of what people are able to display in their homes, and also I think may give the NFT market another resurgence. In terms of meme coins, you know, memes are always going to be popular, and you will always have a basic flavor. One thing that I think if you really want to make money on Bitcoin, you get on Club Fund and you sit there, you wait for any new coin to be launched, and you own a bunch of it, and you launch it right away. And that's what you want to do. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the moral way to conduct business, but if you want to see a 2x, a 3x, a 4x, a 5x, that's what you're going to be able to do. And the strategy, so long as the market allows it, it's a pretty easy way to make money. But I'm someone who feels long term, if you have your cryptocurrency investments and you hold them now into 2030, 2040, you're going to be able to retire on that. And we see what the market has done in the last 15 years, and I anticipate the same kind of growth in the next 15 years. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
So it's not even more in the next 15 years. Surprised at what you guys do. And, there's really the best way to go. We can get so caught up. I mean, I do it myself. I don't. I'm always, looking to have a nice quick profit. You really want to, confirm that you're going to get some profits over the long run and get those big gains. It's fun. Multiple times just in this last year. See what you could. I mean, you could walk there, down, whatever, and then that's right back. You had time span at the year. You can you're going to do good. Make some good plans. I mean, really, it's just a good project. Right? Yeah. Appreciate the trade insights. Really good, bro.
Absolutely. If I could contribute some of this other Discord sounds in the background, and conversation. And then additionally, one thing I want to mention that you brought up, see in the future that we could be seeing is more growth in the market once cryptocurrency has been brought not just to the mainstream, but usable in your daily activities, that's really where we're going to see a game changer. And that's where we're going to see all the normies jumping in and excited that they bought Bitcoin at whatever, $500,000 or whatever it may be in the future. And you all will know just as I know that we saw this thing in its infancy and it's just going to continue to grow. So I invite people, if you have the opportunity to set aside a little bit of your paycheck or take a little bit, put it to cryptocurrency and don't touch it. Ensure that it's stored in a cold wallet and just consider it a little bit of a nest egg. You never know what can happen in the future.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah. We're gonna see some crazy things here. You know, and just the next few years, stuff like that. That's this kind of stuff. I like talking about. We were here at the end of the day, all of the week, all in the comments, enjoying everything that we listen to do. So that's absolutely appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's see. We got to take the next session. You know, we got our really fun for this. You know, got like just from us. Yeah. Yeah. Wearing Tuesday and you're right. Thursday, last Thursday. Alright. You guys got it. Right. But still, it's we're gonna take a quick break. But it's only tell you about Legends. It's a social casino. They got tons of fun games on there. They get traditional casino games. But you can also make some sports plays. They tell them about the sports plays. NFL playoffs are coming up. Bringing up the sports plays. But I think they're going to be looking at it. I also think the Jaguars might win. Yeah, I don't think the Packers are going to put them up for it, but they got it. Yeah. But the future plays in there and all the Jags play. Mark, what's the code? What did I tell me? Call today all about the code. We use the code after our one word. Use code after hour for $100. Guys, just right. Golly. I like playing Legends and Float Dog lately. I also rush for gold, but I'm a big sports guy, especially with the playoffs. Yeah, and it's not just football. So for the folks that are on tennis, but they got soccer, golf, tennis, basketball, baseball. And this is a test for you to see how many sports you can list off. Because they have everything. They got everything. If you're going to a rent together, yeah. So we need some plays on that and Legends. You should do. And use our code. Beautiful. Oh, yeah, sales. So become a legend today. Davis. She's got a jacket. We got jeans. These are new balance shoes. Jen, what's your thoughts? I don't know. They were good. I've never heard of balance shoes. Shoes. Yeah, it's just missing already. It's not even new balance. And it's, you said new balance shoes. I get it. The shoes are new. It didn't name the shoes. So I should have said these are new balance shoes. I know whatever they think I should have said. I should have just done a whole bunch of new balance shoes. Yeah. That's on me. I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year. Kind of a had a victory, but I'm learning how to talk. 2026 year. One of Casey's sins. You know, I think Steph said it's year of the horse this year. 2026 year of the horse. Like when they're Chinese calendar, something like that. I think this year is the year of the snake. Yeah, the first year. How'd that go this year? There's no way I'm winning this year. I'm not swear who won it. For the folks at home. Those ones got a little space on top for your hole to put speeches on top of it. They're all like flat. After this, what's this in your mouth? Why would it be wet to the touch when you grab it? Where are you going? He's got to walk out his mouth. And we're starting out a little bit. But like this, these are all purely like gross. Oh, because those are like if you're on the road, you put it in there. No, like just like toss it in the garbage. Yeah. Or put it in your pocket or leave it in the chair. What you don't know. There's your picture there. Speaking of which, I have the shop show chair at my house. And we put those outside for Thanksgiving. And just it was like moving it back or whatever. There's like 100 zins in this chair. You was and I did. Same shit. I thought it was so. Coming along real nice. Really chat. Yeah. I got nothing. I really on his face. Spoilers. After the first one. He swings. What can you let me know? Files after that. Your full just very I just it's already Obviously, if he can show me what hobbies I it's a real serious. Thank you very much. I need 7.3 and 4 2 7 8. I'm like, all right, there's one missing. That sucks. We have a breaking news update on kids trash can. Here are the latest developments. It's fine. This is a report about trash can. It's fine. That's actually great news. No, that's huge. That's our news station. That's good news. We'll keep working on the name. Missing cats, trash cans, every news. When is that? You better put that string cheap jacket on. I'm down. So, did that string cheese come with the jacket? You guys saw it. What brand is it? Jacket. Where'd you get the jacket? Okay. Do you adjust them on your phone? I don't know how work is good. Would connect the Miracle Year app when so we survive things like that. You should not bring a charger. And you didn't even think about it. Just puts them on the charger every night. And like it's a holder. So they charge every night. So she didn't have everything. That makes stuff really rough. A lot of shit on it. You see a lot of them watch TV when they're really loud, but then also having conversation. So there's just like well, the TV is much louder than it would normally be on. So like we gotta solve this. But it's Christmas Eve. People come around in places obviously close. We get to Christmas, Christmas. It's fine. She's there till Sunday, and we gotta get some worked out here. Friday's my birthday, and I called her up, and here was open, and I was like, can we get a charger? They're like $250. You're probably just like better than what's up or down. These are options, and I hung up, and then they're like, call back, just ask them to charge it. And I was like, that's a really good idea. He's like, it'll take like 2 hours. He's like, yeah, we can. And we were going to go out to Furnish, and it was in Sherman Oaks. So we went out to Sherman Oaks, and when I got out there, he was like, actually, I was like, they're just going to die again. You can take it as long as you return it. And I thought that was so nice talking to Mario. He said, just make sure you return it, which I have already. And he said, leave a review. So I'm writing a review. Yeah. And first I talked to a customer service lady, and she was like, oh, I finally got a hold of him. And I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. She loved it. And then when he said I could keep it, I was like, it's a Christmas miracle here. He loved it. She used it a couple times. And now I'm really writing a review in the style it was the night before Christmas. Yeah. I thought you were going to say that night because there are VP more good. That but no, toward the night before Christmas, the house, everyone was stirring, especially Grandma. Under the tree, but that's my grandma's clothes. But it doesn't work. It's really hard. I write the version, but it's just I feel personal. So I'm really gonna rewrite it, but still at the framework. But a bunch of bullshit. I like this as a segment, like weekly reviewing. Yeah, just makes reviews. Yeah, so because you do lots of reviews, and keeping ass to it. We went got tacos at Tacos Del Del. Really, and we just told him it was the end of the review. But he was also, we were like, doing something easy. And like, he was like, I've been here 25 years or something. And he's like, I hate it here. He's like a mechanic, whatever. But it's like his favorite restaurant. He's really good service. Yeah, I love that place. It's a new year. Kind of like, new energy. We've got trash cans. That's 10 seconds. Yeah. We should just. This is fun. Yeah, you did a great job making the game look so good. I think we should do that again. So if you guys have access to these, we could just not like for the sake of movie. It's just because it's fun. Like we just want to have fun. I agree with that, but also for the sake of movie. but like it was just a great episode. I would love that because I can't cook. I can't cook. I'd have to cook food truck. Should we make something locally and not just be real honest about it? Or you can bring in someone off the street as an honest taste test. Just go try your farmer jacket short shorts. And the street she's like, come try my pork nuts. I also love just the idea of giving just an honest assessment. There's nothing wrong with it. And you should also ask the viewers what he's talking about. Folks at home, or in the car, or in the airplane, wherever they may be. What segments they want us to do. We're gonna love opportunities for segments. Yeah, so just let us know. If a segment pops in your head, they want to do. I was going to say that I went. You put this immediately, but I haven't even said what it's been cooking. It's okay. I don't want it. We just got a random, like, probably like email from someone about some psychiatrist or something. Like the after hour. And on like I'll come out and guess that I just feel like accepting that offer and never get it. So what do you do? I never a therapy thing? No, it's like a psychiatrist or something. It's an email. And it'd be really, we should have a lot of guests. I could it's part of our like it's kind of a joke. Really like a flock up and talking. Let this guy come on, get a walk and like it's so tough. You don't get I don't sell organic, I don't think yes. It's only like 10 days now, 25 to 30. Yeah, it was a quick one there, too. Speed up one day for us. I'm gonna. We asked people recommendations places to eat for breakfast. Sherman Oaks. Do you have any? Two people said the same one. Blue Jay has any recommendations? Whatever, man. Fair enough. Blue Jam Cafe. Sweet butter. He was saying sweet butter. So we get the charger from the guy, don't have drugs, but we were recommended. So I go to see butter because of two people recommended it. But in my head, I accidentally put blue tape in the base. It's the drive to sweet butter, which was right next to the miracle place. Sweet butter. Most of their seats outdoor and rainy that day, so stay on deck, open the blue jet, wait a half hour, don't want to do that. So far, two restaurants, three different events. We go down the street to Toast Cafe, probably told you this. Vegetarian, no cocktails. It's my birthday. I want meat and booze. And leave that place. That's strip number 4. And then we drive back to Silver Lake Breakfast Republic, and they got a hot chicken next minute. And that's really up there. It's one of my favorite Benedicts, so I have to share. Okay, good. Wow. Imagine that. Like 26. Honestly, what's holding it? Like adding to it? Oh, yeah, I don't know. We should still take down all the pictures you have in that other minute. That would be kind of sick. Yeah. This is the Benedict one. What's it called? Disney. Benedict Cumberbatch. Yes. And then what else? Yes. It's his podcast. I just love his episodes. So you went to the place and when you like to hear our specials, and I was like, what? Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, but I hear dancing, but they weren't. So, yeah. Also, I was over here 101. Pretty good shape. You really just have a cardio. I had the lead, and it was just drawing me but yeah, 11. 13-minute game. I was. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, it was a rough training to get. So I got to get back out there. They got to play the French again. I was like, oh, man, never played it in a while. Breathe it out. No. So they do it. And I was like, what? She's like, I can hear you now because I'm George. I just don't speak French. And he's like, so, and I was like, a couple months. He's like, what was that? Yeah. I was like, fuck you. I'm going to get chicken in your ass. Big first French guy. Watch out for that. 26. Playing he has me to play the part. I would never have someone to play the part. I always wanted to get a pickup game. One's so weird. It's too intimate. It's like how, it's like sparring. It's like how hard you actually going to play. So 100% like boxing, you took microphones and shit. Yeah, I'm going to box this guy. Yeah, it's exciting. Yeah, he's like a troll. I feel like that represents like well, it's like anywhere. I'm not bad to but just me small, like just guarding the biggest guy, even though I was not the biggest guy. But not everybody. But yeah. Like that one I wanted to have. So it's like a came pop, you know. And then just sweaty chest. Called brother used to play in some years with like PJ Armstrong because it was very good and it wasn't very good. That's what was like Dylan's thing. Yeah. So I had to make him get with B and J and he used to be Armstrong. Oh, wow. I don't know that ever gonna let her. That's pretty crazy that you would have like throw it over your head, hit it like you should. I went to the old Boys Studios. Oh wow! I met the True Classic guys, and they took over our old office. Oh wow! And so they put everything down. He wants to set up a podcast studio and stuff like that. So I chatted with him about that a little bit. Basically, I'm like work with True Classic a little bit, help him with some video stuff. But he showed me around. offices was walking into like that storage area. Oh, laws in play, but you get perspective. The True Classic office connects to the old thing was office now, which is pretty sweet. We knocked everything down, painted it white, everything. I turned it all down. But right here, that's their entrance. And this, right around here, that's like the main entrance right there where you walk in, and that's Team Back right there. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's the Team Back running that was show that they turned into 2 bathrooms. That's pretty nice. Yeah, they close up John Show, turn it into 2 bathrooms. They can do whatever you want with their water. That's all golden hour. That's the old golden hour. Pretty sweet. They're like knocking down walls, making windows and stuff, so they're turning into a common hall of offices and things. And then here's what you show it. That's all. Yeah, that's just the common area, community area. That's the sink area. That's your old office there. And that's where we have to whatever the work was. Yeah. If anything, it's what light, it's party. Like I said, I just couldn't come up with right. It's going to do something like getting related stuff, worship classes and stuff. So we're just talking about that, but it was cool to see what they were doing. It's cool to see that it went to someone writing so as opposed to like a doctor's office or something. So he was like, there was just so much stuff they had. Like, there was an insane amount of stuff. I mean, it was just set pieces. So I think there was just mostly just kind of trash because it was like once you tear all that stuff down, there's no easy way to take it on or anything. But looking at a house or something, it's just all trash. Yeah. Good stuff. Cool. Nice thing. The chapter's closed. Yeah. But with every door that closes, one opens again. Why? Sorry, I got to turn. What exactly? 26th year after we're gonna do so many chili moves. It's gonna make your year of seconds. I can't wait. Yeah, keep your list good for that video. Yeah, like we want this episode. Another episode will come out soon. So it's gonna be a sweet episode. Keep your eyes peeled, your ears open, and check your jacket. Happy day. And Eric Griffin is a genius. Just all right, sir, fun stuff. Love you, Jacob. Yeah, you're a kid. Turn on me. Love you. And you're so show us what the fellas do. Yes, sir. First podcast of the year. It is January 5th on this lovely Monday morning. How are we doing, fam? Sounds like I'm losing my voice. I'm actually just So my voice is not so done much. This voice is not to go today. Maybe we are good. How's everybody doing? Just waiting for 2026. When 2026 came out, I knew it was going to be a good year. The one of my business our year. Here we go. Everyone says that like, here we go. Obviously, my baby girl's been struggling with walking. She was diagnosed with some condition. And then 2 nights ago, I'm at football with Tiger. And we come back, and I was going to therapy with the doctor, but twice a day for the last 3 months. They told us she would walk for at least 2 years, if ever. So, obviously, I'm about to take in the doctors. The doctors. So, we'll chill. And then Billy just goes, check this out, and starts walking me up. Just like the video I posted on the video that he said, "What am I doing, girl?" She just started walking around the kitchen, nonstop, around another living room, back to nonstop. Now she's not ready to go home, but I'm going to just things to go to the active. She also don't want to know maybe the most sneaky. You know, Donnie has some liability in the way whatever. She said 2026 again. Check this out. I said, let's get on. Turn switch now. Look at it. And I was still standing. I mean, I'm talking. And I'm there a dozen times. Nonstop. And she says, Billy Walk. What was wrong? Oh, such a stress reliever, fam. Such a stress reliever. Thank God. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Music doesn't help. My mother does to me. They were so like, man, we're doing our baby girl this. She was walking for 3 years, and they told her this, look at us right here. And my wife and I were told about the baby because my wife might die. She decided to have the baby. She was like, well, and now that baby's made. And she always wanted to be a teacher to kids. So I never really thought it. Yeah, you put the fucking blessing, God's baby. Kids know that. My dad took him off. If ever, I'm like, a lot of that stuff, I'm like, buddy, tell me, and let me tell my wife how much more calm matter. If you're gonna do this, ask my wife. She freaks out. She's never in a wheelchair, but we need to know that ain't happening. What are we gonna do? Hot tub or pools really good for it. Okay. I take her 6 times a day. Choose one of those. All right, see you. We'll go there every single day, 7 days a week until she's one. Dude, nothing better. Nothing better. I mean, just like New Year's goals, the shoes downhill from here because dude, a lot of news. You get a lot of time. The stretch years. I don't know if this is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is. But when it does come, these are the tasty ones. Bad but not tasty ones. Bullshit looks dark. Honestly, I don't know, man. But you got UFC's on Paramount coming, which I cannot wait for. We'll get into one that hits, but they are bangers. Wait for y'all. The only really news is to what biggest thing is broken head cables. That's not that. I'm a fan of I think he's the next American superstar. He's some bad to do that. People will allude to that. There's no look at this. He's going to go along with what to do. What he wants to do, because he's found innocent. So, look at this. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I do know he was found innocent. I wasn't intoxicated. Maybe all three bad decisions. I don't know. I wasn't there. I know that I'm innocent. That's all. All right. Okay. We gotta move on. To the fire over that. It was correct. Opportunities. They've given me dudes who have way worse package opportunity than the Olympic gold medalist wrestler who's an absolute freak. So when it comes to that stuff, I get it, but what are we gonna do? What do we do? Mike Tyson? Right? Like Mike, right? Okay. How hold the feet over the fire? There's a ton of guys that have some advantage. And okay, people make mistakes and move on, give an opportunity, especially a guy like this. Or you can be able to cry when you see that they do it. Like, that's probably how this ends, But I will say this, I'm a fan of him. Because, we have the bigger team that dominating the UFC. Our path, now we can now fucking it, y'all. That's it. We don't have a lot to cheer for in America when it comes to UFC fighters. Some people he's good. He's super talented. He obviously has played football. Buffalo Bills can make the team. So this kid's a freak. And he goes on. Yeah. Rogan's been praising me and Rogan talk about this guy. He's good. We love this guy. His talents. There's still but he's a prospect, so you get excited about that, what can potentially happen. But as I was listening to the interview, he keeps going, yeah, John Jones is my mentor. I could be better when he goes. And I'm like, it sounds like I mean, the guy, I've said this from the jump. Greatest of all time. John Jones, as far as the young he's the greatest I've personally ever seen in practice. It's like octagon on several cards with him. My first UFC fight ever, I was the main event. He was the co-main event. The main event, right? When he won his belt, that's the broke out. He fought Shogun. When he fought Rashad, we've trained together. He's hands down the best fighter I've ever witnessed. No argument there. But as far as a mentor goes, I feel 1,000 better mentors. This is such a stretch of faith. O.J. Simpson's a great one. I don't know if you know this. Twitter world. I don't know if you know this. But O.J. Simpson rushed for 2,000 yards for the Buffalo Bills. With a Heisman Trophy for UFC. He was the biggest prospects, recruits of all time in the sport of American football. That dude, if he was a running back, and when he was playing for the Buffalo Bills, if he told you a 10, you should probably listen. That dude knows football. Well, that's that. You don't want to listen to O.J. Simpson on how to manage your career on a personal level. character. He's such a unique talent that he just goes and he does what is best for John Jones. You only call him leader. He's a one-man army. He's the best one-man army UFC has ever seen. He's very selfish. He makes no sense. That being said, you don't want to take Carmen because the naysayers of the GOAT argument, which was ridiculous, but the naysayers for the GOAT argument is, well, this guy's history, he's been, if you look into it, there's an argument for this with the PEDs, right? He's tested out before the DC fight. He came back and beat the shit out of him. So some his personal life with Thailand, shooting a gun during COVID, the hotel in Vegas with his wife, it's called the cops, I don't think he might be out of the air anymore. So for Gable Stevenson, it's like, buddy, I wouldn't take if a guy says don't harm. If he's training with him, it sounds like Gable training. I think John's in the corner or something like that. Maybe as far as playing, he might be able to help you, but you got to understand. I personally seen John Jones show week before the championship fight and have the toughest fight of his life. There's only one John Jones. So if you go, John, what did you do to get ready for the first fight? Partied. Showed up week before the shit. I don't know if that's the best advice. I think I'm wrong. I don't know. That's the smartest advice. No, there's only one John. That's why he's the GOAT. The reason why he's the GOAT is because what he did inside the octagon, he's out the GOAT as far as outside the octagon. If you're taking into consideration of the talk accomplishments inside the octagon, outside the octagon, it's Mighty Mouse. That's Mighty Mouse, which GSP. Those are guys that would be great mentors. Mighty Mouse, even smaller, would be a much better mentor to advise you on as far as how to handle fame, women, family, sponsorships, life outside, UFC, expanding your footprint as far as expanding your business reach, stuff like that, relationship advice, game planning, how to approach a fight like a professional. I'm going to reach out to that guy, or GSP, another great one. Inside, outside the preparation, cross your T's, dot your I's, with the small things that lead to winning fights. That's the blueprint. That's what you want to do. John's a wild boy, which is why he's a professional guy, because you got to be absolutely delusional to not train for a world championship fight and then you can win it. There's only one of him. That's not the guy you want to listen to. That's just not the guy you want to listen to. I'm not a financial owner, but I don't know who's helping out that stuff. No one else. But I'm saying as far as dealing with fans and dealing with the scene, dealing as a business, whatever, John was the first athlete in UFC history to be sponsored by any team. If you remember that. It was a big deal. Jones knows off the gear, he lost his sponsorship because of the stuff he did outside the octagon. So the guy can tell you what not to do, which is good, but you don't need to know that. I think you'd be much more advised to listen to like Mighty Mouse or Bisbee or I'm going to guys that really were pros, not only inside but outside too. he can learn that. Yeah, my question is, how long has John Jones been out of trouble? A couple years. Like, somebody I have to deal with mistakes. I mean, there's not a bigger than Mike Tyson. You're talking like he went to prison for rape, convicted, and now he's beloved. Loved. I love Mike Tyson. You know, so I think we can talk about like he's done a good job managing that. Inner peace. John still has work to do. You know, if you're a young Irish kid, it's Conor McGregor. Now he's Jesus, God, more power to my own. But this is new. So if Conor for 5 years, 6 years, no issues, then give you some respect for the man. When I was doing this, I was keeping the ball. These are the mistakes I made. These are the traps you want to look out for. Once you're outside of it, learn, accept your responsibility, accountability, then you can give advice to your fighters. But if you're in the midst of the shitstorm, or you're shaking the dust out of it, now's not the time, dude. We give anybody advice. It's more than John has completely changed. He's given advice on these traps. Don't do this, don't do that. I was crazy. I didn't drink this. It's a terrible thing you did. So it's that. And the verdict's still out on it. You can get it twisted. Like, I'm all for him. He has the potential, you know, as an American anyway. So usually I think he's the guy. But the truth is, we don't know. He's like, as you should be. UFC is like pretty fast, you know. It sounds like the UFC decided we need it, you know. Just wait for the opportunity. It's not, that's not the racist. So, again, even the UFC, especially the weight division, there's still that they can tell us that Rothschild should know participate in the UFC. You know, once you start playing like actual guys who've had like 2 years in the UFC, for the veterans, even though they might not be winning these guys, but they pin them and they feel the lines, they won some, they lost them. He starts looking at his competition, and if you can find out what the prospect it's tough to tell. It looks promising, but we've seen that before. Yeah, he's a little different. Just talking about the greatest American wrestler ever. Super disciplined. Right? So there's going to be more emphasis on him becoming a world champion than somebody else is. What you have to know is when guys do come from that pedigree, they do pretty damn well. I expect nothing less for him. Somewhere outside that's tough to see. Where you start with the outside, definitely outside. Yeah, take it slow. Take it slow. Because that heavyweight is the worst division ever respect. Nelson first, you know, circumstances. Then they give me 2 guys to get my feet wet. Like, top 12. These are the heavy divisions that you went to. 10 to let's take a little break. All things for Housewives of the brought to you by Progressive Podcasts. Progressive love to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer true auto code that allows you to pay the Progressive car insurance quote with the rates from other companies. So you save time. We can enjoy saving the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at progressive.com. Progressive casualty insurance company does not deal with all states or situations. This is very based on how you buy Progressive. Let's give it a move.
Free movies and TV shows. Movies like fans, the very young parents and ghosts. With free. Stream now, never.
You're welcome. Because the scary thing is paranoid does what's most likely to happen. Thousands of people that make them open the brain. But you think the beats are down right now? Place me to fight for the anti-wrestling. Costa, definitely. For Costa, just take it out. Smith, Lewis, and each other. It's like making out there, man. So when you get on the paper, you're ready to go, man. You're ready to go. And he's young, too, so like, man, it's a marathon. It's what you get in the slaying. It's what you get on the super. There's not a lot of contention you have to go through. It's tough. I think he's massively flying. I realized how young he was. He's still early. Question. Of course not. Dude. Like, hopefully, it's all the mistakes. Of course, it's just it's what you do. Yeah. I don't know if you're trying to everybody. How do you say that? Also, John's just let you know. So maybe the plan works. Maybe he's like-minded. I'm going to fucking sit down. Which I'm not even crazy. Yeah. Crazy. That's just what I have to do is this. I don't know this guy's okay. Yeah. What do you think of him as like a still young expert? What do you think of him as a superstar? This person, definitely has a way to go. Do you see potential? Like, yeah, I think he has. Remember, if you're playing well in a big division one college, playing basketball, you have immediate training, workability training. They bring up the help here, which is actually answer. You look at a kid from India that goes next month. That kid's been fucking coached the Gales. He says everything right. He doesn't fumble want to do about it? Looked into it. So she never really compete. Like I said, so she what the fuck should we do? What do you want to do? She not. What do you want to do? So did she not look at life anymore? Here's the opportunity as well. And did out of that. Yes, but it was not interesting. So we didn't deny him the ability to make a living based on some she said, he said, she did. That's not the problem. It's just not. So that's true. Okay, stuff that's going on with his drivers is going to try. One like you're going to try about a pound of drivers license. Yeah, no shit. It's tough though because when you go to countries, like I can't touch this, that's not his people driving. Because when you go to those countries, you have no way of the land. You always have to have somebody else sign of that. The driver was hot for the team trip, yeah. Everybody knows land the land is pretty crazy driving out there. Yeah, so he was hired local. You go into a country like that, you have to know someone 100%. Whatever business company they use, send their best guy. It's fine. It sucks. It's natural. So people that passed away. There's 1,000 bucks. It's fun. It's not hype, and the casual is right in the top 15. If you go to any region, bucks and promotion, once again, Tyson, it's how see coming up. Something came back just to my job. Well, that's hold right now. Like I want to fight that Josh, but maybe the end of the year, 2027. And I thought this was pretty fun. This is a happy thing. Typically looking like an absolute. And there's so it's so great. He just has that thing that some people have. Just Tactically Vasa, they kind of have that same sort of. He's just a fighter through and through. He's never been intimidated. It's a Tyson Fury. People call it fun. It's the Tyson Fury. Don't destroy my and even like yeah. What are we talking about? It's a big reason. Like you imagine Babe Ruth on him? Yeah, worse than most likely in LA. But yeah, but yeah, it's a way less. Just 3 of the last 5. One. We don't want to. Good for longer build the back. He's going through some tough times right now with that. Speaking of relationships, though, data, Tracy is are like together for them to how do you mix that? Yeah, some people speak the same language, so there's Portuguese is kind of similar, but the funny thing about this is I don't take it as getting flooded with people. Yeah, he's like, that's Tracy and Tracy did post a lot with my sons. I won't we take some. Unless you're married and you guys have been together for a long time, then you know, especially so it's something that you can from him. It's fun. Like he's the same changes. Yeah. So if we come to understand that schedule, seeing each other and treating him, no shit. So that's why we're it's always great. This is hard. A sec. I always accuse them of whatever bullshit. It's just when you like in the dude. It's just so funny. I don't think much of them or not, but there's tons of much. Yeah, I mean, he's already. Guys now, review going away. Guys now, they're making more money. Because people should just pay more. Whatever we're fighting. It's like John Jones, Robert Johnson, big deals, they did. So I got out making a lot of money. That's not the reality. Yeah. It's definitely kept me a good time. So, and making more money than the current pay-per-view month where like it's dead. Nobody illegal streaming and stuff like that. So yeah, making more like the same they were like good. So just kind of the standard. Just at the part of over too much. Nobody thinks it's more. It's still the same percentage, like 18%. By the time he did. Just troll like me. He's such a great guy. Have the choice, like, listen, make judge of that sort of thing. He's on the ground, he's just getting beat to death, and he fights over it. He didn't even get the chance to try to fight. He was tough and I'm trying to get back to him. He's the one who waved at me. Yes, it's very, he was like, no, I'm severe when you're lost there. I grabbed his arm, and the ref was like, oh, your arm's broken. You don't have to kill me. That's a little different. Oh my God. It's not. Yeah, fucking more. You know, I was thinking that makes sense. He's a smart dude. Is it just because he's doesn't want to back down from me? Is it just obvious? Just obvious. I mean, it's obvious that Josh Coach wanted to stop. I can understand if they like, I can beat this guy with one arm. Yeah. Just none of them. I know it's like nothing. This thing's like bird life is fucked. Okay. You just wait. It's fun. You know? Here's a double down. Yeah, the red zone area. Just play checkers. John Evans talking about the UC White House. He says he believes it's going to be moving like 6 or 7 kind of titles. You know, like the first season goes, Coach signed to like 12. John was like 14 titles. We don't. He said 6 or 7 fights. Of course, you can use things that you've done before. When it goes to that, let's go find me. Six or 7 times. Interesting. You come down. But then, that's what my way turn on the air. You fight for one card, and you're the White House card. It's going to be the biggest card of all time. And they can confirm it. So he sounds like and also ambitious, but probably like a way more direction. Like he might see 6 or 7 units. I don't think on the White House law. You think they're going to go 325 in the game. Or first. That's right. That is the first undisputed title in the NFL. Right. And then you think of pay-per-view, a number of issues meeting over and then June 14th. A lot of these champions are going to be available. They're not going to break the heavyweight title for the best long as they've got. They're going to be on the way up. That's not I think you'll get like Josh. What you are going to get from your second quarter is like Joshua Man versus Tanzuro Tyra, right? But Zachi, we're going to fight on the way or on Let's Spinning. Why would you look out there sooner? He's already said he wants to wait for the White House, right? Ron Willis, William Urias, realistic potential. That's why he's calling for John. He's calling for you. I think it's actually total choke. It's like such a huge thing. You see, like super tight or even here. I'm at John's privy. And a few videos from the Gibbs interview room. He's like, yeah, I'm getting in the White House. John, if John does fine, I think. Just dating guy, he got on the fight. Biggest deals in all time. And his fight with John, camp together. All sides going to John's fight with I said that round from John. And 6 or 7 So you probably won't be really happy pushing it. So you do an intern. Snatching. That's the first thing you see about Joe Rogan. So, he likes to marry his wife. Joe Rogan, tricked by the AI thing. His wife was with someone in the picture, and so whatever he's doing, famous. She's like, Rogan's just like, oh, that's just a rich man. That's watch that. So he's part of the lawsuit. She's like, gosh, going down the long road. Okay, try and include. Good luck. It's more for definition. You would go after that AI. Rogan's response on social media. You could probably go after the platform. No, and Rogan obviously apologized. Dude, but I mean, I guess within Rogan's position, before he claims, but on there too, you know what those people do it, like, you know, it really changes somebody, you know, because he's the whiz guy. So he's usually really good. Good if it tricked Jamie. That's for sure. I mean, I was familiar with. I mean, I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't know like this is just a dude. Looking in detail that's her brother. Yeah. But monster. Yeah. I got you. You got Brian in the early. Anything. Yeah, please stop. Okay. So the Trump family is investing $20 million into computers. Right? MMA. Like his company. This is the what is it going to do? Yeah, good for him. I think too. Congress is one of the top fights as well. For the people. It's Jan. Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do a new bell like the Donald Trump. Bell, like a different. So I guess it would be the BMF, the legit title fights, and then the White House bill. Yeah, the White House bill. That's like the he said. Like, you know, that makes up. I don't know. Give me the fights. don't know. Yeah, good for this person should be a lot of they garnered this jiu-jitsu. Collar choke. Belt off. Take her complete belt. She used her. Can't. Just. So it's illegal. Illegal, not illegal move. The other ones are apparently there's reports that okay. You know, there's 54 million. Yeah. All united. Side report, but then I don't know. She UFC boxing she lost. So I'm not sure. This cat, yeah. Oh, 16 weeks. 16. It's also declined. Show. All right, kids, that's it. Love you guys. 26 is beyond great. You guys might freaking hot, make girls hot. If you enjoyed the show, if you want the show ad free, get ad free, some content, go to patreon.com/TFATK. There's no marketing there with myself on there. We got behind the scenes stuff on there, full stuff. Shop show, Smart Kid, ad free, push it, extended longer episodes, right? It's just $5 a month. That's it. You can get that keeps on giving it to patreon.com/TFATK. Love you guys. Be there, man. Be nice to you. See me at the cinema. That's it. You can see me as the GOAT. Jones is the GOAT. Demetrius Johnson. Amazing dude. Fedor Emelianenko. You can say all these names. You're wrong. Here's the greatest mixed martial arts. George, the unquestionable MMA is nothing short of spectacular. We will try to thank you for keeping everyone you ever faced. Just one thing. handful of people who started approaching this in a truly professional fashion. Something I go, I'm trying to understand why did I quit? Was that fake? I don't know. Where I'm at, no shortage of criticisms. Way close, I think you're kind of one of the last things anything that you can't go, the life trauma, the life shoot. It's had a bunch of controversies. I'm going to say this way. This entire career and legacy was clear. Sir, honest. The best fighter in the world, UFC watching that went to the best fighter. My goal was to do this. I'm just here to answer one question. A lot of people ask, it's the most great company. Getting knocked out with a 9 and 4 strikes. That's the thing you'd expect for someone in the run. Not the greatest of all time. It's the most humiliating fight career. But I want to leave on the table that there was a lot of very good story. That was many times. Before I heard on the well, and the surface level, dismiss the first few years compared to names like John Jones and Khabib. I've always believed the 3 greatest mixed martial arts. So it was me. But if you want to understand the GOATs, we have not got a young Dorsey had no chance, even as young as he has impressed years with his wrestling. By the time he was 19, it was his first national opportunity. Before I first was here in Europe, just I saw very much wrestling. I know, like, I did, I know, and when I was very young, because I started when I was so like Georgia State, we just started martial arts for karate to stop police from stealing much money. That's what I did as a wrestler for sure. Because I was still being us, and I was playing when I was young. I saw it as a facing the medical warfare that facing these martial arts. I was looking at myself in the mirror, and I didn't really get myself. I didn't like what I saw in myself. I wanted to change my environment. And martial art taught me that if you want to change your environment, you want to change yourself, you need to know yourself first. By becoming a second-hand black belt by age 12, love yourself was going to be easy because to have no mountain, GSP wasn't just dreaming too big. I was very, very young at years old. He was asking for money to take us. Somewhere they go, they change them. Whatever, and then when it came to that, what I wanted to do, I said I wanted to be a WWE wrestler. Because MMA didn't exist at the time when I was young, and everybody started laughing. They were laughing until I took 5,000 people, and we used to tell me, oh, you would have to be a fighter, you're not enough, you're not strong enough. When I see the first UFC, when Royce Racing won the first UFC, that's when I was like, that's what like that's, I see myself as Jesus, this problem that we made you 20 years. I thought that UCC, I watched it first, I watched it, 5 or 6 right UCC, I'm from a country in go ahead and remember, fight it. When I first fight that, and because of his remember George, he invented that axis. He's, remember like saying out loud, right? Like, 9 million views on YouTube. He'll use my as a fast. He finished this fight even sooner than this. Sufficient instead of strikes. You'll get him next time. Down there. It's like, I made a good guys. He's gonna beat me up 100 times. This champion was developing a well-rounded skill set. At the time when I started these martial arts, it was not something that you could do with making living. I was the same thing that would like a sport could grow to a certain level that we can GSP wrote in 2002 with another first round finish and his first taste on the top defense. Just in case it isn't clear, GSP was a dominant and defending champion in his first year as a fighter. Many other candidates did win non-tournament prior to the UFC, and those that did never defended those titles. The UFC along the way champion right that first international. In 2003, GSP had 2 more fights as champion. He broke his Thomas Denny in the second round, and at the end of the year, he had his toughest test. There was a guy, his name was Heinz. Everybody knows one of them is striking the middle. At the time, Rod. An impressive choke for a veteran, but it also had an uncanny resemblance to a reason finish by his soon-to-be rival. Against these rounds to find technical infinity. Is that a fight that you want? Would you be happy to go to the UFC to cut over again? Fight the UFC finished every minute across the map before into the UFC. And although you might see these weren't tough competitors, it's no slouch and GSP didn't have many options. In Canada, it's just like that TKO, right? Yeah, it was big. Finishing your opponents in the regional scene is kind of what you were listening to in the future. However, greats only GSP and John Jones can say they finished every man they faced prior to the UFC. And I was going to show you GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter next. That video is not available in our region. But don't worry, I'm not recording again. The internet is a very dangerous place. I mean, you can be searching for something very personal, and everyone can see what you're doing. Oh my God, I searched for a lot of things to make these videos, but NordVPN keeps me safe across the internet with a single click. Try what I do online and protect my traffic with robust encryption. It's easy to protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions and go to NordVPN.com/Squirrel in the description to get into your plan plus 4 months free. And with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose by trying NordVPN. That's a fantastic deal. All the NordVPN. JustVPN is a calling GSP just some friends we need like to be a mother. They're both more than just that. NordVPN's threat protection is shield you from malware, trackers, and apps. The database notifies you if your sensitive information has been exposed. And my favorite feature is that it allows me to access content that may not be available in my region with a single link. Get all these benefits and more exclusively in the description at NordVPN.com/Lightning. That's NordVPN.com/Lightning. For a 2-year plan, thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video and allowing us to see GSP's first interview as a UFC fighter. Bonjour, je Amazing fighter. Very explosive.
Just want to know my fans.
He was very driven champion. He was also very self-aware of his abilities. Just like he fights me. You have to fiddle. Your mind becomes an obstacle. I was fighting this ninja. I used to have even in this third round, I cleared this for sure was it was with the first fight that for sure like this. So I saw big when I gym the first time I was like, wow, this is the most stronger sport. I can overpower. Martial arts. I need to start off when I watch the fight. I sit down and I watch the fight. I realize something. It's the fight. So, it was my his fight. He's trying to confidence with and it does. Everybody is a human being. I thought that that's what that's what I couldn't say enough good things about him. GSP was just 23 years old. Legendary champion and just his third UFC fight. Great fighters like John Jones, Nurmagomedov, and Alexander Volkanovski didn't fight for a belt until at least 38 UFC fights. GSP was just 4'2", and had he taken a safer road than an adult with more than enough fights, he may have never suffered his loss. But it didn't matter. He had the right mindset. He just wanted to fight back-to-back years. I'm very proud of him. On their little fight with my fans. Just 3 months after that loss, GSP defended his team in Copenhagen Welterweight Championship for the last time. Practically the first round to work, and it's just reinforced that GSP is better than pretty much everybody. And soon after, he signed an exclusive contract with UFC. bottom, or in the sense, I think we're now for an actual really big albums. F you, French shake. French shake. Yes, you. George St. Peter, congratulations. You just told me you were circulating this fight. You couldn't breathe out of your nose. Dominating this. I'm supposed to. I wasn't ready to fight, but it does not matter. As much as I'm afraid. No way to perfect. I feel, but one thing that I'm not another can work. No matter who I'm fighting, I'm gonna go out there and I don't care about all the feel is subjectivity. I don't care about the objects. What I need to do in order to take out the fear. Myself, what the other people think that does not exist. The only thing that exists matter is the objectivity. The things that you need to succeed. These need to be done at all costs. That was the most dominating scene in the RCL. Again, one of your closest opponents. Are you different? It's much better. The answer was yes, he was getting that much better. He was going to do it. First opponent, he didn't fully make the turn to the man we know today. It's no choice. Second UFC lightweight champion, so you know I wasn't chasing his body. I'm gonna go on my knees. I ask the UFC manager to give me the full title shot. Please, go on to him so bad. Didn't get a title shot as a result of that plea. He had to fight BJ Penn. The first fight that I had was my first fight with BJ Penn. He's still a martial artist that I had before. He was the perfect fighter. And BJ Penn was one of the greatest fighters ever. He was the world heavyweight champion, future lightweight champion. He came back and I saw him in the mode and the first one because I tried to fight him and he said, the fever. He's good everywhere. He had every level of weaknesses. If you don't believe it, my own. My first one was I keep it standing out from the outside, you know, because the faster than him, I'm down and then so I got beat in the first round. I got it. That was everything. First round, so I had to switch gear. My plan B was now I'm gonna wrestle maybe. I switched gear. BJ was a massive deal, and it was a split decision. It proved that GSP could be champion. So now it's time for GSP to get up close and personal. I'm very glad you won the fight. Performance. That was probably the most polite call out ever. We have to talk about the Ultimate Fighter. The fourth season of the Ultimate Fighter gave the successful UFC welterweights the chance at a title shot. What made it interesting is that GSP was one of the coaches, and everyone knew that GSP Mystery? She doesn't care if I win the fight. She's not even gonna care about it. I know the boys that are getting to another guy. Oh, this guy, he's going to the bank. Pays mortgage. They don't care, you know. The universe is freaking small. Nobody cares. I'm the only one putting the pressure on me. Nobody gives a damn about it. So that's why they help you to perform now. Trust me, you're gonna want to see those tears. Was fighting. Not Sarah at the time. Nobody really gave a chance to beat me because the whole time was against him. You know, I remember it was the biggest were crazy. Sarah, the ultimate fighter, I was guaranteed title shots. I was very confident towards the end. I was fighting. I had no business being in there with him. So when I became champion, I beat Matt Hughes. I was on a high, you know. Now it was the opposite. I had too much confidence. I had a lot of people telling me, "Oh, I was a new kid on the block." You know, like I was very young. I was just beat the edge of Matt Hughes, and people kind of like was telling me, "Oh, look, I have," and I started to believe it. Unfortunately, Sarah, I was not scared enough. When you that is the only fight that very, very shallow mental experience. I felt like it was stiff. I didn't like it was weird. I get myself first. My coming got dizzy. Very high. That's what was great. So I go because it was like 10 to 1. Long points. Distance. First time I had right so I wanted to get back to him as fast as I can. But it was very hard. I made a mistake to try and get back into the fight right away. And I tried to jump back into a war with him. Wow, that was almost. So I got watched. I didn't know where I was. So I turned on the side and I hit that on the tree. Never understand. That one mistake. Excuse, by the way, I want to thank you for things to my fans. Those stick with me. GSP's totally died. Almost brilliant. He murdered by his one of the greatest artists in UFC history. Most people would not be able to recover from such a humiliating failure. But George St. Pierre is not those people. And there's still a lot more story for you to see. Everybody out there. But to truly appreciate GSP's determination to win, you have to understand that he's surrounded himself with. By this point in his career, he had pretty much 7 years old tournament and training kickboxing champion afterwards. It's striking, but even without other legendary coaches, put together a great camp. Gotta show you that great John Potter was great and underappreciated jiu-jitsu coaches in MMA in the world. John's Henniger is regarded as one of, if not the greatest fighting submission wrestling, and George was not that ability to train with his head. As a guy that needs to cover his mouth, he would jump on it, pass, drill, to yield, not to come on the Friday. And then late Sunday night, Montreal and look at which man. I've always said George is a leader, me. Accolades Freddie Rose, James Tony, and other boxers become the best boxing players ever. Last but certainly not least, we have Feroz. Feroz is a genius, legendary genius, knows everything. Feroz Sahabi is one of the greatest minds of mixed martial arts and was GSP's main coach for the majority of his career. And some might call his methods a little mad. Feroz is some of the greatest experience with the Totem. Like he was worse than him, like knocked out George, right now. Things that are, yeah, man, exactly. Feroz was worse than training. George was like, showing him sing under killing. It's strange, so I give a speech. The first guy to double him, the first guy to put him out, I think I out. It's crazy as it sounds. These were the right guys to have to sign them. Feroz and John, to me, are the most competent people that have to help nobody to find them. Teachers, and I was something about Freddie Roach. A group of trainers like this was not only essential for GSP's building, but he was immensely prepared to dominate his division. Right? I stay away from the people that are in my circle. They bring that closer to people. Feroz, John, and the fighters. Yeah, it's like going to war. Bring wife, your kid, your family. Bring the people that you go to war with. This mentally perfect, which GSP was now on path to win his belt. And unfortunately for Josh Koscheck, he just happened to be the way. Chicken wing and Koscheck wasn't expecting it. He out-wrestled the wrestler. Phenomenal wrestler. He brought out the game. Found himself on his fifth. The majority of the battle with George St. Pierre to build George was considerable So George St. Pierre sees the perfect opportunity to not only compete for the interim title, but to also celebrate his idol. I'm very glad that I got back to the clubs. I'm very excited. Saturday night, Jeff put him out. It's good news. It's making us like, I don't know if I'm in this, but I'm thinking about it too. I can't so good at it. You know, I want to be back that door. With George, I was going to be I got a film that I would rest of my family see the best George Shapiro that George Shapiro record. Are you up next? Are you ready? Like, yes. 1 minute. That's the one I made. I don't except in the mirror. And that's what I do before I fight. I'm telling myself all the reasons why I think will myself. You know, like, so that's still good. Something like believe you will transform. See myself more confident. Beautiful, I'm strong. Fast on those shoes. I have better trainers, I have better training partners. With all these skills, training camp, training SC, I can train your name. So, I think that was what I was having with the way to do it. Yes, it's a good connection, but that doesn't mean that victory. Thanks to the UFC, that it's a good honor. But the reason is I say, I don't get it, I don't get it, but you know, I'm not going to consider myself champion. That's why I'm Pierce points in and demolish the man who came to your first loss for a second time, earn another belt, and only faced loving other loss for him avenged. Look, you never lost a title in front of millions of people, and you probably have to do that. We can all resonate with nothing but the feel of humiliation. Training weights in which you were humiliated. I was terrified with her. Terrified that you know years alone. I was not so much afraid of her, even though it was a possibility. I was afraid to be humiliated. I saw this for a second. It says, you're not focusing on everything. You're focusing always on one minute. That was really nice. You do it. As a moment, I complete that feeling. It makes you very uncomfortable. It's very, very stressful. It's going to make me very afraid. It made me roll the thing. That's it's going to be very sad. Anyone that represents that every day, every race, it's about every great. One day, it's not great. One, so you're more afraid. Every fight is bigger and you got more to lose. I should not be afraid. I'm afraid. There's no courage without fear. I'm afraid of what there is now. That was sounds crazy. Yourself in the defense there. Was that the greatest moment of your career thus far? Yeah, the greatest moment of my life so far. It was amazing. A dream come true. George St. Pierre relieved himself of unfathomable humiliation by detaching his ego and fighting with the champion. He was always distant. Hardly beat his brains at UFC. Inside, what inside? He was just to avenge his second loss. It seemed that he was even more determined to prove to himself that he could not be good first time defense. The almost in order to in my first time defense, the one that said mistake is blemishes on his record. There was a certain he did meet, but it was wanted to challenge his become the first 17th division champion in history. Tomorrow night. Was on the line and so much redemption for the first fight. After the first fight was controversial, this is a revenge fight. And he said, you know what? I gotta go this and the first fight. I want some revenge. If you're like to this 3 or 4 of these times, DJ says we're gonna fight to for some reason, might be known as the best fighter in the world. Two guys in the front, both hungry, both champions, going into the fight, wanting to finish each other. And I said, this is one of those fighting that at the time, every fan couldn't help but wonder what is he going to do differently to put this atmosphere. We're equal. We're the same person. Difference between me against who are you winning against me is identical. And I want to know where I can take you out of your comfort zone, and I can bring that fight where I'm program like a computer to react against that specific problem. I bring a lot of speed, reflexes, everything. When I fought BJ Bennett, I had the best reaction time I've seen. I knew that BJ Bennett had a very fast reaction time. Very recent time. BJ Bennett was so fast, more like a sprint. So when I did that second fight, when I fought BJ Bennett, he didn't flinch. I knew I broke him and in the first round. So all that reaction time, used properly. Very tough guy. He got overwhelmed. That's how I beat him. For the belt, I was fighting. Another stuff has been said. I have respect for you. One of the respect is BJ would dissipate rapidly because the aftermath of this fight drew a have some controversy. The BJ situation with BJ and with GSP's corner, skate and everything else. I'm just saying, hit slip. He's fast on his back in 20 rounds, which was an intentional time to GSP advantage. But now he can shake his side. And look what happened. That wasn't the fight. So when you're not fighting, why did you reject the result of using extra Vaseline? He was dominating the fight. So when the win fight, he went into the trainer. It was a very good trainer. And the residue on there was the right trainer. They worked speak for trust me. I still they're fighting. I can get my reinstate me from number 2 glorious man bypassing the fighter and realize he's passing off his hands. So you know definitely there was an official hearing with the end saying that GSP was the leader and GSP took him down killing BJ. Falling apart. Fight. sleep. Entry. This way of controversy. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. This video is a lot of work. We're not at the most interesting part yet, and I'm not at 100K subs. So if you can subscribe and share this video, let's see how enjoy it. Greatly appreciate it. That was the GSP. GSP's next sub was against Thiago Alves. Terrifying, really good artist. But spoiler alert, UFC 100 in his third top. So I'm breezing through this part is because the most interesting part actually happened in the corner going into the last round.
I go push my ear. I had a doctor, and I heard that exactly. But I'm gonna see that because
Street, but this is actually was necessary for pushing like GSP, especially when things don't go well leading up to a fight. When I think I jumped and stopped the power to fighting that hard. Of course, I was sure it was like the round. Okay, so if I kill this conflict, so I said, you can next round. Not a single. Just take a look. In the next round, not knowing. And then against the Jesus Christ. I was really, really grateful for the other guy that was a girl. I was very, very grateful. We took the beating. Yes. I know, round 5 was a fire. Also, killing GSP's confidence. Even though he was hurt, he the entire fight. He went for the finish multiple times. But this is when he started to turn on GSP. Have to win. And that win is not just win in fashion. Beats one performance of that spring. I wanted to finish. You impressed with every fight you have is going to be good. It was a dominant performance. He wanted to do better. Like I'm saying, he sits up here and he just told us he did better. It sucks to be this point because once again, his next turn of offense, he shut out Josh Koscheck for a second time and defeated Jake Shields. GSP was clearly in this position. Getting finishes was proving He's not going seem to have that killer instinct. Would you agree with that? For not finishing till it's there's been a lot of talk of together and you and Anderson Silva catch weight. It's almost be a time where maybe we could see the dream between him and GSP. George Pierre versus Pierre Anderson Silva. Take on Anderson Silva. Down to 170. GSP would do it. Absolutely. Wanted to
see GSP being down and we champion of the whole Anderson Silva. Never anyway, the one thing about this fight's a fantasy fight. Other things that have happened before this fight came out. I don't think they have never once talked to Anderson about like George I've never said, hey, let's set up a fight with this guy. Hey, I'm fighting Anderson Silva. They catch weight. You go down and they go over. And also, this for this, and I'm for USA, UFC. They didn't want that. They didn't want that. Starting this, they never wanted to do it. So this fight, they will blame the UFC. So my knowledge is fights are far too unpredictable. But his next fight would be anything but toughest within the damage that I get. He was facing former WEC welterweight champion. It's time to catch up your breath, catch up your senses. It's the loss of serenity experience that made me survive that kicked the head. He messed around by beating me, he yelled me. I give everything. No regret. Is a testament to his greatness in emerging from only 2 months. GSP never lost to Matt Serra. He might have cut his old range short. The experience to overcome something as devastating as that. And above that, GSP would have known the humility to understand his strengths and weaknesses. I don't have the power of wrestling. He does win fights, even if some people don't find him impressive. And he's in his on Twitter. Crazy wrestling. That's why a lot of girls think like 2 days later. You go on Twitter and announce that it's actually going to be in October. Fighting fighter is original TS Brothers. Of course, they were very friendly.
person. You know, George, he takes it personally. It's freaking sport. Yes, the need to is for now to fight. It's nothing personal. Fight. Maybe he hates my guts. I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know if he wants to fight me or he might really want to fight you. But he's not a fight guy. I mean, that's fine. You know, I'm afraid of you. Yes, it's true. I can. When I went to do it, I really had no idea where all the money stuff because that he had to figure out that he wanted to fight me in the rematch immediately. So that's a good chance. He shut down in a communist fighter. He dominates all the best. He did have no excuses. He said he might fight that guy. He was on his way. Some kind of weird ass stuff. My rap was the commission was true. So the alien abducted me. I got gamma ray to increase my strength like a performance enhancement. What's happening? So before I put some glass. Still had a crazy hard fight. Allegations aside, he was really intelligent. But there was one man who enemy fans genuinely believed could beat his team. And spoiler alert, they were right. He's the number one contender for a reason. He was and only ever suffered one loss. People convinced that Johnny this was awesome. It's like, oh, you're on you're fighting against performance and athletes. You got to talk in the sport and stuff like that. You want to talk about doping? The system. It was not my goal. I wanted to elevate sport because it's the it was a very dramatic it's the life of an individual. Basically, I agree. It was perfect. You know, when we say it, you can look, I agreed to do a test. But then he said, I did not agree because also the UFC told me to not agree. The UFC told me. Why did he do drugs 6 years ago? The last 6 fights, the last 6 years, I won. When I done UFC has funded the Athletic State Commission of that don't do so you don't want to say with them not Johnny but it was people that were against it. Yes. And also the evidence. I don't know what I do. You took the test. I wanted to be the best here you can be. If that's something, that's something. I'm confident I'm gonna win the fight. Unfortunately, there was false confidence. I wasn't free to talk about it because I thought that people would respect me. The first round he came out, he tried to establish the team, which wasn't working. He was trying to recover everything. felt like it was like a feeling of claustrophobic. I was like, I couldn't breathe well, I couldn't sleep well, my mind, I had too much pressure, personal progress, so much stuff. We did get the tape down, but in the first round, I couldn't get the tape down. And I thought I could life from now. The first round, before I got it, I was waiting for the pressure. And people would be like, oh, like, when he has to complain, he's rich, he's popular, he's the kid. There's some people who were like, when he has nothing to compare, but I felt like it too much. Besides the first round and the fifth round, that's the only few times he got to take him. The third round, he was bloody and blue. I didn't feel well. I was trying to perform. It was conditioned. It was catching him. Round, I took him down and down, I don't know what, something like that. I pretty much everything that GSP was controlling me, I did to him. I just beat out the best fighter. You know what I mean? I just look at him, look at me. He did it. George C. All he needed was for the judges to make it. I absolutely won this fight, and some people took it away from me.
He's the biggest man you saw. I still don't think he won that fight.
Listen, everyone, it was a lot of talk about what's going to happen. What's stuff in my life happening. I need to bring up my glove for a little bit. Please, make it quick on my day.
You owe it to Johnny Hendricks to give him that opportunity.
I have stuff going on. I like my personal life. I speak to you about this. Right? Just big, but personal, some of my things want to be very. I do believe that God is hand raised that night. However, it is also worth noting that Hendricks had something to do in his fighting ability with the introduction of Usada in the UFC. He was basically unrecognizable as a fighter, which police believe that he had another American and she will be on. We have to remember that great fighters like Khabib and John Jones also got the controversial victories, with John Jones being dominated as Khabib in a very similar situation with Gleison Timo. That's neither here nor there, because after Hendricks, James Pierre pushed his title, including his title welterweight champion for good. When he takes 4 years old, I wasn't the defending them sizes. It took up GSP disappeared from the octagon for 4 years before he started to get the itch to go back. If you took 4 years off, how many years in your life? I think I'm ready to go back. When I see USA and the drug testing program, and I want to come back, but the sport was there. That's one of my things. So what do you want to come back and fight? I just get out of the. So GSP wanted to come back. He just needed to come back for something different. 4 years. That's a long time. So my question was, you gotta come back. He's going back to World War. Come back for something that excited me, something that was different, something that was unique and new. You know, and I want to come back to do the same thing that was realistic. Something. So Johnny told me, he said, you always have to be big criticizes when you are fighting the war. And if you are very close, if one of the two, if you want to still chant in place, they're just going to tell people say that you can bring your cerebral technically, you know, and necessary base, which make that fight boring. It's like, I was lame to be treated besides us, like the Jews have come back. Let's do grace. That's what when it came back after 4 years, they didn't want to come back. They wanted to take on a title that you would pass it. There's a fault. Josh. I'm sorry. And then they can fight for the what exactly? You got a job. But it's just like that. And how your weight class make it's 30. I'm gonna try to help you against my goal. That's for you. Those when they use it's 30. Just doing over 5 months. I was French pass. When I wasn't training, I loved them. There's one of the same fires. Any sort of unique challenges to you. It doesn't pose any unique challenges. All he does is hold the key line. Longer, faster, higher, better, emotional, strikes, and wins in the ball before bringing it to the place. The more you do expect that, rounds up, rising into that. The GSP fans, come on, John. This is in his breath now. Relax, come on. When we did that, first we had a stare down and kind of we go by the back, kind of the back door. So there's a camera. I think it was a camera. That's what it was. So there was cameras. They're about to ask us to just take pictures. And then they take them coming towards me, and then it's like, oh, so that you can see what's there. Back to me, I know it's just don't you ever put your in on me again, because then I go to this and I'm like, it's like, what? Proportion of the whole that particular incident. That's what best that you find. Between who comes next match with us, so we come with next to each other. When I live, they start laughing, and then I start laughing. Yeah, I know. See you later. You see what? So many times, first you don't succeed, try back again. The seeing is not, if at first I don't succeed, I'm going to run up and cry like a little bitch. Why am I investing as opposed to considering what you mean? Why would you do that against this dude who's bigger? You know, what is a better way? George is a husband. He's a husband. He's a great fighter. Yes, it's never been done before after 4 years. And if we do this, we don't want to be the first to do it. So that's why I'm doing it. He's got another 7 before, so he's like, he would see you. So he's not going to be me. This is nothing for sure. So when I'm going to her, it's going to be the most people. It's like, words, range. When he came back, this was really interesting about that. 2 more times, I'm better martial arts than it was before. And I was thinking when you came back, it was like, you were saying you're better than I was. Right away, you feel right back in the and look, you were showing things, especially different things, different movement that we hadn't seen from So some unconscious rear naked contributor was one of the tightest, most cinched up rear naked contributors ever. George. I see a lot of people saying moving up a division every year because of the called for his full time. With fighter UFC history to win belts in 2 different weight classes, an astonishing feat. His body would allow him to even eat. There is a firing which developed his eye and went to do some physical tests. What's the problem of real condition? Because the captain, the problem I didn't know what it was. You know, the test and everything. That's where he came. So I'm sorry what to do after that. Because I cut out stuff. Say it makes aware of this. Some of your nights up 10, 6 games, the landscape. We said for attention sponsors that they kind of stalled the division. I'm saying to myself, I said, for the fighters, always did, you know, getting pushed. The division, people went because me, and they don't around you, everybody knows that the surprise retirement. There's no one else that me do it in full contact sport. That's how you should retire. Done. It's very hard to tremendous legacy. Few close to men. Most flawless. My father fights. I grew up watching wanted to come back because it was, you know, for unnecessary things of like it's a program that never been so UFC he refused to be fighting at the other when Khabib fought just I think he took everybody by surprise by his camp told me he was going to come and he retired. And you know what? It's maybe better like that for all of us. So we have a good end. You can compare Jasmine to John Jones, Demetrius Johnson. The legacy of George speaks for itself. There's 3 shots of it. Three of them hit. Me. Right? George's special. Senior kid based on which of the series. There's a criteria. It is defeated times. George, St. Peter, you know, he took 4 years off and joined them still. He's the greatest, if not the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of all time, without doubt, in my opinion. You've got those 3 guys, in my opinion. And which one you can come down to? It's more about who you are, it's who you are. It doesn't about absolutely nothing. John Tanner is absolutely correct. We never agree on the criteria for the greatest of all time, but if you made it this far, you probably president of the peace journey. Any good kids in it, no one had a dream. Right? And the first 2 months, you were fighting. Because the world was one life. fight. For me, it's a better. It is. I love the confidence that this gives me. I love the training, the camera training. I love the science. I know that I have access to things that most people do not have access to. I love that in order to preserve them. But I despise this. I like to when you win your it's unbelievable. It's so good that it's it's funny hearing that from you because you would expect to hear that from someone who is considered one of the greatest of all time. I mean, you're considered one of the greatest of all time, so it would be very hard to argue your approach. So successful when I did it. Every fight I did everything I needed to do it. And I trained hard and I did something that I trained smart. I'm the best at what I did those tournaments. So I did myself right confident. I was afraid, I was terrified. But I was confident. You never slept well before? Never. What you were doing? What you were doing? Sarah. And many people see the sports that's time by my was able to win eventually I lost against that Sarah. Time I lost, I'm very why I lost and ensured that I never make this mistake. When I started doing MMA, I wanted to be a professional fighter. And when you told me I couldn't do it, and I used to feel you will never be a fighter, you're not tough enough, you're not strong enough. I became a professional fighter. I wanted to fight in the most prestigious organization. You told me I couldn't do it, and I did. I wanted to become U.S. champion. You told me how it's impossible. And I beat him. And I beat him. I'm not beating him, but I beat him more decisively because I had confidence and all the skills that you feel with confidence is that someone who has a lot of money is making out one of the wheels. The third game champion, I wanted to make sure that I had security enough money to pay for me and my family. I wanted to pay my other goal was to pay my family bills. It was a most beautiful day of my life. I reached my goal. My goal is to be that's right. That was my dream. I want to live that again. Usually in the also one of the kids do up to us. And I think it's important for me as a kid to give it makes the whole story not just about being who you are, by your personality, your ability to just be good. Just how happens. Almost change for the performance enhancing testing. And I'm glad I did. Didn't do everything. And also I wanted to retire on top. I don't want to retire. Because retire, the best fighter history of the sport of it. That's how I want to keep everything. Everything as an end. Just story. Thanks for being the strongest man in the world. That was my dream when I was young. That's why I did UFC. I wanted to be the strongest man in the world. Everything that I greatest ever fight of all time. You really speak for years ago, something you care about. Just want to how you do there is a point, right? It's a very subjective thing, and I realize what there is and not exists. Cannot be this from them. This is the illusion. Something that does not exist. That it's an illusion. Makes Marshall advocate what I needed to achieve. Absence is fun. No one can say Josh and when I was on the import notion of my that's my goal. I think that's the only goal is thank you to my members. If you like this video, please like and subscribe because he's got that. This is going to be crazy thing is it was never supposed to happen. It's on the side and pursuing greatness as some shit about that was the impetus for what I had to get back into the beast with those. Was talking about some poets on in the highlight, just like nobody else. Completely unique style, very technical and very well thought out. And in that interview, he realized the first line was that Alex one time. You gotta understand, Alex Medina is one of the most greatest kickboxers in history. It's not just dangerous power. It's sneaky. He's really technical, creative ways. Medina kicked off his career in 2012, and over the next 4 years, he definitely had a competition in organizations. Everybody, but it was the way he was doing it. The power was different. The style was different. It's a weird style. Hands down, weird movement, super technical. I was like, this guy's terrifying. I wasn't long before he had his first meeting with Israel on his well, China. It was a tightly contested battle where the Medina earned a decision victory to Adesanya's fight mystery. By the decision, and many fans argue Adesanya was robbed of his victory by the judges. There was a bit of controversy. I won. So naturally, both these fighters were the following year. But if you were looking for a truly satisfying conclusion, you would have been disappointed. Israel Adesanya was winning the fight. More notably, happening very badly hurt in the second round. I mean, it was a but the referee stepped in and gave Pineda a standing count, which gave Pineda just enough time to recover and deliver his signature left hook in the third round to knock out Adesanya. Two, it's like any Pineda in the second round, down. You might think that an knockout like this would be definitive in squashing this rivalry, but far too many questions surround nobody knocks out Izzy. Izzy was fucking this dude up and they should have stopped the fight. Izzy was fucking that guy up to the point where he just in the corner covering up. I'm shocked they didn't stop the fight. You could have maybe stopped the fight, but if he goes on to knock Izzy out, maybe the argument is not. You gotta let guys fight. It bothered Israel Adesanya to the point that he was mentioned 39 years later as champion of UFC. You see, Pereira had a hard life. He grew up very poor and he fell out and dropped out of middle school to be a bricklayer's assistant and later a tire shop worker. He was in a dead-end job surrounded by people who formed with alcohol and became an alcoholic over time. And it was a shame because it was around this time that Pereira had shown a lot of early promise as a kickboxer. According to his trainer, Pereira's love of booze prevented him from training for long. His body didn't hold up, and he wasn't mentally clear in his battles. However, his trainer Vera knew that Pereira had to trade one set of spirits for another. You've likely seen Alex in an indigenous attire before his dance, but you probably don't realize that it was his code moving throughout to his ancestry. Connecting to his indigenous roots gave Pereira a revival of his mind and spirit, and for him to realize he didn't need alcohol as his cards any longer. Pereira became Poetan, an indigenous word that means hands as rocks or stone hands. It's no spot. Got boom on their hips. Went down to everybody. Like literally everybody he's this new and improved Pereira stepped into the competition in glory. Becoming not only the middleweight champion, but also the light heavyweight champion. He just gave it to his fighters do their own. They reach this they're a champion. And he does it in two different weight classes. He owns 2 weight classes in glory. His simultaneous 2-division glory was historic win. Barrera's takedown defense, he wanted to make his way to the UFC. There's a lot of good fights in the UFC 185 and 205. What incredible foresight by Joe Rogan. Pereira had already used his boxing history, so why not explore the horizons? Like God said, I'm moving on to today. I signed with the UFC. I'll be fighting on Madison Square Garden in New York City on November 6th. I hope I got all you guys support. When that guy was going to fight MMA, yeah, this is going to be some he's an extraordinary dude. That's right. Alex Pereira had only boxing and was highly motivated to come to the UFC because of his comments. Somebody tell you that you were going to be a more and something, knowing that he's had struggles like that. I think that's too. At the time, Alex made the full-time move to MMA. His brother Sonya had only won 5 title fights at middleweight. He tried to see champion like that, but was unsuccessful. Jan Blachowicz. On the other hand, Alex Pereira was practically baby in the sport of MMA, barely dipping his toe into the sport while he built his kickboxing legacy. In his first MMA fight in 2015, he was predicted to be submitted via predictably because he was a striker. Grappling was a completely foreign art for Poetan, which is why his next 3 fights. He scored 3 knockouts, which were in the first round. I mean, imagine those guys thinking you got some scrub with a losing record, not knowing he's put the hands of the race, low intensity. Keep in mind, a 3-1 MMA record is grounds for a UFC signing, but a 33-7 kickboxing record, 21 knockouts, and 2 victories over the biggest active star in the UFC was enough to get the UFC's attention. The second inside on to the UFC competition, who was the best striker in the UFC, had another element that's 100% the case, but when you click on this video, the conversation on the biggest injury from another element. That's right. You deserve the best of yourself. Your serious injury can be released, and insurance companies won't play its claims. So Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you the money you deserve. It just got to the months. Morgan saw verdicts of $6.8 million, $12 million, and even $26 million across the United States. Remember, all law firms are not the same. Big companies can take big losses. And Morgan & Morgan is the free reason. They just bring you in. It takes a couple of minutes to have a case, and you can start a claim with America's largest firm in just a click. It's so easy. You can claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/final. That's www.forthepeople.com/final. Or just click in the description. It's absolutely free unless you win. Thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video. Now back to Pereira's UFC debut. There's a guy that's this last guy to knock him out. His name's Pereira. He's a one of the most terrifying things happened before. He hits people and it hits them. It doesn't, he sizes these people, but he hits them. It's like he's a heavyweight and a lightweight. I'm telling you, he's got and he was 31 when he was in Madison Square Garden. And you knew that he would win a cup when he would rush the knees. He would do the high play down. That's crazy. Poets on you to deliver. Andreas Michailidis came in with a great game plan to smother and outgrip. And he exposed it down. But to the surprise of many, Bennett was able to weather the storm and back to his feet. What's interesting is that Adesanya was watching Bennett's debut and made this perpetual rivals eyes to the screen. Because he was a right on. And I guess you can say let's think alike. So grab us. You're right. It's good. A lot of people say you might have the Adesanya kickboxing background. What is the future tonight? What's the clear path now, right? A lot of excitement around you. Obviously, the link to Adesanya is always going to be there. Do you want a fast run to the title? Or do you want to take time to develop more to this? Well, of course, yeah, Jim, but I'm evolving, getting better. Yeah, I'm 34 years old, but I'm getting better and better. Pereira made just his first UFC fight, but like he said, he was 33 years old. So whatever he wanted to accomplish in the sport needed to be done in a very short window. With a force like that, nice run. Alex Banner, of course, kickboxing world champion. The guy who beat Israel Adesanya twice. You remember what he said about it? Did you say this was the remember? I did. He's a joy. This guy had to be 15 whenever he was making 85. I think it was him. His hands are as big as a one of the fights he said it was 226. 226 and he knocked down 185. His fist is like both of them put together. Racial features. He's like this long arms, this big giant hammers at the end of his wrists. He's different. Who that is going in? It was like this mythical creature we couldn't believe was in our sports. And we could do was speculate to how this second fight was going to go. And they had to show up all week in terms of how people get this fight. Like people think Runo's the next victim of this guy. Runo's an incredibly violent fighter. Just don't have the many Runo's wins. We haven't seen a whole lot about him. Out there. I think he's going to go out there and try to some respect for him. It was a good fight. It was like real so intense to do. He didn't get a finish, but in a fight, he gave a point part of the performance. That's a big respect he needed in this new sport. I mean, right? A lot of people showcase what it is. Feel there's a lot of sign because just start worrying about your name. Yeah, feel yours. The point that he took it out, and it's something right here. I believe that he's a really because he knows what he knows so far. I greatly admire him. It's not like it's just two UFC fights. He fully believed he would make his way to the UFC superstar. At this point, Israel Adesanya had 6 middleweight championship victories, an explosive rise to become a fan favorite. Returns off the last comment. Adesanya was the biggest name in fighting. However, his roller coaster to fun his popularity was reaching its point as fans began to find him according to his recent streak of the city. Fans also didn't like some of their shows. That's the puppy. You think like Benito was destined to come alive to the Adesanya storyline, so much so that the UFC Sports were able to fight on the same card as his. It was in 276 against the psychotic future Sean Strickland versus Alex Pierre. Guys, I'm taking Sean Strickland. You're genetically gifted. If you're a normal size, South sucks. I'm ready. I'm ready. Tree. Game and I would like to see how the Sunday versus Sean Strickland in the outside. That's crazy to say. Just a all sides seem to be pointing, and of course, both of you need to win on Saturday. A potential fight between yourself and Mr. Ladasanya. It seems to be heading in that direction. What's your final message to Israel as they get ready to attempt to defend this title against you here on Saturday? Saturday, I still got the fight straight away. I'm 100% in my rooting for April. And it was Sean seriously. Sean was gigantic, scary, funky Brazilian. Every step he moves towards you guys, you see it's like recognition, like it's a different kind of power.
Alexa, you want to do a quick night of
any interaction with the person that has got this hand raised both times. I watched it both times. The first fight, it was a bad decision. First fight, a lot of people see how hand out. Both of y'all look surprised. You know what happened in the last 2 fights? I forgot about it. I hope you forgot as well. It was the first time I was fighting. We're looking for a fight where is it left foot, right? Like I said, I would have had him out of there. I was just yeah, so there's one thing to fight someone that has beat before, but it's just intimidating. Yeah, every time he looks at his, you can tell he's looking at his stuff. You know, he's like, looks. I've been around this. He's a big guy. The guy has power. Like in UFC, but I feel like I've pressure on Izzy just because he won't have it. This time because I think Ferrer's gonna do his word and really push the biggest he's on the. What's his weakness? What's his weakness? He was to me. He told me everything. There's a lot of people that think. Thought I wasn't perfect, including his son and his team. Originally, he said so on that he wanted to fight me. As soon as I started to fight people, they changed the narrative. So things around and they said, oh, maybe. I started to run around. They said, maybe I don't want to say something again. I think I kind of screwed it a little bit. And he's a little bit unbalanced psychologically on this. He's got bragging rights. Because trust me, they can't save you either way. But this one is too good. This one is probably too much. Maybe he's different. It's really hard to hear. It is. In almost one of his real last fights, he has a distinctive striking. He won't have that outside. And I think top kickboxers at first still a killer. I've accepted this as like he's one of the guys who I've fought recently. Once he feels me, he's not going to try to shy away. He's kind of putting it in like this is going to be this fight, and his team thinks this is on this fight that I'm being with power. But this guy. It's the most dangerous. That first round, 0-2 it's just tough. It's just tough. Down Izzy when they were like, he was checking these kids. Like, this is dangerous in every way. He touched him at the end of the first and had him run. Rocked him in the first round. Got him in real trouble. How cool do you think you are getting him out of there in the first round? First round was 30 seconds longer. 5 seconds more than it would be like 30 seconds over. He could have been. This fight was very dangerous for the parties, both of these supposed kickboxers.
You know, both of these are like, this is going to be a kickboxing fight. Only a kickboxing fight. Here we are seeing some great grappling for you.
His first takedown in UFC, and his UFC. Izzy was winning the grappling stages. Down on the ground. So you know what to do as a wrestler. Mixed martial arts aggressive, but Israel Adesanya didn't account for the last round. It was like
One of his trainers was like, "You're losing this fight. You need to get around this round. You have to forward. You have to throw punches. You have to throw combinations. Let your fucking hands go. You're going to be a world champion in 5 minutes." It was seriously.
What was going through your mind?
Like, what happened? Like, he hurt my perennial nerve. So that's why my footwork wasn't as sharp as I wanted it to be. Kudos to him for investing.
Incredibly quick rise to the title. MMA, you are now
A year. Yeah.
supporting my work. The sense that everything I was supposed to do my work. Congratulations.
Can you compare what UFC title to a glory kickboxing title?
Well, we think bigger. To me, those two titles for my career. UFC.
You got two of the belts.
Where do we go from here? Do you believe you were just going to rematch you one time off to one and
Champion faster than lost in the battle. Only the men he specifically followed from their previous sports, but he championed fast sort of this. Alex Pereira was an emotionless, stone-faced persona. And does he smile?
we all shout out an emotion and then you have to do it sad, angry, straight, happy.
Yeah. He actually smiled before he just didn't smile. Now he smiles. He embraced all the memes of like biggest going as far as to his embrace Pokemon Japan to like right? On media. It just seemed to haunt everyone as it's just like, I was like, what? I was like, no. We got a romantic to Benita's relationship.
This is the boy,
Benita started to support fans and she was his personal sense of humor amongst the day. Wrestling DC and sharing select Pereira kick my leg. Let Benita know she has a soul side for God motherfucker sharing his chickens. Just engaging. What Alex Pereira did, we all reach a club. What the fuck? Coming. What's this? I'm just trying to make a video here. I need more subscribers. He's not good, man. I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy. Guys, please subscribe so I can make more videos. Was the stunning realization that he knew.
Hi guys, it's I here. I first. Miami guest.
Move the scale one way or the other. It's going to be a psychological fight. But I know he hasn't forgotten any of those three fights, and I think that's going to be a psychological. This is the best. Yes, it's going to be. Last fight. You're safe. This guy, I know every time I fight this guy, I'm beating him, and he has this special ability to recover and put his foot in the gas. So I have to find a way to take him, which I won't. I'm not thinking about those three fights as a former champion. might stay, but when I I'm not gonna do things the way I need to train for this. I'm prepared for this new fight. If I get it done better than he's ever done it, what if I beat the fuck out of him? Recién a montar a su this fight like I think this is my this is it. I put everything in my back. I've done everything in my back. Just intense power that just know he really time to talk in this but I show up my experience. Mindset at this point though, my heart says it has to be. What is most important? Is it about the UFC title and being world champion again? Or is it simply being world champion? Champion was Anthony could finally take really early. It's only took and was mutilating Adesanya's leg earlier than he did in the last fight. He would have kept going. He was done. 35 short calf kicks away in the fight, forcing Izzy against the round two. He's not getting Izzy right where he wanted him, but in reality, it was Izzy who had been able to it was time to set the trap. More shot. Cast the ball. Man, my shot. Which is the one thing in the same that he lost in history. I still now, I don't know if he beat that because he thought it was a devastating termination for Fitz to get close to this moment. Speculate how much further he would decline. We have to take props to Adesanya, but it's undeniably finishes and celebrations. And the same things, Joey. We might as well as do it that's two times. Was absolutely display that they goes down. If he didn't like it, he slayed a giant. Only in the physical test, but a giant is fine. This guy wins over him and just knocked him out. Took his title. In particular, it's a lot more about the psychology than the physical. Just kidding. He sees a lot of play to into a combat setting down 3-0. And to beat this man like this, I think you can argue it was one of the biggest wins in UFC history. I think it was Is he lost when attempting to become a champion? And the stakes were even higher than that because the UFC made it very clear that if anyone won, he would be up to challenge for the UFC heavyweight championship. First round, you don't want to do almost time. Check what's clear. Try to knock him out. Something stand up and get his money. So the end of the round, guys, saw the victory stay. Second round, first round, this is 15-minute fight. Which controlled Alex 7 minutes. That sounds pretty damning, but the third round, Alex Pacquiao led the better shots. But for many fans, it was a toss-up, and some fans really felt that he won. Like you just said. Rothschild. This is the first fight back for Rothschild since he suffered a shoulder injury. First shoulder injury. And then third, if I was the first one a year ago, they still were going to fight. You're going to have Rothschild's a meaningful favorite. Jerry Prochazka was the unorthodox Mexican monster who captured the light heavyweight title against Benitez's friend and trainer Cooper to share on the break. With a strong shoulder injury, forced him to vacate the light heavyweight title. These two knockout winners were on the line to the big light heavyweight championship. This guy is fighting for the UFC championship. Third time, bro. He's only been here for 3 years. You're not rested fighter. Welcome. So you got it. Also rested fighter. So I think that it's going to be a very special fight. The fans are going to give it a show. He has stuff along the grappling. He's going to bring on the table. He really is an unconventional grappler. He makes it well. We know what he's going to do. He's going to look to you out. That comes down to light heavyweight, whereas Alex is obviously middleweight. Jerry Prochazka. I think he gets that. And I think the ability to knock him down as well and to knock him out. We've watched both of these dudes drink themselves water and find a way. And this is so exciting. I think this is a toe-to-toe fight, and I think it's a finish of one of these. He did see Carrera on 205 against Jan Blachowicz. It wasn't quite a second. It wasn't quite as crucial. Listen, I'm not ready to tell you that I think it's a better fighter. I just think he's going to fight better in this particular match. It's his third time returning to the garden. He's got an amateur record, but he's also got world championships in different sports. He's so special. I'm taking Alex for knockout. Jerry Prochazka will knock that out. He's won weight class many times throughout the entirety of his career. He's a more well-rounded player.
The fight's not going to be good for this. Somebody going to get that.
It's such a special moment. Believe me, I am really happy. I don't smile much. I am. Gary's in the deep. Gary's like doing all kinds of weird stuff, right? In a Lexus. Just don't. Like I'm going to. And what he's doing, I learned anything was going to get fights to this point. Damn good at checking the picks. It's already heard. It's already heard. Look at that. Show you that he's going to do it. And that had Yuri on wobbly legs.
in their fight, which meant very bad news for Prohaska.
You fight Pereira. You know he's got your leg beat up. You're switching to southpaw, which is what Yuri did. Yuri's not southpaw. Now you're fighting your replacement. It's unfamiliar. You're the most dangerous man in the world.
Yuri was able to win the first round for playing with his ground, which to his credit was even better than the defense. Yuri got a little overzealous.
Punches. Once he dropped on my leg, I start punching. A little bit fit away. It's a good story.
This is an amazing accomplishment for you. 11 MMA fights and claim titles in 2 divisions.
This guy is now champion in 2-weight division. He is 2 of the 3 as a headliner in Madison Square Garden. He's got about 76 UFC fights, maybe 4 champions. It's crazy to think what this man has done.
Alex Pineda acquired 2 UFC titles in 2 years, the quickest anyone's ever done, standing tall among some of the most legendary fighters ever. But in a moment that is entirely his to enjoy, he chose to share it. The man forever time too.
You know, I never knew how to call anyone right, but I think, man, I think a fight there that's interesting for me. And it would be interesting, I'm sure it will be for everyone. It's a person who somehow introduced me when I was in a bar drinking, and he sent me the video that I was going to stay in a bar, but he rescued. This is the reason he'll only be back in 10,027, and so do I. The way he rescued me, I want to rescue this guy, because he's a gentleman. He can't stand still for this long. It's not just not yet.
Alex Pineda came into the sport as the supposed villain in his own assignment.
Literally just collecting fucking.
He's the world title for 11 fights in 2 years. I think there's a lot more that will appreciate about this era as a reflect on his career.
Really, the man who revolutionized this sport has really done that.
Everyone, 2 world titles. That guy.
Did you ever imagine when you started your UFC journey that you would world champion?
Yeah, let's rewind the first few years of my career. Even support myself as a fight. The success.
Or villains. 2 sides of the scene. It doesn't matter who's got who's the Joker.
The timeline. You know there's a bad guy. I think he's gonna be that good champion when I'm a legend.
As much as they were at odds, they created each other, and they both needed each other to become great.
Who was just instant Brazil. He had to open his mouth. Talking some shit about I want Izzy to rise. If Izzy just shut the fuck up, he just stay where
Be what the second line was.
at the day. Lord knows who the fuck he is.
Thank you to my patrons and members who like this video. You will love the others on my channel and subscribe because I will. There's one key difference between them that you'll understand very deeply. Of course, that comes down to what this country is. Yes, es mi objetivo bastante. Y los días que me quedan, no voy a let you know when it happens. It's July 11th, 2015. AT&T Connor just had the performance of his life, knocking out Chad Wiggins to become the interim UFC featherweight champion. And this guy came from nothing, and now he's a champion in 5 UFC fights, 20 fights overall. Now you might ask me, how many fights did in 2015? 10. His debut. He was just 18 years old in 2015. Despite that, he was very talented. Súper nervioso. No quería ni solo ir a la valle de Saki. Porque no estudiaba. Took his book, crucified him, grilled and pelted him, and ultimately finished him in the first try. Hold on, I'm here to explain things in simpler terms here. Just like the book. He's legit. Nervous fighting me to work out to the fight 1 month later, and it looked very similar. Suelo y arresté en lugar de el brazo, la pierna, el cuello. O sea, no es nada. Can be rare they can choke this opponent in 3 seconds. 15-year-old was very, very good, which begs the question, why was he so talented? Cuando fuimos a pues que fue por donde hemos empezado todo. So, martial arts, 3 different countries. Ilya's origin story is very complex, but the road to greatness often is. The story is very interesting. In Germany, your parents are of Georgian descent. Hasta los 6 años en Alemania, no tengo mucho recuerdo. Hace 6 años. 6 years in Germany, his family moved to their native Georgia. Training with young siempre quería hacer algo que le pudiera dedicar mis ganas. Así que el objetivo era compartir cosas tan training always was absolutely in love with training, but at the same time his family had to separate. I was trying to en España y pues con la niña de Rothschild sus padres hasta los 15 años. For 7 years, Topuria grew up and wrestled with just his older brother in Georgia until he was able to rejoin his family in Spain. Y por casualidades de la vida nos encontramos con el gimnasio donde entrenamos hasta el día de hoy, que es el kilómetro. Además, llegamos a competiciones national competitions durante 15 años cuando fui al gimnasio. Me venía de esto y se me pasaban las horas sin darme cuenta porque feliz haciendo lo que estaba haciendo. Las bendiciones de la primera salva. Who was your first favorite fighter? Like, who was the one that kind of drew you to the UFC and everything? TSP. Oh, yeah? TSP. He was first I want to be like you. Porque no me dedico yo 100% a esto. Eso sí, de España. In school, was it early on communicating with the teachers, the kids? Yes, straight all the time, man. Like you're telling me, you have. Wow, look, I'm not sure it's a good idea to abandon your education to your routines. I'm giving you 110%. So 100% is the rest. It's definitely not something you recommend, but you can't deny the results. It was Point Street, first professional train by taking down baskets and bringing each of the support the flights that keep back the house on the first round finish. But that trend was unsustainable, even though it was a to the point it was naively zealous against funding. One less pace to continue these initial attempts at winning markers, guillotines, and short chokers. Don't get me wrong, it was impressive, but he ended up on the bottom for his carelessness. He almost considered himself. He was clearly getting tired, but ultimately, he found that guillotine was just irrelevant because he knew that each and it was a good experience like this and solidified that real was the way that's being had to offer. After 4 heavy fights, millions of Puerto participated in an unreleased Spanish MMA show similar to the Ultimate Fight. Europe outside of Spain. You don't hear a lot of people coming out of Spain in mixed martial arts. But the show completely fell apart, and nobody knows that it happened. But it put Ilya in the right mindset to find his own opportunities. Ilya did really good at Alexander Gustafsson's champion Sweden, and after he observed his skills, he managed his sights on and began looking for fights that would turn him into an international threat. That not only earned him his major black belt, so gained him significant notoriety and filled it to the point that he and others believed he was ready for the UFC. Yo pensaba y estaba decidido que yo cuando seguía una gente me decía que un año, pero yo tengo todo para tengo la edad, tengo la familia, tengo todo para sí, poder estar bien. Speaking of the top, he had a firm opinion on external action. Keep in mind that at this point, Conor McGregor had already developed Jose Aldo and rest to become the UFC's first simultaneous double champ. And had a pretty radar boxing veteran, Floyd Mayweather. You might have missed it. Ilya was light years away from Conor's achievements, but he was heading in the right direction because 2 months after his last fight, he was invited to cage orders to compete for the vacant bantamweight championship. Never again. Ilya says that because he couldn't make the weight and was ineligible to win the belt. Most people would take that as added pressure to your fight on the biggest stage they've ever been on. Preparados durante meses y tienes que meterte a pelear mejor de ti, es como que te ven el miedo es ayuda a alcanzar el mayor potencial que poder la mejor versión de mí. Otra cosa, no hay ninguna duda que viva nervios muchísimo en haber yo soy súper. Case in point, his next fight was another dominant performance where he took Luis Gomez down, grounded down Gomez like he did money, and then submitted him with a built triangle undercut. Dominating your points for the UFC is a sign of potential greatness, but when you only showcase the grappling skill set and you've never faced adversity in the cage, it's hard to know if you're now.
It's a zip. It's so easy. So you're clean. We're gonna www.com/final. That's www.people.com/final. We're just gonna go into the description. Thanks to more this video. And now back to the tutorials of CDP. It's a Florida. Has not been painted in 2020. He is taking this flight on a week's notice. He is undersized. He's booking for a race. Here's some salamis a little bit too quick on the first round to get finished. Has a bunch of finishes in his career. 23 years of age. He's a two young guns going at it. This is not easy. It's just a lot. He's saying this guy's going to break out. You need to watch him. So, he's very good. He was. It's very fast. He's got a great smile, which is like between some against him. Que llevo en mis combates no necesario. It's a beautiful looks like it. Absolutely. I just think real is prospect on me. First decision victory. Not to mention he had called it right before, but he didn't matter. He didn't even get a push on his fans, straight to the cage. Just one aliens appearing. Johnson is it. Great. Now, has real potential. And if you can be a guy like Gibson's and out who's on a win streak in the UFC at the time, you're going to be David Jackson. So I'm really superior. Unless the opinions of the single. Two wrong picks in a row. It's a great. That's what I'm going to feel one of the strongest. The punchers and shots like that. Especially division. I love the shots. For this fight, especially the injury of boxing. It's scary compared to Jackson's liver and body maintaining perfect moves. And one was hard to stamina. There was people started to take down. Landing shots and victories like going upstairs afterwards once they Jackson was destroyed him. Annihilated him in that fight. It was amazing. Some of the names that are in your radar that you like to jump yourself with. Acquired his first UFC finish. Fellow UFC fans, the Bellator and Lux. He lured to slaughter. Versus this week. Prelims of the UFC. I think competition. So, skills to the table. He's included Rabbi.
But there's this continuing nothing else.
Down and put him in that first round. He had a regular side, but we have like close to 2 black medals. This guy was a vaccine last night, and so for me, he was way from it. Everything I can.
I believe in Furia. He's going to go out there. It's a first round KO. This was a very interesting match on paper, but going on, it was very strange. Dance on the cage, getting to the ring with a range mix. And really quickly, he started spamming his huge eliminatory rules to catch a mix. But the point was very patient to control the ground exchanges. His brother,
you're on some overall people excited about you think that you'll be in the future there at 145.
Tremendous result. You got all exciting guys in this division. Congratulations on the spectacular fight.
Ilias went to proof that night. Coincidentally, on the same night that Conor McGregor lowest of low to 3. Destiny seemed to try for Toronto. Unfortunately, he was active for 8 months when canceled in early 2022 to talk about some weight issues. And so the UFC told him if you want to fight soon, it might have to be 1 weight class up. Accepted a short notice play out against Giant Herbert, but I just told her with Norwegian meditation.
He's very
Was a little focused on Herbert. No me esperaba la patada, lo respeto. Fue que poder reaccionar rápido. We have to change the game plan and rush it. Esto it's adversity that showcases my IQ. It's vicious didn't expect to finish him in this way because the game plan was to take the fight to round match. So we have to change the game plan. He learned that Detroit doesn't care about disrespect. Everyone early was worried it wasn't a knockout. Is this a did you have it? Two undefeated guys. Is he as good as that undefeated? Season to prove would finally to the price matchup. Finally, with a clear path into the Filipino. Wait, this price makes you strong. Strike. In the first round, I want to this myself. Really threw off Bernie's.
little question. They always make the mistake. Bryce Mitchell is 100% ready to go in there and free his ass. I'm not capable of it. I could go back. Y levantar la pierna. Arriba, tocar o en el cuerpo. Strike. When I started, they were different to go. Minutes. I was tired of this. I was something I started. Get tired, and I know that.
passive position. And
What's the deal with the roses that were thrown during the walkout? Obviously, there's a lot of roses going on.
submit you or all you for 5 straight rounds and then warn you with 14-0 after limit. That's down and only against the big fight. Want to genuinely think you're over. Subscribe, share this video with someone who enjoys something and is happy. Let's get to a minute together. Let's get to a minute. Anyway, so we're gonna climb the featherweight scene. If you could finally plant his flag, even though this guy is fighting featherweight of all time. This guy is going to be easy to play. I'm gonna show you this kid. This one I'm telling you, very hard time against all. It's the way to have it.
He was very confident in the lead up to this. I mean, he said things like, Alex doesn't stand a chance.
I'd be surprised if I make it look like he was going to be an easy fight. And unfortunately, fans were unsure of Volkanovski's return after his recent knockout loss to Makachev. He's going to fight. Man, they can see him the most. Now I get to bounce back in. Undefeated. I wonder if Volkanovski would have any lingering effects from that knockout. Last fight, about his mental. But I don't necessarily believe they're superior as the man to be Alex. I don't know if she loses this. I think he's supposed to be some match. Shots. He never fights to the beach. Fine. Weird. Do you think if you beat Alex when you beat Alex, it would be a rematch? Rematch. It touches it there again. You feel like this is the last counted out. Let's count it out. In parts, 35 years old, he historically had losing frequent champions. The whole leaned into it as a joke. He did it because he was nervous. Dangerous! Someone catching me. She's going to be very nervous. I told her, don't dare. It's me. He was so sure that Volkanovski was levels beneath him. He made his confidence very confident. You're he says that you're not to make this Volkanovski yet. He's already a world champion. His confidence was on talking this. Where's his confidence come from? Hard work. Dedication. Hilarious. It's going to be a thing. I believe that you can get them doors. Maybe I think that's been kind of like the media trust myself. no reason to. He respects. He's great. He's fighting for them. Good life. I respect him as a person, as a professional. How long has it been on your radar? How long have you been at least in thought thinking about game planning and strategizing for? I didn't prepare myself for him because in this training I was watching him since the start. I was in the sport since a long time, so I know him better than any fighter. Prepares him. He's a good hero. That's one of the greatest in the field. Great champion.
People are talking a lot about how popular you are and these places in here.
To be honest, I don't care about that kind of things, I just want to be happy.
If you paid attention thus far, you know it was just trying to build the fight. But with everything said, there was no looking back now.
He could be but he hasn't been able to prove that. He is either the biggest stock in history or an absolute superstar. I think if you know some great stories,
And to see him become champion, I certainly thought that would
no one comes to watch out for him now. It'll be like McGregor never be out of. That build up for McGregor. It's fast with his jabs. First one was to long not just 1, 2 punches, 5 punches, because it's one of the real hacerlo no sé si cualquier situación won the title. He looks like a guy who one of the old timers. It's reminiscent of Connor's championship performances. But there was a big difference here. Al final, todos los momentos que he vivido, lo que forman una persona que all the talk, Liliana is a very humble person with a deep respect for Volkanovski, motivated by something very different than Connor's monetary.
Soy un champion, un libre champion in the UFC.
Where's that second belt?
Became a massive superstar
He broke for the record for most consecutive finishes. Hernandez could always provide a finish at any moment. He's about the best fighter. He had achieved that against some of the best fighters. I think he's a great. Any combat that was true. You make no Anderson Silva. I just try to do it every single one. Enough of you understand his my best experience in my life. And today, I feel there's tragedy. There's a very career in between. There's this dirtbag named Anderson Silva. I'm putting on his pressy little act. I want to beat him down. It's gotta be I understood that the reason we love him is the reason you first professional fight too. And I fight 4 times the same day. Anderson Silva finished his first professional MMA fight after 2 minutes with a suffocating clear chicken choke. When I finished, I just told my professor in the that's crazy. I never go despite the observations. Anderson took on foundational governments for his second fight. Instead, you never know. Such a fight. The best is a sort of point grace is a black belt. Is it funny because of the turtle belt? Because something fast and I win the fight, and then that's a start. I fight Brazil a lot. Michael was even Brazilian after promotion. In fact, Anderson participated in the very first big event. When I have my first big, I don't have a map. Set my target and my energy to get something for my family. Anderson spent the entirety of the match on his back with no sign of any grappling skills, leading to his first professional loss. 8 dominant and humiliating loss like this, while I have a family to take care of, is enough to make you wonder, did he choose the right career path? I guess I kind of want to start it off going back to like initially into fighting over, right? Because I know that you wanted to be a soccer player. As a young boy, Anderson loved soccer, but after trials, he was approached by the boxing trainer next door. I come to try to play football, but I'm too just and say, okay, take this stuff and let's go train. It's like my first contact with boxing. When I was with boxing, Anderson's lords actually came much earlier. He doesn't. Eu comecei a treinar 4 anos de idade. But it's not. It's my first with Marshall. My brain was thinking my brother's training would die, and I say, whoa, one day I start training. Anderson became infatuated with all martial arts. Got away even jiu-jitsu. I started training with my friends because in the time I don't have a money for jiu-jitsu. Training and That's poverty. Anderson just found a way to develop his martial arts skills. They were his way of feeling talented want and anything to feel like a superhero, even career path. My students for comic the same my brothers and my I feel is not for me. Or comic my life very natural, because I don't have too much options. Say my brother with daddy or when I grew up in the city, it's a very famous city of MMA fighter. And the time is the name is MMA. And a lot of guys fight at the time for these and the other guys, it's crazy. Maybe I can't do that. I never realized this happened in my life. Professional fighter Anderson won his next two fights in finishing both of his opponents in the first round, which opened a lot of doors for him. And no Japão, fighting different country. Anderson got the opportunity to fight in 2001. Step up from that guy. A decision against the experienced fighter. A few months later, he scored another first round team before returning back to his biggest yet. For the first title, that's my hard fight for me, because it's the first time I realized I fight for respect. The two fights go Brazil. And I started the national president, and I say, well, it's about culture. Sakurai is a Japanese mixed martial arts legend, and at the time, was the shoot middle region. Anderson was around winning the exchanges on the feet. He down Sakurai, taking his back, landing a vicious ground and pound, and attempting submissions on the ground to ultimately win a decision and become the Shuto middleweight champion. Silva stayed busy by returning to Mecca and snatching another quick victory before moving up to the big leagues. E aí eu acabei pelo prize. Eu tinha uma pequena vantagem, porque eu peso 80, não tinha mega era 95 para cima. Between 2002 and June 2003, Anderson fought strictly in Pride Fighting Championships. Eu tinha vantagem de ficar mais pesado e era mais fácil, né? Anderson applied a ruthless head kick to slit open Alex Stevens' face and win via doctor's stoppage. Anderson was so good he could handle Alexander Otsuka in 2022 and the deal with him hit the next day. And then he fights the century. The guy is a big guy, and I started doing something. Everybody said, with this guy, and every time the guy come here and destroy the guy, he said, bro, I'm here to work. It's nothing crazy. You've been wrong. As a leader, so don't worry. I got what do you think? I said, you have to do something crazy. I never said that. Decision victory against Alexander Otsuka round out 2002 and a fight against Carlos Newton, the former UFC welterweight champion and submission specialist. I'm very lucky because in the time, mas a minha vida financeira realmente mudou quando to come more professional fight in the jiu-jitsu. I start fighting high level, learning under the legendary Nogueira brothers, Anderson Silva, the edge he needed with the competition. Precisava melhorar a minha técnica, e aí eu comecei a estudar muito mais. E chegou num momento que ficava mais fácil. O cara eu tinha visto ele várias vezes, ele vai the Matrix by knocking out a former UFC champion with a flying knee. Before his fights were over, he was submitted via
triangle choke at Pride 20 and won 2 more fights in Brazil and Rio before signing his sights on the UK. Then he went over and fought Cage Rage. England. He fights Lee Murray in Cage Rage, and Lee Murray was a killer. Lee Murray was the British champ. He was the right? Everyone completely. It's true. Anderson made a decision on the prospect of Lee Murray to make the middleweight champion. But Anderson stole the UK's heart. Lee Murray was the guy who was involved in the biggest robbery in the history of the UK. But hey, that's a story for another day. After becoming Cage Rage champion, Anderson returned to Pride for the final time, and the result was less than his own. The leg scissor evil. Leg scissor. He was dominating that fight up until that moment. It was a heel hook and everything. But that's neither here nor there. Anderson needed to bounce back and defend his Rage title. It was like, holy shit. He was standing in front of Jorge Rivera and letting him punch him in the face. You got to see how good Anderson really was in his prime. Anderson challenged Rivera in the second round. He defended him. He was his first name wasn't lucky for him, trouble might find him because Anderson would have finished Curtis for his second Cage Rage title defense. Cage Rage, because I never put my body like in the seat. What was Cage Rage? Was becoming a hot thing. Anderson does what Anderson does and took one into fight and rub him on the front later. And I couldn't get it going. Well, I got this fight right. Fighting Yushin Okami. Anderson went to Yushin Okami to earn his first loss. And he goes over and fights Billy Freeland in Cage Rage. It's a crazy over and over. By the time he was coming to the USA, I was like, dude, get ready for this guy. What's up? You're going to come over and be one of the greatest careers in MMA history. When he came to the UFC, he was already in his 30s. My first fight was very Chris Cleveland was finished. He the Congo. He just really couldn't hurt him. It was hard to imagine how Anderson was going to beat Chris Cleveland. It's about it. He might go back to Japan or somewhere where the competition. I think he might live to regret those words, Chris. Regret those words he shouted. I mean, he might take it worse than me. It's Rage wallet. That's terrible. I know you and your territory carry around both humans need of Rage, and Rage is making it easy. One of their biggest sales of things here for Father's Day. The Rage woman can hold on to both cars and they can switch between attachment to never lose your wallet. It's the perfect gift for your dad, spouse, or brother, but it doesn't stop there. This is the Rich Key Case. Securely store to keys in confident case that prevents your keys from jingling. Remember, Rich Wallet's key case watches and backpacks look just as good as they function. My favorite thing about Rich is the consistent durability. I use the bag to go here and now it's my go-to for traveling. So whether it's wallets, key cases, watches, and the packs or gift that will last a lifetime. Up to 40% off using my link, Rich.com/Lionel15. That's Rich.com/Lionel, or just like the link in the description. Thanks to Rich for sponsoring this video, and now back to Anderson Silva. When Anderson Silva first fought Chris Lehman, I remember the odds were like real close. Oh my God. The time Chris Lehman was so passionate about Chris Lehman, he was the Rich Street Anderson Silva. Just lost 5 months prior. This was an unbelievable news. All the things that you would tell a fighter or a young fighter not to do. Actually, what we're doing. It's perfect, right? In terms of like, you want to see like the effectiveness, like high level timing, speed, and perfect technique.
Rusted against Franklin and a pretty impressive champion, but we just didn't know. Years here, like it was his first day. I'm just out there and realize that I've never seen Rick Franklin. Just take this to directly to you. I want to thank Brendan Shaw, right? I want to thank Brendan Shaw, Rabbi, Kayla. We've been doing this for, 2 years? It's getting great. Thing that I can't believe we've been doing this show too with the shop for that long. Also, thank you to the cat that watches. Thank everybody. I don't know how much longer we can do 10 with the show. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to do a bigger show. It's not good. Right? At the very least, that will be every week. And then we'll see May and April and May. But it's that rough. So I mean, I'll just put it in there. There's a time limit. Yeah, it's like, how do we feel that in the 10 minutes sometimes? Yeah, and then like every 10 minutes, that's a lot of stand up for a week. It's a lot of 10 minutes. I've never been a super stand myself. I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Like, sometimes it feels like I'm chasing myself. Exactly. You've been looking at places in Minnesota. You always talk about the Minnesota State. I think you're right there. Right? There's a lot of cool people up there. Tim Waltz is up there. He's like always making up out there. I think you're gonna put your house up for sale. No one's been buying them. How are you gonna give your dog away? That's not gonna make that is. It takes 6 months to do it. The truck show, and that's something that we're thinking about. Here's the thing: we start with the time. What's the over under rib chairs? In Austin? I don't think they can do that. But, I mean, they have a thing to move everything. I'd love to see what the shipping. I feel like I think Trump is going to over the shipping. He's going to get a lot of buying shit. That shouldn't even whoever stays here, it's not moving. It's just like almost equipment that you have, but then they'll like dust and shit. guys, the first one is posted back in the desert. It's called Cowboy Hair. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Unreal. I still want to hear it song. Oh shit. Yeah. See, we predicted this through everything. Yeah. You think we're going to go to Austin with that? Oh, really? No. Stop it. Stop it right now. Fucking God. Control. Those pants are cool. Yeah, those have dinosaurs money written all over them, Daddy. I mean, that's like crocodile diesel hat, but it looks like a symbiont on Instagram. So everything everybody's wearing. Yeah, man, he's got the shoes. I mean, this is very steamed. Where do you think he bought it himself? Great question. It's gonna be a great week. He's an honest robber. Where he's just buying shit. Like he knows his like tailor sizes and he's like looking at the pictures and shit. It's just like, I don't even have to leave the house, Daddy. He probably does know his sizes. Because he was a candy shop buying clothes. He said he's gonna help them. He's like, oh yeah, I'm buying this fucking sugar cane. It's the card. I mean, yeah, I think he probably does know his sizes because he's the shopaholic. He has a lot of shit. Yeah. So he's gotta know his sizes. Unless he just goes to stores. He's like, yeah, can you eat? That's a big podcast. Iron King. Oh, we're good. I mean, you do. Oh, we're good. Can we have it? Fred. I think they're being robbed. That is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, we're a couple cozy. You and I are a couple of cozies. Here's a couple things I want to start this podcast with. Not interesting. We're just out of podcast on the cowboy. We should do that. Yeah, we have to get cowboy hats now. Cool cowboy shit. I'm telling you, one of our lives, why are you fucking crazy, people? Why do you not want to put this in? I don't think you can. With or without it, you do. First, we know most of the rules. See, somebody gave it to him. Yeah. That's what I think. No, please don't hurt me, too, man. You're going to need this most. Yeah. That's all good. If you are a cowboy, you can hurt me. If you're born and raised in Texas, you're going to cowboy boots and bells on your foot. That's it. If you from Aurora, Colorado, and you work with horses, if you are a guy who lives in LA with those pants and you're wearing a cowboy hat, still you're like, no, of course you're going to wear that. It doesn't make you a cowboy. It does make you right. That's fine. But I like that was given to you and improved his ring fit. Does it match? It's a nice proper Stetson. I get bullied at times so many times. The thing is, nobody can bully you. At the end of the day, you're fine. Because you have a life over here, and you're also not Brett. There's a lot of Aurora Brett. The real Brett is back. I like that. I'm not wearing this hat if I'm I'm obviously thinking about it. I'm not saying you should be wearing it. He's like, I can wear whatever hat I want. And Brett, I think I've seen mine. And he might give you a chance. That's what I say about gosh. This one, can I just tell you how good you are? Well, this is what I say to people. So people go ahead and say, just go ahead and start dissing Brett for a second. Just give your I can do this too. So he seems like a dick. He seems like hey, listen up. I love that you're saying, listen, you keep that
He's doing the squeezing thing. It's something that's going on for so long. You're busier now. He's saying all this. He's like, what? Take yourself. I want to say that with your he plants the feet. He's on the he's getting ready. Why not? Because grip. I wonder if that started off ironic, like how we go, yeah. And then we can't stop. Because I think it's funny, but I'm doing it ironic. I don't feel like he's doing it ironic. Okay, so I think it is ironic because he's saying, like, this is how we talk. Develop the funny. But when he's doing politics, different voices, man, he doesn't really go like, this is his politics thing is so funny. Like his voice, like he talks as if he's that dude from the meme that's talking the thing and just kind of like, stupid bullshit. I guess what I do is he's an idiot. God help him, dude. Let's see what else we got here. Oh shit. Okay, so I was like, those people are sick. Why does it let me stop it? Oh my god, this is okay, so this is supposed to be mock forces. I know this is a heater stuff, but I really like the show. I made a highlight video for the guys to play. I don't know where else they might see it. Please be nice. Maybe you'll like it. Something is going to be so good. Actually, this one's favorite. If you want to reach the heart out, get those same opinion. My critiquing, my own critiquing, like I said, or critiquing a podcast. It does not matter. It can be the same as your profile. It's a great opportunity. Even homeless guy. I used to think giraffe was a Polar bears live. Santa doesn't have these polar Fuck, dude. Why? That's not a real hole in his pants, right? That's CG. That's whatever it's called. Yeah, whatever the fuck. That's not real. That's not real. But they're going to look in there. Fox is crossing the river in Germany. And it just goes. No, sir. That's amazing. That was such a funny thing because he's like taking a cruise and freezing or something, but it's just a frozen fox. Nice. Somebody Disney, right?
For sure, the song of the it's so funny. I'm out there just put on it's still in there. What do you think? Just the greatest hits. Sounds good. I don't think I've ever seen a Fox thing. Right? You? I feel like I have. Yeah. Let's see here. The next one is posted by Glitch Doctor. It's always been a blue collar truck with some shirt, obviously the shot. Just it's the cat we have. It's the new thing, dude. How many episodes do you think it's been weird? I just heard these trucks, fish, and start working. You know what I mean? Fit all that in T-ball. Like, it's a lot. Yeah, it really is. That was so much now. You pull the biceps, so he's already ready. I feel like everyone that was performance biceps. Maybe. Let's see here. This is posted by Jim. The sweet burger of boys to a baby every day. I don't know what I was she said that it's got to be like the greatest hits of all they have with those two. Yeah, I like the show. Episode is the one they had. I see. Well, they should all be more there, right? Because it's more like I remember when he said it, they're going to do a bunch of like best for the final today. I think so. I think that's what people are doing. Best of right, and it's like the classic, like, random celebrity that he's friends with, but not really friends with. Sandler. Who do you think was Carlo Anthony? He was Carmelo. Oh, you thought Jay was Carlo Anthony. So some guy in the elevator thought that Sean was Carlo Anthony, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other Pete Davidson. This actually, because he was part of that. But not Crystalia, they didn't know. They only had it out. Because before Crystalia was kind of like, it was barely a person. He didn't know any. He became a person, they met him. The real Chris. Yeah. Let's see. So Dave Chappelle, he told Dave Chappelle something. Yeah, Dave Chappelle thought he was private, a big place to driving. Oh, yeah. What is I doing that? I think just tell those black Rolls Royce. What the fuck? I tell that we stay down. He's right around like, what the fuck? And he's like, fucking arguing. What the fuck is this thing? He pulls up and he's like, what's up, Josh? He tells him. Because Josh Parker's one of the Josh one of the best people on earth. He fucked up. So you're going to imagine. She got Kelly your first. Thanks for listening to try this. That's so funny. I'm boys with Travis Barker. That's how I know Gordon Ramsay. He's great. What's the best show in life right now? Jim? That'll be awesome. Jim. This was like 2 years ago. This is when they thought the show was going to be El Paso. Every day. My ass up. I don't know how to jam with a band. Music, you play music. Complacent, exhausted, leak resurfaces with a clean one. They feel like they need to pump this comedy.
New, isn't it? It's like this old, right? Yeah.
Stand up better than Brandon. Yeah, for sure. No.
Well, I know your boss.
He was on his I was on there like a year. Okay. You fell out.
Because he wanted me to sign the NDA. I didn't sign it. Group chat. They were talking crazy. They was like, okay, just they were saying some things. During the pandemic, everybody was really getting canceled. Brian Callen, Chris. That meets.
Like it's so funny. Yeah, this show is awesome. The fact that they don't know anything about Brennan Schaub and stuff like that immediate disrespect with the Schwab thing is always all of that to Schwab. And like that's funny. And then also just the way this podcast is like direct. Like this looks like it's like, hey, I didn't. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, cool. Next stop, 8th Street. Hey, were you at falling out? Like you're paying attention to the road. Yeah. And then the other guys are just on the bus, like paying attention to the conversation. Not part of that. We know a guardian is almost as fuck. Possess them, fix the mic, like the story. He's like, I don't know why, but I feel like I have to fix the mic right now. Because that's what they all know that it's they so don't know why. They don't know why, but they know that everything that Malik has said up to this point, they don't know like his job is like coronavirus. Gotta make sure.
Oh, they were doing.
Yeah. This is like what he's hearing. Face is like
No. We will be on the podcast. We will go to British. Future British.
I was like, that's fun. Sorry, I mean, all you gotta do is a lot. He's on the back there, but I really gonna take
Let's see here. So, it just looks fake. I mean, really stop like that. Maybe. But it's not like it's regardless. I mean, technically, he's still running because he never crossed the finish line. He's like, I haven't lost a race yet, never crossed the finish line. It just blows to that thing. The boss. For the boss. Hey, really big money. He lost it. He's not going to pay me his name. It's regular. He calls me names. Let's see. This camera shot is great because it's like, where's Joe at? And he comes all the way back. It's so funny. Like, it's gonna hold his hamstrings or shit his pants. Yeah, it doesn't even seem like he's saying it right now, but now he's building the line. This is like building the line. In fact, he's disappointed. This is a fool's approach. I'm gonna credit him and figure out what's wrong with him. I don't even think that was like full opinion, to be honest. I think he's like kind of keeping pace, and then when he's confident that he's going to win, he just goes. Then he notices that Brett's not there anymore. Slows down. That's not my control. He's like, well, this is the best you can do. I mean, it's just this horrible. Right now, the left one is I pulled it when I was Bills. This is way worse. This is way worse. Damn. Yeah. We had another dream, and then you're pursuing all these dreams at once. Podcast. I'm pursuing this podcast, but also my other dream was to write the Rabbi documentary. Where I'm still kind of like, as a kid, dreamed about directly Let's see, this next one's who to act. I wanted to take this meeting. Come to. That's from is it this is the name of the right? Okay, I think. Let's see here. Take 4 of clips. Meeting during the Robert Will Smith the same day. Huge fans of the hybrid. The car. Hopefully, it's electric. Yikes. Let's see. The only person I think ever been saying I have to. And I was like, how are you going to do it? You know what, doing man, you think this guy really has a holy shit, it was great. Awesome. For Showtime, for Floyd, Connor, suit and tie, get ready to go on stage. And I was like, oh, fuck, we're going to try to do the press conference. And it's, it was the first day. Wild, so arena. And I'm like, this is crazy. That's crazy.
things. Right? You know, what do you do? Pulling both your babies in the six, basically. Right. Okay.
There's too many things. Meeting drink is a peaches. Like, dude, we're in Toronto. That's facts.
Running for the six with my bows, I think. Original version of the song. It's a song. Pull it! Pull it! We bought woes!
That reacted as how I reacted.
Drake run through the face. I gotta get a picture.
I could be on Marshall.
Never heard of it. That's fucking funny. I was all nervous and I hear in the corner of my ear, hey, Victor, that's a chance. I was like, I checked. What up, dog? She was like, yeah, I'm down. I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah. You were also there, bro. They were like, oh, it's the hybrid. And they wanted to talk to you. Like, don't front. I'm like, very cool, man. You need somebody to get a photo. Phones. It was an Oscar party. So there's no cell phones. I've been to those parties. And Will Smith asked me to. Will Smith asked me if I did private training. Will Smith was like, my face. Yo. The reason why Chris Rock. Take him out. Different vibe. I'm gonna hold mitts for you. I promise you. I'm like, oh, I don't. You want to put me in whatever the fucking I Am Legend.
Who I am. He's just like the vibe I get from this. Hey, now they're all like they're big in the locker room, right? And they're making fun of the guy that's dumber than them. They're like, oh yeah, what'd you do? Yeah, and then afterwards, stupid shit is hilarious. You know, see what they say, but we can talk about it more often.
Three? I mean, I don't know. Whatever the fucking I Am Legend. You get there, he's got a latex. Fast. You're gonna be a. I wish I could. Is that what he wants to go to say?
I think, yeah, I'm since he's an actor, he thinks he's painting interesting aspects of a story. You always look about the most famous people you've had in a story.
I gotta write that down. This is posted by Gup, Green, oh my god, we're honest. That's
Brian are getting arrested.
I think that's that's so gross. Zombies too. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got next. Love seeing the community in the comments. Able statistician 1. Can't believe that this dick says going in Canada. Whoa, pause. I didn't know that. The crossovers there. Yeah, should have come sooner, probably. Yeah, it's Jack together for sure. That's crazy. So I think whatever that cat is dating porn stars.
Can't believe that's the. Oh my god! I didn't catch that at all. Dude, I had it really weird. I'm so stupid. I thought that this was a video about a cat. I'm so glad it's not. I feel like the weight has been lifted off my shoulders, honestly.
You're watching cat porn?
I don't think cat porn exists, hopefully. But I just was like, it's just my brain shut down. It was like, porn, and I was like, Can't go there. Just let it go. It's like a porn star. That's look, judgment here. It's yours, Daddy. Posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called Season with the Lies for Y'all. Let me know what you taste. A while ago, right? It might be new because of the positioning of the short shots. So you can tell me those are magic words, right? Yo, creative. There's always something in front of feet. Imagine that space they have like for sale, like a fucking portfolio of people in front of these fridge cakes. Behind it, right? What do you think is the most expensive place to put it? I think rain. Probably the rain position. Yeah, because I really we didn't even know that was anything. Right? Just like sure. Yeah. There's no mistake. I mean, I can't be the only one.
Basically, dude, Basti, he's been obsessed with so we walked in that. Someone who knew I was around town came up with
What? No. And aware of that. So somebody walked up to me and everything. Okay, that we went.
Basti, he's been obsessed with bats because it's Boston, so we walked
to get. Okay, we're confused now. So I know for bats, which are scary creatures that fly in caves, but also bats. So it sounds like I don't know how you're obsessed with the baseball. So it sounds like he's obsessed with scary bats. I'm overthinking this. I think they probably went to get stuff. Right. Yeah. That's my bad. Look, that's the team's fault. Mm-hmm.
Whatever knew I was around.
So they were going to get bats, stuffed animal bats. With your name on it. How would he have his name on it? Maybe it's in the store. I was like, I got a template. I can put your name on it for free. They make hats in the store. Engraving it. There's engravers because they're not getting. They're getting. It's a lie. Or a cowboy sitting in his house every day like, where did you go? Get him on here. Name on it. The first thing he was awesome. Or his roots just got him a hat. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a word of that. Well, that's your takeaway, dude. Believing Bappa, the new documentary. Let's see. Posted by Miserable Number 104. It's called "Look What the Cat Drew." Scorpion. Tim plays in Milking. And who's that at the bottom? Brian. Brian. All right. Oh, my careful, boys. Oh my God. Complacent. Let's see what this is about. Hey, find me the fucking evidence. Well, with all due respect, cold plunge like a lot of doctors doing cold plunging for no reason is not necessarily good for
information it really doesn't do.
Or was that theirs? That dude. What was it? I also could be the door.
Sure. Athlete with information it really
unreal. Or a cable moving. Get some That's the one good thing about a new studio. Like, shit's not gonna. You can actually make I'm laughing at that. The new studio. We'll see. That's one of the fucking salute. They should do the new pocket ending up. They walk into the. This is the fun. Do you think they have like it's on the wall now too? Yeah, this is great. No sneakers. He's already wearing boots. Oh yeah, Cal was born in boots. You know why? He's sneakers. Boots. For sure. This is a legit. They're gonna bring on assless chaps. Talk about assless chaps. Maybe. I can say it as it does. Brennan chop beef jerky. No more nicotine. I don't think they'll have you have the nicotine. Yeah, true. Let's see.
And we can also you're just working. Trust me, I know my workouts so tough. Trust me, you don't have enough inflammation where you need to sit in a cold room. Right. How do you want to make it tough? Get the go run. Come on. Yeah. Some cold tubs for real athletes. Dessert. That's your thing. Or is that just a trend? Is that Zumba for today? No, it's real. It has, without a doubt, it has great physiological and mental benefits. I do it every day.
You know, a lot of fights. Yeah. And knowing me, I'd be unlucky.
Ducks. All day? Don't tell me not to do it. If you tell me not to do it, I'm gonna do it. I have been accused the gold.
So great. I love the ending.
And Callan of sexual assault and misconduct.
It's like part of my after my monster workout in the morning. Just like honestly, like that's why I never get angry because I do so much. Like I'm exhausted and then energy. Like I definitely feel this game out of the cold one. But now that he's calling me a big old pussy for getting a big old punch, I'm like, yeah, what are we doing? Yeah. That's true. I say that too. It's like, oh, does it even have any benefit? Like, they're fucking nutrition up there. It's all cold and shit. You know? I don't know. Let's see. This is posted by White Trash Went Class. Comedy is like looking with our boy Brian Callahan. Maybe we're supposed to say that's the correct way, right? That is right. Left girl, look down. I mean, just don't let the documentary about it somehow go. It's a documentary that they have. It came out on April Fool's Day, so hopefully it's a joke. Yeah, let's see. I picture something. Does his getting a Tesla spin on the golden hour? He's exhausted. Okay, so he's waiting. Still thinking he's gonna get it. Maybe, but I don't think so yet. It's a lot of build towards like being a Tesla guy. He wants to be like a spearhead of like promote Tesla. Oh yeah, that's definitely happening. But I don't know. For me, because I'm also doing this with my Tesla, so I'm sure I would just take a V8 engine and put it in easy size. They're like, so then buy a cheap. That's a good like. Oh yeah, can we take it? Where's it? Isaac, this is a dream car. You want to fucking with them? Cars, so I want to fuck with my car. Usually. I'm terrified about taking a second take a breath after I say something. It happens. I'm like, oh no. Okay. Yeah. I do. I like oh, it's I'm in my mind. I think there's certainly some genetic violence in me. I mean, it encourages against myself. I look like a violent person. Is there any these really small hands, you know. Trying to that's like a lot of things. That's my because I was assistance.
Like there's the width of my shoulders, like there's like they want to find out history and ancestry.
Oh, I just tried to think about he's guy. He looks like he would be a good Game of Thrones. Let's go Lord of the Rings. I don't really know Thrones now, but it was. I agree. Yeah, I mean, dwarves. Let's see. This is posted by Nicole Phillips 247. When you realize that you went from doing over to having moved to Texas in hopes of podcast. It's just a picture. I don't know this. How would you caption this? So you couldn't afford you to see, you know? Yeah. Tell your you folks squirrels. Yeah. Where you go? You see the new looks like it's Joe Station. This is a complex situation. Getting rid of his seats every day. This will be his new style for years. That's a good back. Yeah. What do you think? Yep. So what he's dressed like that. Yeah. This is on camera. Completely exhausted. She comes and you man going for it with Papa. Is his friend took this outfit with his wife for eggs. Let's see. Sounds like a station. It almost feels like before the video started, it was like, all right, you get in, you got like, supercharger, and I'll go to. Oh, wait, what's funny? No, turbo. They're the same. It's the turbo. I made that mistake before. I'm pretty sure I'm going to stay here again. This guy. I don't even know what a turbo is. Your phone's always there.
Anybody that has it in there, it's going to be totally driven crazy. It sounds like rusted. What you want? Okay, this is the base. That's all it is. Because I don't fuck around. Big ones.
Chin's was so bad, I just don't trust. Fruit and Tifa case studios. Not going to eat it. I drink sure shot. Oh, yeah, true. You've Cat 5567 talking about hankering for a hunk of cheese. That's really great. Too real. He doesn't look like a weird yellow film over. This was by Kaufman, electric cowboy personality. Let's see.
Would this make you get an electric car? Get an electric car if this was the case?
I almost want to say about my whole narrative anti-lights. But now that the lids are fucking cars and fucking cars and conflicted, like extreme hate for electric cars is kind of because rolls are going after people's electric cars. Look at that. That's a beautiful car. You know me.
Nazi thing, but it's so funny. Like, we just stop using this and that. I want some blame me, dude. Copywriter. He's like, I want it. Fucking my sex. We were gonna fucking stab each other outside of the park. Alright, let's see what's complete. This brings flakes on a new house in Texas. Perfect. Good podcast. Good first. Yeah. You're excited. Yeah, I get excited about all stuff. I mean, like, what? Hey, to win one house. Did I win? Oh, dude. I love my house at night. It's like this. Got a little tight in my seat. By the way, I had to take it right away with my boy. Yeah, you gotta chill. So I was in the middle of that flight. I was like, and I'm happy for my boy. I was like, tight. Damn. Is he? Right. He's a part of it, right? So he's got to talk about how well Brennan is doing, or else people aren't going to take it. Let's see. Next is five. Papa's electric cars and incoming electric remix. Okay. So a lot of fucking clips are going to get cut out. And I'm being. Back to the There's no way. I mean, there's always been a way. You're right. We should be working now. We should be writing jokes and dealing to them every day. Anything I can do, I'll give anything for it. I hope that people play it. Here's a joke. You know what I mean? See, you know, to me right now, a little bit. That's what we have. Yeah, they wanted. We got people. Yeah, that's what we don't know. You guys said that we have people at the mothership there doing some stuff behind the scenes. We know some people there. What's their names? Yeah, I'm working with these making us so much money that we have to come to other comedians that are already mothership regulars. Yeah, and they are giving money to others. It's like a break money. Yeah, already regulars. Fantastic. It's great. It's killer. It's killer. And you know, there might be a world where maybe get you back up and do it. Yes. There is a when you take his when I could be like, oh, all right. So he's like waiting for whatever anyone asks him to do it. Just like Elizabeth Austin. We should start he's like, I'm staying in California. That's right. I think we should start a petition. We should start like a thing where the child is stand up again. Let's fucking do this. Here's the thing, should it be? Because you got 40 kids. Okay? 40 kids. Right? Play some 40 kids here. Okay, I'm listening. Do we say not to be stand up? Because he got enough haters. Yeah. Man, shit's filled up. He's like, fuck the haters. And also, you have to be liberal to sign this petition. Again. Yeah. We're not talking about a bunch of things. I don't really do something. Yeah. We're not talking about a bunch of trash. Haters. Smart people. Don't do this. Yeah. Logic. Yeah, those are plus good. Yeah, he should do stand up again. Good. Alright. Let's do it. Well, yeah. That's the last clip for today. Alright, that's our show. See you next week. Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in. As always, trying to this week we watched. Oh my goodness, we watched Lucky Bird Picture. And you know what? If you want to know what we think about that, you know what you gotta do. You gotta hit subscribe to that Patreon. But anyway, so we start live on Wednesdays. What the fuck we're here? Hey man, custom us out for the timer. But it's we got a lot of Q&A posts from the kid episode next week. It's supposed to be answered one of our guys. Shout out to him. And Q&A, Baba admits that TVA, in fact, has been ruined. Let's see.
77 wants to know what they this podcast over.
Let's do things different.
Listen to the team. Oh, I didn't catch that. Get it faster, dude. It's working. Not yet. This he was trying to do that. Sneaky little shot. Sneaky little Brenda. He's always 2 steps behind you, dude. But it almost sounds like it's an improvement. You know, it's like letting them be like they're you gotta fucking be lazy to get to him. You know, you're playing this whole thing. You know, what do you mean? Ryan's right next to him. He's on it. Well, no, that's it. Where you did that motherfucking team where he's like, I dropped shred the evidence. That would be something like you said they shred the 3 pairs of evidence. I got rid of the evidence. My lawyers were telling me that like a really good cigar. They're fucking. You know, I'm not going to show you. I have proof of everything that happened, but it's not worth it. I protest that. Yeah.
Him taking leave of the apps was a bad idea. Just do a show with random people. It's a bad idea. We need the money at the time. I think we should put our foot down. Today, in 2025, you can do that with the champion, you right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit. It's like, you know, we don't believe it, but back in 2019, when we're going through it, I was like, what do you want to do? It's the only way we can get money was to put leave of absence. I think you'll ruin the show.
I'm going to keep referencing women's life. Yes, the bullshit. You know, some of that bullshit stuff. Your eyes on the thing. I didn't see that. I was thinking about, I made like, oh, shot fire to shot metal. You know, it's a way more important thing is that you're trying to say that women are bullshit. This looks like this is a practical boy thing here. Just like basically the stuff you would have changed is the stuff that other not allow these people to fucking do this to me. If you just follow it, I think problems. Show it. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, come on.
I think that alone with the show. Now, I do think there's a place for sports betting coming. You know, but I would show for fun.
You gotta stop saying. Self-fulfilling prophecy. And you will be. It is fun. It's not only is it self-fulfilling, it's also like you have to say something a lot. You kind of start to sound like you're not being truthful. But you know, you don't want to do it for free. You want to do it for the way it paid them. So, yeah, it's close to free. Yeah, the magic minds like full. Like what the
You guys have been doing for free.
Right.
You said it well. There's this. It's so sad. It's so
Yeah, let's see here. This is posted by Chin Clips. Next one's one of the original Homeless Fans compilation. See, your Vikings ass though. Boom. Waiting to get drilled by just sitting there, fucking shot. It sends it right to Brandon Shop. $250 right here. He even got down the weird way he eats. He's been watching truck walk there. Disappears, but Joe be like, some fucking stupid restaurant. Shit just fills his mouth like a fucking Italian shit. Just bring it from he gets back in his lips to get me out of it. When you bullshit, when you read your policy, North American but it's like we will shoot our shot into things constantly. Like they can be talking about something totally different. If I was the Department of Secretary of Agriculture and they were asking me about farms, I'd be like, listen, I'm always been a farm guy. You know, and they'd be like, why did you do that? And I'd be like, well, I'm not like Brandon Shock. And they're like, can we stay on topic? Because there was a lot of other kids. And it just keeps going in. It's really once you get in a little taste, and then you cannot stop. You have to keep doing it. That's what they're milking to you. So that's a good strategy. Look at this. You're in it now. I'm friends with them, but it's only 2 grams. That's fine. Just like, I think it's that's very funny. Spending $8 million. Yeah, it sounds funny. Both those things are amazing. Whoever's getting out sounds like a street princess. What they comics look like? Yeah, they look like stand up on your face. She can't be in a room all that because her face looks like that. I don't know. I don't like comics. She's too much. This was supposed to be Vicky. What did you do? The Papa. Yeah, this is terrifying. Let's go to this one. Get this up. Nobody knows who you are. It's a green cake car. Completely exhausted. Most of this one. Why is it not opening? Where is he? Rubicon 390. He's not low. He's a guy in the locker room that doesn't. It's so fun. Yeah. He was in disrespect him. Fighter. I hope he's okay with it. Shout out to Johnny. Our daddy. Posted by Angels 4969. New persona of blooming. He's not a son of lessons. Big justice. We did use them. Really, dude, those Spider-Man has this cut. There's Snow is actually the worst movie of all time on IMDb. 7. Wow. It's no way. No way. James. Oh, wait. Let's see. Okay. Honestly, forget that is 1 point. That's awesome. Yeah. One. We'll see if we go up to 2. 10. Yeah, we're gonna get up 1.1. What else? Did I do like 25? That's so funny. That is so it's really just produced by Thick Boy Studios too. It's ready to perform. Cheesy. The other is okay. You know what that's a reference to? I think it's the reference to locally. You say, like, my life don't be better for 5 years. That's such a weird thing to say. That's so much yes, it's not like he's talking about like Bashar al-Assad. That's a another comedian. He's a random guy in like Germany. Like, friends, like, are we putting a girl on? Yeah, let's say I'm talking about supporting Hamas or not. I wouldn't help Hamas. Like I said, that. Actually, it would not help Hamas. My life doesn't get better if we never friends. You know, he's a great guy. You know, you came up in the comic store. He was never that close. He's such a talent. He's a great fantastic. Okay, well, I was the guy this one. He's always been close to me. I was like, we didn't talk like we did. Some of this was cool, but I think it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth, I don't talk about it. So it's, you know, we just never that close. Close friend. I fucking can't get enough of this shit. I fucking love it. It's so good. It's so good. It's like fucking eating a delicious cookie. I fucking drink when you're thirsty. You're in the desert. You find water. You're like, gosh, it's not. Let's see. More support for I started. What is that's so fun. Oh my god. here's your prescription. It's just like I remember my mom, it's my brother. They were telling my mom like, like this and that. So I'm not just like, yeah, do that. You know what I mean? This should be something I have to do. So you talk to them first, and the first two look at them, like flashing. Him getting a cyber truck. This looks like a whole team. People performance. You know what's weird? I can't stay electric cars right now. I might get a cyber truck. I should fucking look at jazz. It's so stupid. I might be able to swap diesel engines. People have done that. It's a lot of work. So you buy tossing Cybertruck. Rogan's that's it. The obvious thing is that you're right. He's gonna find solutions. Not this time. It's crazy. But the thing that gets to me is with this Rogan, the common sense, like the thing is fine. You're gonna fucking put another engine in the Tesla. That's one of the stupid things you said. Yeah. The risk is related. Like, it's crazy how perfect. Obviously they're not. I'm just gonna hit those here. It's a crazy how perfect Mark and Brandon were for each other at one time. They both like to talk. Sure. Yeah. Which I was like, right. You're talking. Yeah. It would be fun to take just like two guys having a good time, friends. They're probably both guys that could be friends, good friends anyway too, right? So like, they're out there, like talking, another guy hears them. And he's like, oh, I like that too. And then they're all talking about trucks, Tesla stuff. Yeah, like when they're out there, friendly and like it's probably a great time. This is going to be most of my macho is almost got a virgin. It's always good to visit this for the people that are taking it or straight jungle accounts. I get those people to see my view of things that I'm critiquing my art, critiquing my center, critiquing the podcast. That's so crazy. That's electric. Person That's just funny. Like this is what the man thoughts and when you're stupid. Experience. Seriously angry at these people, man. And this is what you get. The lowest thing to him is a homeless guy. You don't really live them up. After this, they get it right now. I'll say Charles Barkley had sent this to you because he's leaving too, right? I was like, oh, Barkley, no. It's the whole LeBron James team. His mid thing. Oh, really? Charles Barkley was like, these people, they're in mom's basement. They're just making things up on the internet. And I'm homeless. They look like a kid. They're making PFG coach chicken. This is one thing that I'm really into. Because like you could probably before should have been like they live in your mom's basement and they might not be into it. But now it's like a deal. I can say that about people. Work it takes to pull off something, whether it's just work a podcast or a business or merchandise or it just does not, and I hope I said that.
they start to disrespect people.
Like about my son, like in the future. Yeah.
Because the type of person that would take on you, not leaving a message to even bring that out to be that way is, I associate with those people. I don't know those people. It does not matter to me. So when people do let that affect their mood or their life, it's my fault. It's crazy too. Yeah. It'd be the same as that's a good stuff. Even homeless guy. Homeless guy was just like, no, cheating. Profile talking shit. It doesn't matter. Because they're all the same.
I wish he would have said homeless cat. Yeah. I mean, that's looking back at your history. It's like walking through the fucking museum, this video clip she pressed my button. Very long, man. It's like black lyrics, so you can see your memories. Alright, what's up, guys? I'm like the team post on my head answer. Let's see what this is all about. What do you think he's gonna like the team? I feel like an episode got lost. Like, you understand? When you start with something that's like intense, I'm like, episode got lost. Let's see.
What's up, guys? Somebody
Somebody do a drop. Where's what's there to do that? What the fuck? Dude. Why did my computer do this? That's good job. It's just like, yeah, it's frenetic.
You're in the process of moving this entire operation of the virus to Austin, Texas. When Brian decided to move way too early, get out there. Brian just moved way too early. So there's a little here and there.
A little here and there. That sounds like a theme. Yeah, sounds like that. Sounds here, it's not there, it's everywhere. Random versus a tourist.
Studio. At the same time, we have big episodes where we get the best stuff. But this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're doing our best to give you real episodes. We're not for the most part, but every now and then we gotta keep the best stuff. So enjoy the best of fire to get. Thank you for understanding.
You're right. Did win the team. Yeah, it's they gotta get most of the really before we're corrupted. So not on this podcast, we're easily. But on other podcasts where it's like, alright, so it's not what I've said, but it's not deal. Hey guys, what's up? Episode Thursday, but actually, we can have your best because residency. Alright, let's see. Yeah, Chris Lynch is next on 11. I feel like I saw this one. I saw it. I had a bunch of them. So I wish it was a Tuesday. Yeah, so I just. You're upset. You're gonna put your middle finger on the lower E, the top chord.
E, F, G. No.
G, F, H. He was really good, but now he's got these fucking two jerks. Because he doesn't. He thinks that the alphabet is how the guitar works. Yeah, I could work in those conditions. Yeah, I can't work with the torpedoes. Yeah, you know what I mean? Anyone with like any semblance of talent is a torpedo. Which two guys on this trip would be a torpedo. your friendship with fucking shit up like this. Like, stack that up for me. Complacent exhausted. 225 next 40. Strong. Oh, it's your last year. I was like 225. I went up 225, but I did 27. Jesus Christ. I don't know what they're talking about, really, but that guy just sounds so like actually happened. Like I feel like maybe it's not true. Bob did post a video doing a whole set. Really? Yeah. He has a video evidence that he can do it? Yeah. Damn, okay, so we're just spending years fucking homeless guys. I mean, but, you know, it's still funny. Yeah. It does sound believable. And then you're just like, that's amazing. Way less than it. I think it's because it pays less. All right. That would be funny, like, because he's near him is like, wow. I mean, I have something else.
20 something. First time I did 315.
The strongest part of our body. All of both of us. And then, all right, you got it. But is he chair? Dude, can we move around the chairs? Last move is that we can protect ourselves with the chairs.
Oh, it's all I like to do. That's all they do. Jesus. Pull-ups. 240. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of weight. So fucking shot that up. That's amazing. That was some fucking trick. Honestly, that's Brennan's best. I like it. Proud of myself for being really strong. That's good. I like that. All right, we're gonna these guys are asked about the general peace situation. This is a I think it's some of the what we were. It's weird to see someone talking about our boss like this. Like it's weird. Like our boss. Yeah, like I don't know. I just do I have to defend my boss? It's weird. Yeah, he's a really good because he just gives us a lot of money. Yeah, he's just like, we gotta treat him the mail every week. Keep doing it.
Do you guys think you ever fixed the relationship with Bobby Lee? And who gave you the info about Patrick Kelly that caused all of that?
Bobby didn't fix the relationship. Together in something in the future. And apologized. Fuck everybody. He's a great guy. Going to the tire stuff. It's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake. And he's our boy. I think he's really funny. Excuse me. I wrote several times. And I threw myself in the mercy of the court. I mean, I've see Bobby. I mean, honestly, I think he's talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life would be better if me. It's so all good. I think he's a great guy. Yeah, I've always you came up with really good. I was never that close. I've always appreciated such a talent. Podcast. Look, man, there's a long way to take that, put him in that mix with sounds like. Imagine it like Brian Callis is his own fault. Brian Callis, that's your French movie. That sucks. It's like, what? But you suck. And I'm the friends with Bobby Lee. You already suck. You suck, Brian. I always say it was Ryan. He was, when you spoke to him, he was always my friend. Always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all. Not even a little bit. And you know, like I made a lot of mistakes, but when I make mistakes, the whole way I was accounted for them. And I believe my man should say, I was wrong. I fucked up. Learning experience. No excuses. No excuses. And I have done it, man. It was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way. I was at the door going, it was a bad time. And then also, like, what are we doing? No one's going to do this. Like, we just want to like, things going on. Like, whether it was really about who was a good person. But like if now, like if we're in such a better spot, if someone were to give me those my same information, like the fuck it, it's not a weird time. It was so stupid. Yeah, it's so stupid. I think you'll see. I think you'll see. He's talking to himself now. It's certainly Bobby in the future, and I just God knows what Bobby would do. You know, it's not like dude, not even see it. Just seems like yeah, there was no apology. He's when you look at that given weird, it's strange, crazy. And alright, let's go to successful egg. More successful law 17521. Another open house, don't worry about the most realistic organization. Brian didn't say anything about me because he said that they made some mistakes. Brian Callis made a mistake. This is crazy. There's a pain in there now. Fact, my shit was turned off. Brian's in the book of the home in the house. It's not 252 Ken. Thomas, did you really know that? But I don't know if you this. Yeah, that was because we're almost getting we're not stoppers. We're not going to go as much as I want to. I would love to go. I bet you that'd be so funny. Getting a picture of the real estate thing he's had. Of us, like, don't want these guys in. You never said there is. And maybe this is the time where we do have to bring our rule. I'm not going. Okay. I don't know. Three time. Oh, fuck, you're right. Same. Here you go. That's too crazy. I'm never doing it. You know, that's not just as much as I'd like to see it, just out of curiosity. I know that in any way, any facet, make it so that's like a fading or person. Exactly. I need to avoid that. But I ain't gonna be I'll definitely make them to die at his house and be pretty funny. It's like they're always one. He has a bowling alley there. That's very good. They're finished. The shocker strike skip was my ear bumper. What is it? So, the text signal thing, she was on it. Oh, yeah. But I don't even know what that's all about. Well, there she is testifying about it. Basically, if you want to hear her laugh, it's, vaccinating. Take on it. There was a text thread for signal, which I guess social media had. Both started where he accidentally, or somebody accidentally put a journalist from the Atlantic on it, and then so they kept texting each other like, "Hey, what's up? Do we go for right forward and that?" All this stuff. Like, I'm a numbers guy. Where are you guys going right now? We're at the rain and emojis. And he accidentally just gosh. All I heard was fucking. She has the storm thing in her hair. Yeah. It's interesting. It's an interesting choice. But she really is like, looks like a superhero. She looks like a comic book. Tammy had never heard of the film. She's also fucking hellish. I'm not supposed to say she's cute. But if it's like she's doing, I do think she's doing. That'd be crazy if you find out that that's what your job is, just killing animals and doing confusion. Wait, that's what national security is. Like we know stuff you don't know. CIA Jake Elton. Alright, let's see. This is posted by Dracula Don't Suck for all the homeless guys. Stop regular. Wow. I have to say for the fact that it was because I used to me and Joel used to talk about the way like that shit was so funny. Well, dude, it was funny at the time. Yeah. And I didn't listen to it in the box days. But I did listen to the Lee episode where he talks about getting classified with Down syndrome. Yeah. Like around that time, maybe Children on Fire. They had like Theo Von, Crystalia, what's his name? Bobby Lee. And Will said it's going on all the time. Yeah. And then I just stopped listening to it. And then I found out about Reddit and I'm like, oh my god. And I looked all the like save stuff where like beating up any retrenchments. And I don't know if that thing, you know, another show. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know the full story. I used to listen to TV. I knew that. And I used to listen to Big Brother Breakdown because I was into UFC. I had no idea when that stuff was going on. I had been doing Fox. Like those old clips of it going on. I became aware of it because we put it on You'd Be Surprised and I saw people on like Facebook. That was a while ago. They like, of course it's say that when I heard that. I'm sure that was before the show. I realized like that was haters me. Because I was like, there's no way you can say that. There's no way to make that really bad, but not like what I know now. I have no idea. I was shocked by myself. I was unprepared for what I said. And I still am not. And then Mark coming over the second time and was talking about it. I was like, oh my god, he's always been a bad guy. Yeah. He's always been a bad guy. Yeah, he's just not a good person. But hopefully I will say he's fucking hilarious. Yeah, he's a great entertainer. Not only is there people that are talented, like I said, and we unfortunately invented, I feel like this is called It's the Bride because we know that Mama does not notice that it was a successful 45. Like internship degree college. My university.
over here. It's hard for you to see. Oh, maybe the wings aren't actual 45. Like those are small. 45. Oh, man, why did they have to fucking, God damn. Oh, like it's, yeah. I think he's saying the actual place. Oh my God. Dude, it's like, over we go. Fuck guy on this podcast. Wow, dude. Big weight. Imagine finding a gym with big weights. Just like, there's no way. That's just too crazy. I don't know. It's like a lot. Just you can do it. And get to the bottom of it. This was my ETID 1986 burner. As long as you're going and enjoying the series of the flames, it's a bit of you have to do 5 is that the first 16 reps can really play pretty much well. And he's just okay. Okay, I couldn't see that. Let's see. Origin story of Fever South Flames was my chin lips. Let's see this. Joke here. Just laughing. Were they shooting? It's like, from what I understand, unbeknownst to you, you signed something at the club. Yeah. But somewhere in there, they're allowed to take your material to the YouTube. Maybe if anybody. Yeah. I think that's why I heard Dave Chappelle talk something about that. So they shared those clips of him in a green shirt. Secret. Yeah. That was what I watched all the time when I first moved here to Cherokee. Fucking Great Clip after live. They really they corner the game on like random stand-ups. You see them on YouTube. Or a Kevin Nealon show like this. Yeah. They Laugh Factory. They maybe talk about comedians, but they really contact where and Slater. It is loud. Everyone's like, project. Cheers, it was a sour cream guac. Fee for Southern. Would you be mad or would you be like, would it be funny? I mean, I would. Now I would love it. At the time, maybe I'd be mad. But now it's hilarious. Like, I want John to do my whole thing. That's what I'm saying. But it's just like, honestly, I'd be a real asshole if I called him out. I fucking do that. I see the shot. I drink his real shit. Let's see here. Showing up to haters. Okay, so this is that video. I'm showing 16. I think he speeds it up so. How does it fit? I mean, that looks like a plane to me. self-inflicted paper cuts or something. Perhaps, who fucking knows, but it cuts like that. You're 1,000 cuts. That's crazy.
Brian Kent.
Duty 930. Papa over Casey. Oh my god, this is all. Where's that at? See if I can find it. Unbelievable, man. I'm super impressed. What? No shit. Just Russia. Have it. They're all with that. He ran that on the Threshers. I think it was a joke.
Oh, Joe. Bits.
There. Damn, dude, you that once.
And I don't know. I'm not much. I watched it occasionally. I think it's Russian boring. That's my. That's my. The Russian fighters. It's our show. Yes. We had a good time.
Rihanna will be watching some Steve specials over there, and she
Early access to this show. Get it? If you subscribe. Damn. The Patreon much, but treats them, elephant in the room, the Charles Beer special. Did he like it? We also do early access for this show, so if you want to see this area, dude, that's not why they're here. No, you guys are gonna put a shoulder out there. Yeah, we're here to share good. You guys are here to watch Timmons shop. Start the timer. Clint. Alrighty, so the first one is posted by Caterpillar 7539. It looks like Bapa also lost the race to another few people. Because she probably right there first. That's a bad red. I bet you was there on the tours, Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's been inside the building before. He's like best friends with Roger. If anything, he was the first to get up. Look at that part out. See what's next. This one is posted by Reese Cat 85. No ring on March 4th while taking place on the public toilet. She probably took a selfie and I'm good. I'm saying, Cody, you can Photoshop it out, right? They Photoshopped it. It's fine that she's takes a picture and posts it. I was like, who is this guy in here? It's the first kid. Oh, it's
Disneyland. It's a great place to go. Why not take a picture when you're outside the bathroom? Right? I mean, no, you don't understand female creatures like I do. They love taking pictures. They don't like taking pictures of themselves. They're like, oh, just help them here. Yeah. I'm sure this is what they comments when I cropped out backwards, right? Like when you made my shit, let's see. Oh, what the fuck? Someone taking a shit. Okay. Uranus. Out there. Fancy face. Oh, sorry, fancy face. Let's see here. What's next? Well, ain't that just I'm not supposed to buy a cooler of chips. So I think the narrative this week is that they are having trouble with everything. So let's see. Marries this guy. It's so crazy that I'm going on the page. Join. It's so perfect. Well, thanks. You want to marry this guy. He wants to know her last name, but his last name. Straight. If you. That shows that. Straight. Why? Want to take your last name? That would be. Yeah. They care about the dumbest shit. I get the shit. I mean, I would want that. That's what I mean. It's not about caring. It's like, that's a boundary, dude. You're going to take my name because we are fucking. You know, food, making food, being traditional. Yeah, dude. And if you're in a truck, it's like, how do you fit in that thing, right? And if you have a test, yeah, you try to hide it. And I find it, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. I'm going to be traditional. Right. You know, like, if there's a fact in a new team, you know, it's like, it's a promise. Like, for years, we're seeing the thing that if you don't get it in the game, then you want candy. You're trying to get the candy, dude. No, we keep love inside to ourselves and let you show us your worthy. So, Rogan's, I would rather do it. And honestly, I just want the transfer of age to happen. I don't care if I have to change my name. I don't want to change my name. Get the fuck out of Gerardo. You know, first name. I'll take a girl's first name. I don't give a fuck. Girl, are you saying her last name is your first name? Anything other than Gerardo. No. Message lives. If their last name is ISIS or something like that, I'll be like, ISIS, I'm cool with that. I'll just. They're going to change their last name. You know what? I think ISIS this is totally off. I think ISIS is going to be the last name or first name. And like, I honestly don't think it's a big deal. ISIS is dead. I mean, we pretty much killed them or something. I think if your name was ISIS, it was your last name, racial name. Okay, but his name is Sheree. It's hilarious if he's aware that his name is like if he knew, but that would he's trying to just even trying to do like it's like he's weird, he's gonna come out like making fun of animals and then he goes on and laughs about like what the idiot saying. You know, he did his character where I put that makes me mad. I'm like trying to believe when he's more it's all about the money. We're moving those to share for rich. I don't care if you think it's stupid. I mean, it's thrilling. Honestly, Reddit is going crazy. 5 minutes.
This is Papa Dude Truck about Sparky Simple Schmucks. It's pretty logic. This is everything for sure. Yeah. It's I don't know if you're let's see how long we make. Yeah, that makes sense. No.
Is what you're saying, and I guess when he asked me to walk to the truck, he wasn't wanting to sexual. I'm so embarrassed by that, but he didn't look at us. He was scared.
Annie, come on our show, please. Annie, you gotta come on. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, literally, it doesn't make sense for you not to at least, talk about it. Not going 2 minutes a show. Come on, any purpose. Here's the thing it's probably AI that takes away from it a little bit. Yeah. But I like R&B. I love it. I love it. It's crazy. 7 minutes only? Let's get it down, dude. This is low-key the best song I've ever heard. I really like R&B. Look at that. It's anything on the classic R&B, like tones and tunes, stuff like that. It's good stuff. The lyrics get me. Really? I'm gonna think of a little too deep for me. Because I wanted to continue on my hit. But the song is great. I like the way it sounds. I think, you're like, it's not how we really feel. Computer. But I'm sure things just run. Yeah, I guess so. It's also literally just about Ariel Money's. How are these things going? That verse, okay, I'm talking about like, just don't it's not too amazing. You gotta make it. You will come to the place when you this is not the game. When you talk about playing in the end, you should be lucky making money. You just get spell. Thing with a Jennifer Aniston, people can dig it. So I want to do that. dude, collab. Okay, see, that's where I'm sitting. But I don't think I'm getting interviewed by Jennifer. That's not how you said it. Daddy's gonna dance. I guess I would. I guess I'd do it because I feel like I'm a teacher. It would be the funniest fucking thing to dance to. You don't have to do it every day either. I'm just gonna do it once. I wouldn't want to. But I feel good for the status. I'm like, I hate that. That'd be so funny if you walk out of the dressing room playing on the set like you guys just stupid. So I'm about to post on next. It's true. Short-sighted dancing. Yeah. There's a reason why our dads never did something like this. I'm sorry. Yeah. The reason is it's protected. Dads wouldn't do this, even though they love this. That's for you. My dad dancing with Caesar Milan. So there's that. Dancing as Caesar Milan. He looks like Caesar Milan. He bought a what's it called? That's very Caesar Milan. And he's like, but it's not. It's fucking big tits. That's just me from this. There it is. Like fucking Caesar Milan. It's like, you're one of your dad's cool. Doesn't do what things do. Doesn't okay. Don't make it. Drugs. Yeah, this goes on and on. Check it out. Looks like the ending is some talking. We'll see here. Sucks that you can't sell tickets. Okay, you do it. Tickets in your crowd. That's the thing. That's so much. So much. Now, we've come a long way. And this was dude, I could do tomorrow. I've had a great fucking life. I've had 9 lives career-wise. I played football and it was such a good time. Then you see, God, the things I did, it was so cool. You joking me, dude? Joking me, dude. I don't know. He's a fucking the master. This is, I think, around the time where I was like, we can always talk to him. Music is mine. Yeah. I mean, he thought he was losing his mind, but then he didn't start talking. Oh my God. The best content ever. I'm so lucky. I'm gonna cool shit. Pretty cool shit. This guy.
sharp tools. Honestly, you wouldn't put it past them. Usually fight anything. It's action. A lot of great crayons. These tries to eat. Nothing is better. It's true. Oh. And these are batons. What color crayon do you think is the most delicious? Tickle me pink. Pink would be good. Unlimited yellow. Alrighty, let's go. This is the next one. Sorry for playing a long song. We didn't play that. This is posted by Jesse. It's so good. I'm a good guy, man. Part 3. Part 2. We still have that shirt because wait, that is going insane. I did that so fun. Long email saying, I will you're working on flight. I just don't when he was yelling at Bobby, he was career way. It's always, it's crazy. It's such a nice stuff. Not like I told you, but I will be unfazed and on skate with the dog. It's funny. That's kind of funny to be like, I will be unscathed, like saying essentially that no harm at all will come to me. I can kill you. So why not just if you're so confident that you're fighting at the place, maybe more than a few punches, you beat them up and you're or just don't fight. It'll be like me talking to a 6-year-old. And I'm like, listen, me, stand a chance. I will be unscathed because they're 6. But I wouldn't do that. If you're so confident that you can do that, you shouldn't do that, right? Maybe. I don't see you're going to hit it. Let's see. This is posted by ABTV12. Is the intro. You see this? That's really funny, but I feel like that's true. I didn't even know that thing. The word change. So this is a dude that this is a troll. What's he doing? Oh my god! Yeah, I just noticed that. Dude. That's. Why would. I don't understand. This is a racist thing. Field shared a picture of shut up, fuck telling it to the purpose. Field shared a picture of Brennan doing state an ass.
his concept on 615. So how long before he buys a separate truck after shooting on Tesla for the last 2 years? And we talked about this last episode. I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him doing it. It is a truck, though. But that's just a fucking guess. So we died, though. Alright, let's see what shop. Post my ETI in 1986. That's good. Yeah. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. That's funny. You're like, hey, you post on driver's license, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't watch it. I don't like you. Maybe. Let's see. This is Bitcoin. Posted by Fantasy Fly 3. Landed on chip on this. So, we'll break with it. Many can stay up there in the description. Just after I feel like I expose them. They updated the description after I expose them. They only one picture of which is yeah, I don't know, but that's interesting that they're doing that. Yeah, they're doing it. Alright, so I surprised. Okay, so this is week. We're going to be watching this week, I believe. It's last week. Kreischer's. Right? That's last week. Kreischer. Okay, his special came out last week. Yeah, but we recorded Mondays, so it wasn't even out yet. Yeah, I heard this that too. But that's, we're going to do that on the next hour. Yeah. This is posted by C and Dr. Venus. We'll be doing this special on this week's Patreon episode, looking at worst thing to go copy. So we'll look through Netflix. When I came across worst thing special, I've never seen him do stand-up, so I decided to give it a shot, and it's not much. I don't want to see it, dude. I don't take this guy's word for it. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Immediately he takes off his shirt, talks about sex, talks about sex with his wife. I'm laughing every single time he makes a little joke. And I'm like, waiting for the punchline. That's what through the special is mostly saying, but it worked. Even mimicked the ratio on the mic so well, it gave Rogan's the fucking reference, but Rogan's ratio, like, let's not forget that. This guy's he's sleeping on the couch. That's my special day, sleeping on the couch. I can't help but think Ringo Poppy is a better special. Brenda makes me laugh. It's my way of better than you're on a side, dude. Look at your crying, right? His douchey outfits, the way he coherently strings together it's top level ranges that you're actually laughing out loud. In its own way, it's an effective piece of art. I'm trying to find anything of value on what it's worth. This special mostly is the point of humor and wordplays the mothership social Brenda. You see the shorts are absolutely jacked. Alright. I mean, I'm still intrigued. I'm watching it. If you're not like me, don't want to watch it now. It is, but it's just, it is, I don't know if the cringe is the correct word, it is the correct word, but there has to be new levels. I just don't understand how it could be worse than this. Make it also watch that. I'm sorry, so we all know who he's talking about, also by Shane Gore of Clips. This is a new that I don't think they're right. They don't make me laugh, but I don't care. And I don't know that they'll say that. I've said it something that I mean, this goes on. It seems to be like it goes on fun. You could I'm friends with a few people, so separate that. Rogan is insane. It's like he has his stand-up is just as bad as everybody else. It's not. It's never near funny. None of his specials are good. He's just not good at stand-up. And he's like, you have friends that are bad. You're bad. You are bad at stand-up. That's like that saying that you are literally unfunny. This is posted by Muffin Zero. Drakamiko's new drop saying about being annoying, which he is. Now he's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, all the fingers on Rothschild still climbing that podcast. I think this is the new song. Have you heard the new song? The Burt one? Yeah. I like this one. Because I'm the. Oh, it bothers me. Oh, it bothers me. Oh, it bothers me. You don't have the capacity to make it all about something. What are you trying to change? You're when I leave, you might have dude, so good. Yeah. Part of it is like he raps just like a rapper would, like a different. I don't know how to describe it, but Bird, just the funny way like that. Yeah, it's great. Take your life in it, bitch. What's in it? The size of my shit. Silver October, that shit without me. Say I'm making bell. Glorify it this morning. Listen the fuck up when I'm talking to you. I'm taking this from the team. Cracker Miko. Great. What else? This is supposed to be Shift. Updated the Golden YouTube channel. So this is the Mercedes their channel. The gym that the cats. Isn't that the cats? Come on, guys. I haven't uploaded a Spotify episode in months. This is supposed to come from 9:30. What? Dedicated mom like a selfie while the baby plays the role in the background. Guys, I mean, like you do a bit, you commit it to them. Don't you guys get it? The ring is it's for the ring not being there to be funny. It's never had a ring. They're not ring guys. Neither her nor shop. We're guys. Yeah. I figured. All right. Until this one's called 24 views. And 6 minutes, 24 views. The first one is one of our strokes to walk.
really good time. Dude, that's like half the battle. I think the first